Well, that part popped up. That's good. All right, let's keep looking here. We got locals. Even though nobody's got a button, I don't know how other people would join. Keeps on saying, "Look, it's like putting me in a loop." So I'll have to figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll have to send an email so I can be ignored for 48 hours by Rumble. They're quick to take 50%, but they're not quick to respond. That's interesting. All right, we're here. We're on YouTube at FitWit. That's Wisdom Fitness AZ. On, as you can see in the corner here that I'm circling around my little cursor, it's FitWit and it's at Wisdom Fitness AZ. Yes, I am a personal trainer. Yes, I will be happy to online coach you. You can contact me to hear more about that. And I just realized that they changed the lettering when they did that. It's just different. It's not wrong. It's just reimagined, and I'm not okay with that. But it's okay. It's a thumbnail after all. They changed the lettering on my Humzinger too. You fucking why? They also made my head backward, and they made the guy. This is me in this little section here, right? They made the person like extend past the FitWit thing. That's an actual picture of me, just with my shirt off. But you can see a butt cheek here. I'm like, what is it? What is ChatGPT doing? So I covered it with a circle. Crazy. Insane. Wild. Wacky. Insane. All right, we will get started. I just have to check on something. Let's get into the Rumble real quick. And no, this isn't going to be the everyday thing from here on out. Don't be worried. It's just we had a goal. And also, we had a lot more that we didn't finish over the weekend because of just time constraints. We were almost 5 hours yesterday. And so I got a couple more tabs open here for some more of the Dr. Glidden stuff that I think people will really appreciate. 2 people did actually sign up, so that kind of encouraged me to continue doing this. We got a bunch of people that started following on the Rumble channels, both of the Ballbusters and the Dr. Glidden and Friends Health Solution Show since yesterday. So since over the weekend. So yeah, it seems like we're hitting something good here, and it's not to discourage people who want to see me do news and current events and stuff like that. We're going to do that as well on the Ballbusters channel on its own. But while we're here and we started this, let's just get it finished. We're 2 out of 5. The goal I had here was 5 new members for Dr. Glidden's membership site. And I'm going to tell you this I was coming to this conclusion not on purpose. Like I wasn't trying to think it this way. And it just has a really, it makes too much sense once you realize it. All right. Whether it's delivered or not, and I have a hard time believing nothing and anything is just up for chance, right? It's all deliberate in my mind, no matter what it is, because something bigger and greater, whether it's human hands or some other force of nature, metaphysics, or whatever, there is something else that guides things and set things, and it's not necessarily a good thing, just because it might seem to be in charge, at least in the lower level, like our realm or whatever. Maybe. And I think there's a way of opting out of that while you're still here too. I'm actually certain of that. But if you think about it, right, you have to go through an awful lot. But the first thing you have to go through is you have to have the ability to first doubt. So you have to be thinking for yourself. Okay. Once you're thinking for yourself, you have to then comprehend what you're being told. And this is why I say it in this way. It's not to be insulting. It's just simply when everything around you is supporting and reinforcing an idea of how something is and how reality works, and you've grown up in that, you sometimes would question yourself and your sanity, and other people around you would too, because you wouldn't fit in if you doubted or questioned what everybody else was going along with, never questioning at all. So it's a really big step to even tune yourself into the type of information that we discuss here on Dr. Glidden and Friends Health Solution Show and on FitWit. And for that, I thank you for taking that first step, because I know it's not an easy one. I don't want to continue on thinking or making you think that I don't respect and understand that. It's an act of bravery. It's an act of intellect. But here's the additional thought process that I have here. They did go and have a hostile takeover post Flexner report, 1912 and on. Same time we got the Federal Reserve. It was kind of like a sign of we were conquered and the America was done, and the foreign invaders had put their embassy here so that they could better control us through the banking cult. I mean, that's all reality. That is what it is. We just think that we live in a free society because there's no chicken wire around us like in a chicken coop. So we don't realize that we're still, you know what I mean? But they're fixing that with the flock cameras and all that. But that's a whole thought process for maybe like the Ballbusters channel some other day. But you have, like I said, you have to be willing to put your, I don't know, social reputation in jeopardy with other people who don't think to think. They don't think to question. Because if they did, as you have, and you see how obvious the answers are when Dr. Glidden explains their methodology, their theory, like it's not theory, it's just, no, this is how your human body actually works. This is what your body needs. And why wouldn't anybody think that you would need something more than calories from your food? If you need vitamins or you'll get scurvy if you don't have vitamin C, like whole food vitamin C, why wouldn't you think that there might be some other vitamins and some other, essential nutrients that you might need? And in a perfect world where there wasn't pollution, modern farming methods, depletion of soil for overworking for profit, and all the poisons, herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, not to mention the fact that they don't remineralize the ground, that they continue to overuse because there's no incentive there and that's a cost. And they don't care. And it kind of helps them because that keeps you sick and going back to them. Right? It's not just the medical that's part of the control arm, it's the whole system, but they all work intertwined. And I would even go so far as to say they're the same cult at certain levels because it is a deliberate thing. And when I've been talking about in the past that this is a genocidal eugenics program, like Thomas Malthusian theory of population, which it was totally a lie. It was like the first guy who lied with statistics. And from there, you get, I'm going to move myself up a little bit. No, actually good. That's fine. I can kind of see myself now. I don't really like looking. I like to look away. So you see me do that when I start looking at myself when I'm talking. Yeah, Malthus, you have Darwin. And whether or not they had good intentions, a lot of them didn't. A lot of them were part of the, hidden hand club and all that. And they were the movers, shakers, but not a lot of them are very, very bright. They might have been savants. They might have thought that they were bright. They might have thought that they were selected because they were special. But honestly, I think this control mechanism selects you because you're not. And I think that is where you get such ridiculous notions like the germ theory from people like Pasteur when there was an Antoine Béchamp right next to him that they overlooked on purpose. That's hilarious. Alex, he's like, listen, we all need beta blockers and statins, right? You quacks don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. That's sarcasm, obviously. They don't pick the brightest people. When I was reading Béchamp or Pasteur, actually to the audience, the viewers, 2 days, and I'm probably going to continue that. Maybe we won't read a little bit today. We'll see. Because it ties into with all this. Nothing that you see of Pasteur is impressive at all. It's a guy pretending to be a role that he's not cut out for, being pushed along and having all these weird connections with like royalty and the emperor and Napoleon III and all these Freemasonic people. And it's like, gee, I wonder why he was selected. And it's like he probably thought he was brilliant because most people don't walk around thinking they're dumb. But from an outside point of view for the person, he was an idiot. And he was a dangerous idiot. And that's why he was held up in, regarded and got the recognition, and everybody else who knew better and knew that this was all nonsense and that already had figured out problems that he had been working on for an extra 6-8 years sometimes, with damage happening to like the silkworm industry, the fungus that was on the vineyard, killing destroying the wine, all these things that Deschamps was fixing and submitting his very inexpensive solutions to them. No, we have to wait for the illustrious and glorious Deschamps to grant us the answers. And he'd screwed up. He'd screw it up every time. Koch, he created the Koch's postulates, right? The scientific method, the gold standard. He lied on his own research and studies when making tuberculin, and it killed a ton of people. The method, he knew it. It's not like he could argue that he didn't. He's the one that came up with it. It's all common sense. It makes sense. Isolate, see if that's a thing that will make something else sick. On. They will sell you something that makes sense, or makes sense because of the way they said it to you, and that they've already confirmed other things that aren't confirmed that support it, even though they don't, because it hasn't been established. And they do this over and over again, and then just more BS stacked on top of other BS. And some could say that's because it's money-driven, profit-driven, recognition-driven, grant money-driven, and that's all true, but that's why it is. Because the thing that's funding all this wants a genocidal eugenics program for the people who are the masses who won't question it. So honestly, I think it's been built up out of the crap, especially with big moments like Pasteur, when Deschamps was explaining that this isn't how illness happens, and he was overlooked. There's a lot about Deschamps we still need to learn. And the pleomorphic microzyma go hand in hand with explaining the things that happen inside the body that people don't know how it happens, and how it could be gently and symbiotically, like in a good way, encouraged back into health. And the simple fact that people don't think that they need minerals blows my mind. They took all of the things out of it, instead of like doing the Codex Alimentarius, where they just simply outlawed nutrition so that they would have a mass starvation due to nutrition issues. They just slowly do it to us right here. You're still getting the food, but what's in it? Nobody has lived up to their full potential. They don't even know what it is. They've been told not to eat cholesterol. Well, and then they go try to cut their calories or watch their calories when they're bodybuilding, lift weighting, fitness, whatever. Nobody told them that their hormones that they're trying to increase so they can increase their muscle volume and their mass requires cholesterol. That seems like a pretty big blind spot. It's like, oh, well, there's too many calories in the egg yolk. Well, it's kind of necessary. It's really necessary. That's just one example, right, of a place you can get cholesterol from. But if anything, you throw out the white and you just eat the yolk. Everything's inverted. But I just, whenever I see somebody like, I'm having egg whites, or they just buy the thing of snot called egg whites, I shake my head and think, where was Darwin when you were around? Well, how did you get this far? And I don't mean it in an insulting way. I mean, I said like that for effect, but it's not anybody's fault, really. We're treated like idiots. We're taught to be idiots. We put through an education to think, or not to think, I should say, to accept and repeat. That's what they call empirical knowledge. It's not really understanding how to think on your own. They don't want that. They want you to think that you know things, and then let your ego and your arrogance carry you the rest of the way. So if you can remember a bunch of things that seem complicated because somebody posing as an authority has declared this, and you remember their theory or whatever, you feel like you're smart. And you're not going to let that go by saying, well, that doesn't make any sense. So everybody else is like pining for social intellectual status. They want to appear to be somehow superior to others, whether it's looks with looks maxing, whether it's fitness in general. They want to look bigger. They want to be seen as something special. And that's exactly what this entity that surrounds us is preying upon. And when you question medical or health, people are like, who are you? You didn't go to 12 years of college and you think you know better? Isn't that this is the reason why they set things up like this? Number one, they put you through an indoctrination, which is not any different, and nobody can call it anything but a cult. You are penalized for wrongthink, and you are ostracized for wrongthink. And if you're brilliant enough to carry something a little bit further in a different direction, or find a way to actually fix a problem, you will get ignored, shunned, and persecuted, run out of town, because the last thing anybody wants is problems to be solved, because then they can't continue to bilk it or milk it or whatever they say. No charity wants the solution, because then that nonprofit can't continue to collect money for it. Komen doesn't want the cure. That would ruin the business. It's a nonprofit. That just means they don't pay taxes and they have to pretend to give X amount of money of what they collect to a cause that is being handled by people who will never be able to fix it. You're wasting your money with them. The answers are super simple. They make too much sense. But it takes this hurdle of getting broken from that spell of society in order to accept what's right in front of your face with enough evidence, and it's simply just being too obvious and too natural and too much common sense for you to have not ever seen it before. And that's why I'm saying this is like a tier system of society, because think about it. Just because it's tougher to find a good naturopathic doctor, like even from just, if you just know, okay, naturopathy or homeopathy or Ayurvedic or chiropractic or whatever, those are the people I'm going to go to for my healthcare. Good luck finding one that hasn't already been poisoned by some sort of allopathic, co-opted or subversion that they've already encountered and sucked up their schools and changed the way they thought. So just going that route, you might run into the same thing. What I was trying to say, though, before getting into that other tangent thought, is they didn't, as the overarching mechanism of control, for a while there, they were really, really brutal. They were arresting grandmas, and you can read about this in Murder by Injection by Eustace Mullins. They were literally throwing grandmas in jail for mailing herbs to people. You were giving them away. He was considered practicing medicine without a license. This is when the AMA became established as the god, and it was the monopoly, thanks to Rockefeller. Carnegie was involved, but so was, none of this would have been happening without the guiding hand of the Rothschilds and their drug trust that they created along with Rockefeller. Rockefeller's petroleum ended up becoming part of the pharmaceuticals. I'm sure that's good for you. Where do you think we go? Why do you think we have so much plastic, too? Everything that's a petroleum product. Anyhow, it wasn't done away completely, but it is rare. And there's a barrier of ridicule. Think about the Truman Show. The fear factor, the water. He didn't want to leave the dock to go seeking refuge or, getting away from what he already perceived as being not real and therefore hollow and unfulfilling. Everybody's just lying. It's all a bunch of bullshit, right? But the water scared him. Well, society rejecting you for thinking outside of what they find acceptable, even though what they do is make it so complicated that it doesn't make sense, but everybody wants to think that they're smarter. So when people challenge it, they just say, how do you not know this? Have you not heard? It's like, just because you heard it and you've heard it from all around doesn't mean it's true. And that takes thinking. So again, there's this hierarchy of intellect or maybe bravery or boldness, like being oppositionally defiant, which is a good thing. It leads to newer thoughts, independence. As long as you're just not yelling at everybody, here's your coffee, sir. Ah! Would you like your No, not like that, but just simply oppositionally defiant, meaning, hey, just because the authority is telling me that I have to subjugate myself because they're here now to mess with me and stop me so I'm late for work, how about I tell them to go F themselves for once? Yeah. How about I run over their feet as I drive away? Boom! Whatever. How about fight back? How about I'm not going to live under your bullying and your tyrannical tactics anymore? But that's, again, a story for another show. So if you can get beyond that barrier, the ridicule, the fear to be ostracized, fears of not being accepted or being considered a weirdo or losing opportunities and not networking with people who want to be all the like mind, or, oh, you think you're so smart? These are doctors. I've studied quite a lot of MDs, and the brilliant ones are all retarded. What they have common is that what they're proposing is very dangerous and deadly to people, and therefore it is championed and funded. So don't tell me this isn't a genocidal eugenics program, because it is, and it's based off of Malthusian population control. Even though that's not really a thing, and I don't think that they think it's a thing. I know that they don't think it's a thing, but it's a good excuse to get other people thinking that way, right? And thinking selfishly and fearing, the fear factor. And always say that instead of, we want to make sure we can manage it because we're the ones in control. You can't say that, right? You can't pretend like you are in control of the world through your banking cult. If you can get beyond all that, then on the other side, the lights are brighter. The grass is actually greener, and it's not covered in glyphosate, herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides. Kind of nice, right? There you'll find it just all makes sense, and you just have to be brought up to speed. The concepts are not difficult. Some of the mechanisms are, but you don't need to know all that to know that it works. And the core thing that is so simple and obvious to me is that besides just calories to burn, it's like they're burning from energy. Okay, what creates the energy? What creates the energy to digest it? There's a vital force inside of your body running all of these things. Because I would help. I would hope, but also would love to see somebody take an expired creature, pick it up, it falls back down, and cram a bunch of food in it, see if it moves. It was the same cells and same material when it was kicking, moving around, as it is now. So what changed? And as Dr. Glidden says, Elvis has left the building. That's what's changed. There's a vital force. There's a soul. There's an energy. And there's an intelligent, there's an intelligence running the body. It needs certain things, and it used to have them, but then some, you can say nefarious, you can say happenstance, you can say our world used to be a lot more abundant in these things, and they got all used up through whatever reason, or washed out, or in the case of foliage and greenery and stuff like that, maybe there was more oxygen in the atmosphere at one time. Maybe the people were cutting down all this freaking trees and burning forests all the time, and maybe there's more oxygen and life could actually grow bigger, and there might have by default just happened to have been more minerals circulating around because there wasn't a bunch of freaking desert and there was more mycelium transporting all those nutrients around, so it kind of balanced itself out. You didn't have to go seeking very hard. Whatever the case may be, I don't think nature made it impossible for life to live. I don't think that's what happened. I think it's been manipulated to be that way. And then the knowledge that you need it has been purposefully ignored, not taught. The best way to make something disappear is to not tell anybody about it. You don't even have to get people against it or believing to the contrary. You just simply don't let them register it at all. So even a simple concept seems like it's foreign when you tell somebody about it. The 90 essential nutrients just makes sense. 60 of that is minerals, 16 vitamins, 2 amino acids. And omega-9 can be made by the body. And when Dr. Glidden comes back on Wednesday, I'm going to ask him about the difference between GLA, ALA, DHA, all those other things. Because even with omega-6s, even though they say they're inflammatory versus the other ones being anti-inflammatory, but you need a balance, there is a GLA, a gamma-linoleic acid, that isn't an inflammatory. So does that have all the stuff they need? Can you isolate that one, or not isolate it even? Is there fruit or is there a food out there that simply just has the GLA in it anyway, or are there vitamin supplements that just have the GLA? And would that suffice? Because I don't think nature. Because when they say, "Oh, this one has this much omega-6 and this much omega-3," and it's something in nature, and the ratios are not 2-to-1, they're not 1-to-1, they're like 16-to-1. But it's everything that's common for what we would consider food. I don't think the assessment that we were ever supposed to have a 1-to-1 ratio was legitimate. If it doesn't appear that way in nature, how could that be what we were supposed to have? It wouldn't make any sense if that was the case. So I don't agree with that. I think we can handle a lot more of a variance between the two. I don't think we give the omega-3s enough credit for being the anti-inflammatory factor of that. And I think that we also probably had a high ORAC, meaning we had a lot of antioxidants to handle that and balance it out too. Because everything is inflammation, right? Once you start damaging your body from the inside, then all bad things happen, including what they call autoimmune. And we might actually talk about that tonight. So anyhow, okay, now we're back. And let's put this on, and then we'll go to our first one. I'll check the chat, and then we'll go from there. Yesterday on stream, I was doing a tutorial of the Azure Standard website where you get the 90 essential nutrients in the whole food form. I stumbled across a massive sale that they have going on, coupled with my EB5 discount. It's going to be huge. On my website, semperfryllc.com, in the top right corner, you'll find a clickable image for Dr. Peter Glidden, and that'll take you to his membership site. Use code FitWit for 25% off the monthly or the annual membership. And right beneath that, you'll see a picture of Dr. Monzo and the Azure Well symbol. That will take you directly to the Azure Standard website, and you can use code BB5 there for a discount. And this is what I just noticed yesterday. Just click the image. 90 essential nutrients are 4 main components: the whole food multivitamin, the Alaskan cod liver oil for your essential fatty acids, the fulvic energy blend for your essential minerals. This one is super important. Everybody is mineral deficient. Correct. This one jar will last you 3 months and 10 days. You know the importance of these minerals. And the IP6 Supreme with inositol. This one is all of your calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and inositol. This is a bioavailable, highly absorbable form of calcium, which is super important because a lot of the calcium you get out there, your body can't even use. And the inositol helps to balance your iron to copper ratio to help improve your ATP energy in your cells, which gives you energy throughout your entire body. Too much iron will cause fatigue, joint pain, and oxidative stress. They are all super important. Personally, I also take the core copper. It helps support your energy levels, combats the fatigue from oxidative stress, and it supports your elastin so that you don't get hernias or ruptured vessels, aneurysms, things like that. Your body needs copper to keep the stretchy parts stretchy. And if you're going to take the copper, you may as well grab the collagen too, because they work hand in hand. Right now, Azure Standard has a discount on just about every component of the 90 essential nutrients. The Alaskan cod liver oil is currently 30% off, and you get to use my code still. The IP6 Supreme with inositol is 30% off, and the fulvic blend is 30% off. I even bought some yesterday. I'm not sure how long their discount's going to last. You're also going to use code BB5 at checkout for a further discount. And every time you make a purchase with Azure Standard, you get a credit towards your next purchase. I was able to apply it right away. I don't have to save it up like points. This is the cheapest I've ever seen the 90 essential nutrients, so I've got more coming myself. Go to my site. Click that picture, use code BB5 at checkout. And while you're at my website, you can use code Paratus for 15% off the hot sauces and the creatine. There's a ton on this website. Award-winning, handcrafted, made-to-order, best ingredients, veteran-owned, Coast Guard, in business for 13 years. The code is Paratus for 15% off, and look at all the stuff you can use it on. You can get all of your nutrients to get healthy, get huge, and get spicy all in the same place. I appreciate your time, and have an awesome day. All right. And look at that. I'm wearing the shirt again. This is the San Diego, the Crazy Pepper. The crazy. Here, I'll stand up. All right, so the crazy pepper is where our hot sauces are still available. The store used to be called the Awesome Hot Sauce Store, and we owned it. Oh, we ran it. You rent a place. It's a state park, historical state park. That's not actually a historical landmark until 2033, and that would make it 100 years or whatever. But that's what they say. They say it's historical. So anyway, we rented. They were like, you have to be asked to be part of it. There's 19 stores in this little courtyard here, and I remember when I was in the Coast Guard, I had been in San Diego for like a port call. We fuel up and then we go to Baja Peninsula or whatever. And I was walking around at night. I didn't actually know what I was back then. I was just walking around looking at stuff. And I wandered into a hot sauce store, and it was back then. It was Hylics, and 12 years later, give or take, was it 2000? 15 years later, that store that I walked in just randomly as a U.S. Coast Guard stationed in Astoria, Oregon, I ended up being offered to have my business out of. And after doing farmers markets for about a year and a half maybe, putting everything out, putting it back in the van or the car, bringing it back, setting up again every day. Sometimes up to 7 markets in 5 days. Sometimes. So yeah, having a place to just set it all up once. Yay. And it was great. It was great for 7 years. And then that thing happened in 2020. And we're still so tired of struggling. If you don't know who the Scofflaws are, that's not going to make any sense to you. It's a ska band from the state, from where I'm from. But anyhow, yeah, so it has not gotten better there lately, apparently. I was talking to a friend of mine, and we handed the keys over, but luckily it was the guy that I was friend with who said he was going to take on the responsibility of the store. And because it's designated by the lease to be only a hot sauce store, he was still wholesaling from me. Well, that's great. I was pushing or moving 80 cases a week out of there when I had it. Yeah, give or take 60 to 80. And that takes a lot of work, by the way. It's been two months and maybe more since the last time he's placed an order because his summer was crap. And it's 2026 now. When that was 2022, I saw the trend post 2020 going like this. And I'm like, I live 3 hours away. I've got employees I have to be able to trust. I've got one that I actually do, Marissa. She was awesome. Worth her weight in gold. She was a wonderful person. And I couldn't trust the other person who started getting snotty with me. Told me he would do something then not show up and my store's closed. And I can personally get fined $100 for that because it's a state park rules and all that. So I was like, but we were dealing with people like that for all 7 years. The problem was when I'm 3 hours away and I find that out, I can't just drop everything and zoom out there, so that distance problem, the labor cost, the diminishing returns, the constant work for it. I just finally said, I'm getting burned out here. It's not actually turning into something that's worth it anymore. So I handed over the keys almost exactly 7 years from the day that we went in. My daughter was actually born 1 year to the date of the day that we opened. July 2nd. So it was July 2nd of 2015, July 2nd of 2016 she was born. So I thought that was pretty cool. And you think whimsically, you're like, this is a sign that this is our thing. We're supposed to be like this forever. But nobody knew what was going to happen in 2020. Flip the world upside down and make everything inverted, right? So he's still having issues. I'll just say a lot less than last year at this time. And so that's affecting everybody. I saw it coming and I was like, you know what? I gotta make another move. he brought it up for a while, but then the whole area, it's California, you know, and it's kind of tourist driven, tourist dependent, so it's not always the best thing to try to deal with whatever the heck the politics are of a place or a state and how that's run, plus add on to it European Union, Australia, New Zealand. That was like the majority of the people that would show up there. There's some Japanese people that actually was in a Japanese magazine a couple times and a Japanese travel channel once. They came in and filmed us. It was pretty cool. And there's a couple other times like that happens. Like we got this really unexpected publicity or whatever. But yeah, since everybody's kind of like a shut-in and nobody has disposable income anymore because of the way their own governments are ravaging them, I'm not sure how long that place is going to last. I'm sure you wanted to hear all that. It's a side note, right? Good side note. That's why we got to do what we got to do, and I'm going to stay healthy because that's one thing I can control. So that's the thing that I can do. It's the thing that I'm going to do. And your health is going to mean everything, especially if you have to run gun and, you know, carry your baby and a rifle. You know, it's going to be one of those things. You got to be physically fit for that. You can't be cramping up. So Alex says, where am I at? Move my head out of the way real quick. Boom. There we go. It says, listen, we already said that one. It says, yeah, if only Big Sean would have taken a picture with one hand hidden inside his coat, well, I guess we wouldn't have had the same outcomes from him then. Yeah, right. Yeah, unlike, well, let's just put it like this. Everybody who shaped your view of the world has one of those pictures. Or anybody who you knew was kind of a bad guy in the first place, like Stalin, yet Lenin, FDR. They all have that picture. You know who doesn't? That guy with the funny mustache. In fact, he outlawed them pretty quickly and kicked them the fuck out. Kind of good. He didn't like the kebabalists. I say kebabalists in the hope that somebody will make them into shish kebabs. Let's see. We got to look into. I think we're gonna have. Oh yeah. So last night I found some more really interesting ones here. This is from Dr. Glidden's membership site. I'll just show you how you get that from here. Can't get that from here. So you go straight on top. Okay, so leave Big Pharma behind. You click that. You can use code FitWit or the other channel name, which you guys all know, for 25% off. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody use the FitWit coupon code yet, but I have seen last night the Ballbusters one was used. So there we go. Leave Big Pharma behind. VA equals PGND health. Just click it. Boom. There you're there. And if I didn't move myself out of the way already, I was not even on the screen. Okay, cool. Good enough. I will show you again then. So you go over here, leave Big Pharma behind. You click that. And then I move myself like this. That membership button right there, that is what we'll say login. So you can just go from there and then become a member. Use code FitWit and get 25% off. Now, when that button is active and you're a member and you're logged in, you can watch this first. Let's have a look together. I might have to move my head. We'll see.
Dr. Peter Glidden, your steadfast advocate for medical freedom and curative medical therapeutics. Thanks for finding your way to my website. I appreciate your time. So let me break it down for you, the offering here. First of all, I'm a licensed naturopathic physician. I have 37 years now of clinical experience.
I think 38 now.
Helping people to recover their health without the use of pharmaceuticals. Naturopathic therapeutics, naturopathic medicine is perhaps the best kept secret in modern medicine, which, by the way, modern medicine has existed inside of a self-policing, self-regulating monopoly for over 100 years. a monopoly which disallows any competition. So most people don't even know how to pronounce naturopathy, let alone know what it is or what it can do. And so I'm doubly then appreciative of your finding your way here. After 37 years of clinical work helping real people recover from real diseases, I noticed an interesting phenomenon, which is that for most of the conditions that most people go to the doctor for, most of the time, in order to get on the other side of that condition, they don't need a private appointment. They just need to know what to do. I mean, you don't need a private appointment with an outdoor specialist to know that if you're going to shovel your driveway in the winter, you probably shouldn't do that in your bathing suit. You should bundle up with boots and socks and winter pants and a scarf and clothes and gloves and a hat, right? You don't need a specialist to tell you that. Well, as it turns out, neither do you need a medical specialist in the context of a private appointment to give you insight as to what to do to help your body to fix itself. That's why I have developed this website, and that's why I wrote the books that I did. The intention here is to educate you about the simple steps that you can take right now, today, from the comfort of your own home by way of self-help health recovery therapeutics, the intention of which are designed to stimulate your body's built-in God-given ability to fix itself and to get you into the game of healing once and for all. As a subscriber, you will have immediate access to over 100 of my health recovery protocols. In my health recovery protocols, I'll tell you what the MDs think about it, how they manage it, and what the naturopathic doctors think about it, and what we do to attempt to cure it. And then you just follow the advice, follow the instructions, and see how well the therapeutic works for you. It's really quite a remarkable resource, if I do say so myself. And as far as I'm aware, the only resource like this anywhere in the world right now. Remember, this information is gleaned from 37 years of my own clinical experience and hundreds of years of combined clinical experience of my colleagues.
Yeah, and also when you get to the homeopathy part of it, based on Samuel Christian Henneman's amazing work in discovering the law of similars and law of potentization, which he also implements in his naturopathic practice. And the nutrition part is based on a $25 million 12-year study that Dr. Joel Wallach pioneered and was the lead guy on that. In addition to that, it's not like the research ever stopped, but a lot of information was learned from countless autopsies. And this happened in the late 70s, I think all the way up to 1983 is when the study may have ended. So if it was 12 years and it ended 83, then you know kind of the timeline there. I'm trying to think, it was like 71 to 83, but anyway, what am I trying to say here? So the study would have cost, they're saying now in this time, billions of dollars. I'm not sure how many, I think it was like tens of billions of dollars to conduct the same studies, and therefore things like this won't happen again, especially if there's a potentiality there for the machine to get an honest person at the helm that will tell them things that are contradictory to the spell and the facade that they want mankind to believe, or to be succumbed to. And if there's that potential, they're not going to fund a study like that anymore. They've always retune every time something like that happens. They omit, they lie, they cheat, they do everything, and there's a long history of it. The AMA in particular, the weapon of the Rockefeller and Carnegie's is quite exceptional, and that's what informs the drug companies. Write the curriculum. The only thing you can treat a disease, and remember, disease is a name made up and a label made up to categorize by this profession, not this service. It's better to think of it as a profession than a service. Because if it was a service, they're not doing a good job serving. They're not helping a whole lot of people.
From the past and in the present. In addition to the self-help health recovery protocols, I have an entire section in the subscription called Medical Myth Busting, where I tell you the truth about things like salt and cholesterol and high blood pressure. I pull back the curtain on the lies that you've been told over the last 100 years in order to help you understand what's really going on here. And knowledge is power. You know, I don't want to simply give somebody a fish. I want to teach them how to fish. There's a big difference. The root word in Latin, doctor, is teacher. That's what it translates to. And that's what I like to do. I like to teach people about how the body works and what to do. In addition to the...
Have you gone to an MD before and have them say, you know, I'd rather just let you know everything that you need to know in order to do this on your own so that you don't have to continue to come here, waste your time, and I don't want to have to bill your insurance, and I sure as hell don't want you to spend that money on that copay or the prescriptions when you can handle this all in-house. When's the last time that's happened? Or your pediatrician says, you know, I have a better idea. I don't respect the idea or the notion that I once did about getting a high percentage of my customers that you call your children fully vaccinated, because I think there might be some risks there, like every single time, because they're poison every single time. So I'm not gonna force you into that. I'm not gonna try to pressure you guys anymore. In fact, I don't think you need to come to these wellness checks anymore. I don't think there's any point and purpose of the pediatrician anyway. I think I might need a new profession. How often does that happen? How many? Oh, yeah. Yeah, me neither. Haven't seen that either.
Self-help health recovery protocols and the medical myth busting. I have an interview section where I talk to other doctors like myself. I have a live Q&A with me for 2 hours a week, 1 hour every Tuesday, 1 hour every Thursday. Well, most Tuesdays and most Thursdays. The Q&A section is designed to round off the edges, the rough edges here in your learning curve, to help you understand really what's going on with the human body and your efforts to fix it. Additionally, people come to the Q&A for the content, but they stay for the community because, as it turns out, there are millions of people all around the world who are as frustrated with conventional medicine as you are, and who are looking for alternatives, just like you are. It's a wonderful community, and it's good to know that you are not alone. So there are 2 ways to access this information, which is really the culmination of 37 years of my clinical work as a licensed naturopathic physician. You can become a subscriber for 1 week at $45.
That's not actually true anymore. You can become a subscriber for a month for the same, but you're also going to have the code FitWit, so that'll be. I'll tell you in a minute. The $450 one is like $337 for the year, which is still peanuts when it comes to going to your doctor, getting poisoned, paying for a copay, paying your health insurance, and getting the completely wrong advice, only to be 5 prescriptions deep in the next couple years because of every counterindication. You know, everything's countering itself. Well, you got to get a prescription to fight the prescription. Oh, that sounds awesome. Maybe all of that's poison, and maybe all of those things are stripping your body horribly stripping your body of minerals and nutrients. So what do you think that's going to result in if that's the only thing that your body is needing in order to fix itself, and it's less and less and less every time you take one of their drugs? But you don't know that that's happening. It's like you're asking. This is essentially what their medicine is. Hey, I have a problem. And they're like, well, we sure as hell don't want you to fix it. So let's give you something that makes you forget that you have it, or it's so minimized by the suppression that you won't be too concerned about it for a long time until some other thing, because of what we did just now, pops up because your body is trying to express itself in a different way now because you suppressed it from expressing itself in that way to try to alert you that it needs help. And then you go back again, like, oh, yeah, you're almost right on time. Yeah, I figured that would happen after we did this. So why don't we give you one of these? That's their internal dialogue, not telling you that. You know what I mean? And then we're how far down the road? Never, ever, ever being told, take a step back, take a deep breath. Give your body everything that it needs. Stop eating the food that is thrown in front of you that is designed to make you sick. And if you don't think it's designed to make you sick, you think it's just designed because it's cheapest and chemicals and really complicated industrial processes to make garbage is somehow cheaper than just giving you something they could just, if it was a fruit, they just pull it off the tree and hand it to you, right? No, let's go through all these industrial If you don't think that they're creating these garbage ingredients for anything because it's cheaper, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate. I think a lot of this stuff is very suppressive, and if you eat it, it's like, well, then you deserve to because this is the mentality of this entity or this society, right? If you eat it, then you deserve to eat it because you didn't think better of yourself and your body to protect us to protect you from us. And that's how they handle the medical too. If you look at the history, it's like, hey, we signed a peace treaty with this group, and then in good faith, you said, no, this is an actual example from history. They're like, no, we're not gonna arm up. We're not gonna have any militias here. We want to. This is the Palestinians, by the way. We want to abide by the treaty that we have signed. We don't want them to think otherwise. We're going to be leading by example and adhere to it. And guess what happened? They were taken advantage of because of their loyalty to their word and slaughtered. Yeah, that happened decades ago, but it happened. And that's the same entity floating around here, man. So, what do we know? What do we think? What do we do? Well, we sure as hell don't listen to people who continue to give you drugs and suppress you. And if you think that chemical in multiple chemicals and the long list of industrial weirdness and chemical names in your food is completely just because they want to, get a better profit off of you, okay, we can still roll with that and understand we have to avoid it. Avoid the 12 bad foods and then take the minerals and most importantly the minerals, because vitamins sometimes can be found other places. You can still eat a fruit and hopefully there are vitamins there even though it doesn't have the minerals because of the ground not having all of them. So yeah, 90 essential nutrients, no bad food. Give that 90 days, and if you're not already feeling like a new person, well, are you still on a cholesterol restrictive diet? Because that's bad. Are you not eating salt because somebody put that in your head? Well, that's bad. I mean, are you sure you're getting a calcium that's absorbable enough? Because that's something that people really need to consider. Calcium is very hard to find a good source. And I might have actually have had that issue too until I came across this stuff because I did have kidney stones. I did notice the other day that nosebleeds was one of those things on the list. And I also noticed that, there was a couple other things that calcium was related to. And I thought, oh, wow, holy crap. Yeah. I better make sure that I am very careful not to skip these calcium things because it seems like I have in the past had a problem with not having enough calcium. And I remember one time I broke a bone really, really easily in my foot when I was running for a Frisbee. And I'm like, whoa, maybe this has been a problem for a while. And I was just younger, so I was more, stretchy and bouncy and all that stuff. So yeah, it's these things once you realize them, and it's like no one's ever told us that we need this stuff as badly. They're like, vitamins are an option. That's for people who like vitamins. It's not really for people just something that simple. Like the minerals are what you need. And I'm gonna let him finish. I apologize for the long interruption, but then we have to discuss something that I think everybody will need some time to digest. And I've kind of been setting it up the whole time since we started. I've kind of been treating this episode a little bit differently than the last two, and interjecting a little bit more of my personal thoughts here, which I don't think are my personal thoughts. I think it's just the observations being expressed in words would be what somebody does when they saw too much of reality and too much to be expected to be accepted by very many others. But I think you're different, so I think I can express this here.
If you really just have an issue that you want to know, get the inside scoop on, you have arthritis, you have eczema, you have heartburn or whatever, and you want to know what to do, then become a subscriber for a week. I break it down for you. You'll have access to 2 live.
So what's happening is you're still getting the same, it's still the same amount, and you can use the code for the monthly, and then you would a week, right? He had this for a brief period of time where he was only doing the week, and then you just do the annual. But he brought it back for you. You can have a monthly subscription. I'm on a monthly from 3-4 years ago, so that's what I'm on. And once you're locked in, if the price ever goes up in the future, you still will renew at the same price forever. If you jump out and then you come back, then that you just got to get whatever the present one is.
Q&As. You'll have access to all of the self-help health recovery information, and it's kind of like it's one and done, and you're good, I'm good. If, however, you want to become a student of this method and you want to solidify your extrication from the conventional medical mousetrap, then become a yearly subscriber. It will perhaps be the best $450 you've ever spent.
And with me, $337. So $337.50, I think it is, or something like that, with the code FitWit. FitWit should work. Don't space it though. FITWIT. It's all one thing. He doesn't do spaces with his coupon codes. And then you don't have to, it's not case sensitive. You can use BAALBUSTERS. That one is the foundational one that's worked for the last 4 years or so. The new one I had asked him to create for this specifically was FITWIT, like the channel. So if you'd like, try either one, and I guarantee you will find one of them that works perfectly. I think they both do, and you'll be able to get the discount.
Because the information that I and my colleagues bring to the table is in fact life-changing. We get testimonials all of the time about the effectiveness of these protocols. Become a subscriber immediately and let me help you to recover your health. Let me give you a guided tour of the undiscovered country by most of science-based, clinically verified, curative naturopathic medical therapeutics. I am and always will be, God willing and the creek don't rise, your steadfast advocate for medical freedom and curative medical therapeutics, Dr. Peter Glidden. Become a subscriber now, and I'll see you on the inside.
Or around, and once you're in the other, and once you're on the other side, he'll say, "I'll see you around campus," which is pretty cool. I like that. If you've ever watched any of his videos on this side, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. No, I want to be straight with my thoughts here, and I want to hopefully articulate this as best as possible. And my website in the top right corner isn't just for nothing. That's a quicker way to get to Dr. Glidden's membership site. Like if you're not on, if you can remember Semper Fi LLC, you don't have to remember all the, the link. But I mean, it's better if you're just in the description, you just click it. You don't have to remember anything. So let's just look at it really quick. So if you're here, you can go ahead and just click that and boom, you're there, right? Just gonna X out a couple of these because I already made it open a bunch of times. And then also the Semper Fi, which I believe should also be here. Maybe I dragged it down. Yeah, semperfrillc.com. And from there, you can just go ahead and click his picture. Let me just move my head out of the way real quick. You'll see that I will disappear the other stuff. Whoops. And then put this back on. There we go. So Dr. Glidden's membership site right there. You click that. The Azure Well is right there. subscribe to FitWit here. And then on the other side of it, you see the link that goes directly to Dr. Glidden and Friends Health Solution Show on Rumble. This is stuff that most of this stuff will not be available on YouTube because we've run that litmus test before, and I had a channel, violation, all just for us having our talks. So it's banned from YouTube, but it's on Rumble, and everything that I had on my other channel, I consolidated all the Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo talks onto this channel. So if you just want those, you can click onto that and follow over there. The FitWit channel, there's going to be a lot of things very health oriented, but with the focus on what do you do first? Do you go off and run off and take, PEDs because you don't think you have enough testosterone because you're not getting enough, your body's not responding to all the effort you're putting into it, and you think that you've hit a plateau and your muscles aren't going to get any bigger, and you've convinced yourself that was your quote unquote genetic limit, as if people put all these things in their heads that are not so. They just have heard it so many times, they just accept it as reality. And because somebody else had made this mention who has had some sort of title and label and had some sort of degree after their name and was on the side of the authority on a topic, everybody just accepted it as reality. Well, have you ever had all of your nutrients before? Have you ever eaten extra cholesterol to make your testosterone increase? Or were you ever even cognizantly aware that all hormones are created from cholesterol? Maybe start there. Maybe make sure you have all your minerals. Make sure that your body, without being forced beyond its capacity so that things start to break in there, as they do with every bodybuilder, before you start hopping on all these things, how about you just treat your body better, not abuse it, not neglect it, and don't deprive it. It's not your fault that it's been deprived because no one's taught us this. Nobody's taught us any of this, and that's the deliberate part. Once you learn all this, though, it's a lot easier to understand when you start feeling the difference over time because it takes time. You've been your whole life without all these things. There might even be a period of adjustment that's uncomfortable while your body adjusts to having all the stuff that it was supposed to have and learn to live without. And once you have all that and you've had it long enough to where your body's okay, I feel like this is going to be a consistent thing. I don't have to hibernate. I don't have to be on survival mode and stow all this away like acorns. Okay, great. I can actually use it every day because I'm going to get more of it. Awesome. And then your body starts working to its optimal level. None of us have felt that until you've been on this for a long enough period of time, at least 3 months. Given any other problems you may have had, it might take a little longer. And if you have any tendencies to continue to eat the 12 bad foods, it might be harder for you to feel something even in that period of time because you're still adding damage to yourself while you're giving yourself the minerals. It might be stripped right back out of you. So you got to be careful and cognizant of that. But that's where you can go right there. Okay, now, as I started talking before, and we're going to get into the very next thing, I promise. But as I started saying before, there's a hurdle already in the beginning. You have to be able to accept that you're not going to be well accepted when you have these ideas or these doubts or these thoughts that, hey, maybe there's more to this. That doesn't sound right to me. And you face the fear of being ostracized, being ridiculed, being maybe even laughed at or whatever. Oh, those people are quacks. Well, how well is their MD? How well have the MDs been treating them? Now, all that aside, if you think about the system, right? They didn't completely, and they could have. They were on their way to. They didn't completely demolish chiropractic. I mean, they went after them really hard. Naturopathy and those things. And instead, there's been a trend that more and more states are allowing for licensed naturopathy to even be practiced. It went from 4 when he was in college to 24 or 5 now. Even though that's still half the states, that's still more than 4. Still more than 20 a couple years ago. And a lot of that might be because they've already co-opted a lot of it and they've already steered it into their direction. But think about it on this way instead. The masses, and this is something that Dr. Glidden said last night in a clip, or he didn't say it last night. I was listening to something he said this last night, or maybe even again this afternoon when I was going over. I'm doing some editing. I'm going to clip out some sections of some of his videos as little teasers so that you guys can see some of the stuff that he talks about just in short form. He said most people in America, and this is not an insult, it's just a reality. Because if I'm saying this to you, it means I don't really think that you're on that list. If you're here watching this, I don't think that you're on that list. Most people are not smarter than a 5th grader. In fact, my daughter's in 5th grade, and she's pretty damn smart. And I can tell you, there's a lot of adults that, there's a maturity thing, there's an emotional maturity thing, there's a life experience thing. But as far as intellect, she's smarter than a lot of people I know. Way smarter than a lot of people I know. And so that's the divide here in society. It's unwritten, it's not talked about, but for people to be managed by the numbers, the majority of the people who will never accept this aren't supposed to accept it, because the way the system works is that's just fine with them, that those people never consider it. Now, you could say they're under the spell, they're this and that. They don't have the emotional maturity, they don't have the intellectual wherewithal, and they don't have the emotional courage to step away and look at something that's way too obvious not to look at. Those people and their numbers are supposed to be managed by a system that was designed by the dumbest people with the biggest egos that they could find to create a system of allopathy that the masses that are not that bright would follow. You are not in that group. You are maybe going through this right now, going through life, paying for that type of service, but you don't belong there. You don't belong there. None of us do. If we're here and we can understand and ascertain and get something out of this, we aren't supposed to be under the same control arm or control mechanism of allopathic medical MD directed healthcare. That's for them. And I know that sounds really cold and heartless, but if they lash out at you and scream at you and call you an idiot for trying to help them, at some point you got to go on in your own life and be like, it's not meant for everybody. It's like Dr. Glidden also says, if the story is true, not everybody who could get on got onto Noah's Ark, but they still set sail. They didn't all die simply because and this is an analogy and all that crap. They didn't die just because the idiots, they couldn't convince the idiots. They didn't stick around and just like, well, we'll just accept our fate together then. No, they didn't do that, did they? So you don't have to accept your fate just because other people won't walk with you. That's all I'm saying. There's a hierarchy here. There's an intellectual level, there's a bravery level, and then there's the financial level. So they've also set another hurdle in your way. So you're not just Truman afraid of water. You also have to have enough money for the boat, right? Because they have created their system and their medical insurance to not pay for anything that's naturopathic or homeopathic directed. Now, homeopathy is a different story because it's like $10-12 for the homeopathic pellet cure, right? The homeopathic prepared substances that you take on the pellets. That's nothing in comparison to copay, in comparison to prescriptions. If there's a copay on those too, and all the insurance that you're paying or you're paying through your job. And maybe you're lucky and you have like a skilled labor union job where that's part of what their overall pay is or whatever. So you don't actually even think of it as being part of your pay, but essentially it is, and it's going that way. So you don't really think about it, and you feel like you have like, I got Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I'm a man. It's like, yeah. That's how I felt when I was in the electricians union in IBEW. It's like, yeah, that's cool. They finally got this hand operated on. When they told me for 7 years, the VA said, "Oh no, there's nothing wrong with that. Rub some dirt on it." There's a big ass bump there. They let that happen because they were cheap. And then when I got Blue Cross Blue Shield and I went to them again and said, "This is really starting to hurt a lot," they're like, "Oh yeah," and it was a $14,000 surgery to give me that bullshit in San Diego. So, yeah, there's that. So the supplements aren't going to be covered, right? The 90 essential nutrients aren't going to be covered. But if you consider the trajectory and the path that everybody who does have insurance is on, it leads one way. It's the conveyor belt, it's the slaughterhouse, it's the morgue. Over time, of course. But they're going to feel like shit for the last 10, 20 years of their life. No doubt. No doubt. And other problems, if they're younger, they don't get addressed. That could have been something solved simply with stuff like this. They'll never be told that, and they'll never accept it. Maybe you can get them to take vitamins because nobody thinks anything, oh, vitamins are nothing. But if you told them that that's all that they would need to make themselves feel better, they would think that you were lying, and they would take the vitamins and still go and get a prescription. So it is what it is. It's hard to take yourself all the way out of the system, right? Because you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose grip with the earth when you're trying to reach for the stars, type of thing. I guess it's a different thing though when you realize you're in the pit and you're trying to crawl out of the pit. That you don't need another leg still in the pit. So that's how I've been seeing it lately. Like I honestly think that this is, even though it's still evil, they don't want you to succeed. They want as many people as they can to not ever see this or to succeed. That's the whole point. And if you don't succeed, then that proves to the system or the entity or the beast that you weren't meant to. So those who succumb and that's their fate, well, that is their fate because one of the elements wasn't there. Either they didn't have they didn't have the capacity to think that there was anything wrong with what they were doing and what they were told and what they accepted. They didn't have the ability to doubt and comprehend that there might have been something better. They were too belligerent and aggressively angry, protecting the system that's killing them. That's something that happens often. Or they didn't have the courage, even though they had the sneaking suspicion that there might be something to all this. They didn't have the courage to at least outwardly say so. Maybe they'll take the vitamins a little bit. Maybe they'll take them for a week. Maybe they'll take them for sporadically and think that somehow that's going to help instead of just getting off the 12 bad foods and taking these regularly and then seeing the difference. Well, okay. That's at least something. But the majority of the people aren't going to even consider half the stuff, and they're not going to listen to anybody else who says anything to the contrary. Oh, this guy thinks he knows. Like, if you knew this guy thinks he knows better than the MDs, I'm not talking about myself. Mostly Dr. Glidden, but yeah, I guess you could say that I'm saying the same thing. When you actually study these people and how they came up and how these brilliant theories or hypotheses, all this crap that they believe in build off of, oh, you can't build off of it if it's not true. Like, yeah, you can. You can just keep lying. Like, how do you get a PCR test to test for a virus that you've never isolated and don't know what the hell it is made out of? Oh, it's definitely this. Like, because of a computer model? That gives you, it's like, so an AI hallucination as to what something is what's informing you? Oh, okay, so we are playing make-believe. Got it. So the whole 2020, the reason why my business is gone is all for make-believe, huh? And that's when I get irritated at the mob that's being poisoned to death. Even though they're being poisoned to death, it was the strength of their conviction and belief in the system that allowed for things like my business that I worked my ass off for to be destroyed because of compliance with something that was completely ridiculous and moronic. and it was just a big spell parlor trick. And it wasn't really that impressive one either. It's like magic, except it was computer model. And there's a test for it. Like, how do you test for something you don't even know what it is? You have never isolated. You've never proven that it is a thing. You don't even have, you don't even have a live blood slide to show anything that's. You just, oh, this is a bubble. That bubble on the slide, that's a virus. Sure it is. Sure it is. Because if you take away that V word, then every single shot, they no longer have any meaning, or there's no necessity. There's no need for them, because the only thing that those things are given for is for a thing that they've told you exists that they've never proven. So that's what you're gambling your child's life on. And I'm saying it that directly because that's how it has to be heard. Every time you do that, you're gambling on your child's life and their well-being and autism and all kinds of other things. Glyphosate can also cause that, by the way, probably. So anyhow, combination of lots of things do lots of things. Jazz hands. Oh wait, I don't have that one here. I've got a couple though. Hold on, I'll help you out. Where is it at?
We have to ease him back into it like a latex gimp suit.
Eat a buffet of dicks.
There we go.
Stop. My penis can only get so erect.
I'm not a serial killer.
So just showing you that I have quite a lot of them.
Oh, damn you! God damn you all to hell!
I think we're done, right? Oh wait, hold on. This one's a class. I should have led with this one.
Smoke bomb!
There we go. I like the archer when he's like, "Stop looking at me, food." He's talking to a chicken. It said, "Don't judge me."
Don't judge me. Food.
That's how the elites think. Don't judge me, food. let's not be their food. How about that? We can stop being depressed and freaking out because of all the horrors that they show us in front of our faces every day. We can just work on ourselves, become stronger, healthier people, and that, avoiding them and not harping on their and obsessing like I can do. And I find myself and catch myself obsessing over it because it just seems like it's so blatant, so obvious, so outrageous of an affront. I tell you, an insult to us and to our sensibilities every day when they just spit in our face and tell us that it's freaking raining or whatever the hell, and that they're gonna go ahead and just do this thing regardless of what we think about it all of the time, over and over again. Oh yeah, by the way, we just basically merged with somebody who's already been in control of us for the last 160 years. Ha ha. But now we told you. So now it's like overt control instead of covert control. Just like the protocol thing said. Hey, by the way, we're going to poison everything on the planet and you have children. Ha ha ha. Just wait for the next pre-pandemic. Ha ha ha. You're going to lose everything. There's no gas. You're going to starve to death. That stuff can get pretty daunting, can't it? And that's what we're all probably thinking about when we're preoccupied about everything else. So we overlook stuff like this, and that's the core of our strength in order to fight back. Healthy body, healthy mind. And stop going to the system that hates you for solutions and figuring out and trying to, maybe not even wondering why it's not getting better. Maybe you don't even wonder. Maybe you just think that's just the way life goes. Because they taught you to say that too. They taught you all that. And so let's change it up and let's stop feeding the. What's funny is they love the hate. They love the hate. They feed off of that. The more you think that it's an impossible task to conquer, it will be. You'll have proven them right, yourself right. Because if you feel defeated, you will be defeated. So this is another way, another approach, and I'm kind of getting sick of the old one. Because all it does is get you shadow banned. All it does is get you kicked off of shit. I'm ready to just do, okay, well, we'll just make ourselves super healthy and you will never see us fucking coming. Let's watch this. This is Chronic Disease Epidemic Origin and Solution, a Dr. Glidden special. You ready? We kind of led into this one a little bit differently today, but I really honestly want to say that again. This is not the medicine for us. What major medical, what the MD directed stuff, this was intended for the majority of people who will never think anything of it, who would never think anything better. It's not intended for you. We've been in the wrong group. We're on the other side of that divide. You know, like with the Queen of England having a holistic physician, and they had holistic physicians all throughout their, whatever dynasty, whatever. It doesn't matter what the peasants have. They're the peasants. Their numbers have to be managed. You know what that means when I say that, right? They're managing their numbers, keeping them sick, keeping them docile, keeping them impaired, keeping them diminished, keeping them not overpopulating, not reproducing at a higher rate, keeping them their numbers in a manageable order so that they don't overpopulate, so that they don't. I don't know. There's an awful lot of dumb people out there, though, aren't there? And it makes you wonder: is it manufactured because of all the other things that they do to make us stupid? Is it kind of the same evil that's causing it, blaming us for what they're causing? A little bit, yeah. It's kind of shitty like that, right? Kind of a shitty life to have walked into here on Earth. But again, we're not part of that, so that's their problem, not ours. This is not like oh, that's awfully ignorant. No, it's just like you can either walk around with a bunch of dead weight on your back because you feel like you have obligations to people who would hate you anyway, or you can just shrug them off and live a better life. And you know what? The greatest revenge is your success. The greatest revenge is your success. Become a fucking member. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, I got to take myself off the screen. Hold on. You don't want to see my stupid face anymore, do you? At least not for this time. I'll keep an eye on this too. I just got to take myself off the screen so you can see better, but I'll check. If any of this stuff is in the way, I'll get rid of it. The goal is 3 more members, new members, to the Dr. Glidden membership site. And you know how to get there. You can go right to that website right up there in the top corner, Semper Fi LLC, quickest picture, and then use the code FitWit or Ballbusters for 25% off. And both of those have no space in them. And you don't capitalize it. I don't think it even matters if you capitalize it. I just don't think it's case sensitive. I could be wrong. So we're going to go ahead and watch this one. And I'll keep it, like I said, I'll keep an eye on the things if I have to move them out of the way or not. Oh, where is it? Shit. Hold on. I've lost my place. There's the thing. All right. I'll be off screen in just a second. There's a lot of stuff to scroll out of here. I still hit the wrong one.
Welcome aboard, everybody. Dr. Peter Glidden, your steadfast advocate for naturopathic medicine, a free medical market, and attempting to cure the medical condition at all costs. Thank you so much for showing up tonight. For those of you who are new to this venue, a little bit of background and a little bit of rules of the road here for this live presentation. I'm a licensed naturopathic physician. I have 35 years of clinical experience.
I'm sorry. I just have to say one more thing. So think about it. Why do you think it's a secret that there's a hierarchy or that there's a tier, like a social tier or a intellectual tier or status tier as to who's supposed to receive what healthcare? The one that they made harder and more expensive. Not really. No, it's actually cheaper. I'm sorry, but the illusion is because you're not being sucked away from your paycheck for it, that it is because your prescriptions are covered or whatever, but the vitamins aren't. Like that type of stupid thing, right? Think about how much you spend throughout the entire year for your health insurance, and then what the Dr. Glidden membership site for a whole year is. And keeping yourself in vitamins rather than keeping yourself in, I don't know, the hospital, or keeping yourself going to doctors that are only going to provide you with more poisons. I think you're winning quite a lot. But again, the hurdle here, the reason why they can't even mention it, consider it, they can't even be a side comment or conversation anywhere. You have to figure this out yourself, that there is a hierarchy and that there is an intended class of people that are, or an intended group that they're targeting. They're targeting everybody, because if you don't figure it out, then you are the target. Those who run are prey. Those who, you know what I mean? If you act like, that was probably a bad analogy. But the people who are never going to figure it out, that's who they're going to manage. It doesn't matter whether or not you are supposed to be there or not. And they can't have an open conversation about there being another thing, because that will lend validity and curiosity to people who probably they don't think belong figuring it out. And of course, it's not going to. They're not making it easy for you to find this information in the first place. But yet, they all handle their own health holistically. So that should tell you everything you need to know about allopathic medicine. Now, there's people that are at high up in the doctor world and in the scientific community who have died at the hands of MDs quite often, their colleagues even. But that's the whole point. Those are hierarchy in the cult of belief in that medicine. That doesn't mean that they're brilliant. It just means that they're seen and recognized as being brilliant among the idiots. Because I swear to God, man, you can't pick any of them. Maybe Linus Pauling, but again, he was working for the Rockefeller Institute and ended up basically killing himself by giving himself too much synthetic vitamin C and stripping his copper out, so he had an aneurysm and died, or something to that nature. Yeah, he was in his 90s. Oh, he left his 90s. Yeah, I mean, genetic, quote unquote genetic potential is 120. And yeah, maybe he was right. All diseases are nutrient deficiencies, or illness, and it stems from nutrient deficiencies. Well, that tells you a lot. Linus Pauling said that. I don't think he intended to be misleading people with the synthetic C. I think he just believed in the medicine. But again, that's part of the problem. That's why they don't mind if that person succumbs to the same thing, that they're espousing it, they live it, and then they die it. We can learn from them what can be learned, which was in a positive way, hinting towards the truth. But we have a Dr. Glidden, so we don't have to wallow in this lower level of consciousness with everybody else. We have a Dr. Glidden. And if you see him for who he is and what he is, you don't have to pretend just to make other people who don't like you anyway feel better about their condition or their situation. Help who want to be helped. Help yourself so that you can help others first. And your family, who is the most important of all of this.
It's helping people to recover their health without the use of drugs. There's nothing wrong with drugs. Naturopathic physicians can prescribe drugs in most states. Thank God for lidocaine. Every time I'm in the dentist chair, I thank God for lidocaine. Thank God for insulin. But like guns, it's not the drug, it's how it's used. And we're going to get into that in detail this evening as I elucidate for you in clear, concise, easy to understand, no nonsense, doctor talk terms, the cause and the solution for the chronic disease epidemic here, not only in North America, but all around the world in all industrialized nations of the world. Hold on just a second. There we go. So there is a public chat room to either underneath this live video presentation, if you're watching it on a cellular device, or to the right of it. And in the public chat room, talk amongst yourselves. The chat room is monitored by my office manager, Bob. We will put up with no funny business. We will put up with no name calling, no nonsense. If you're not polite and respectful, then you're going to get booted out of the chat room. I'm glad to say that in over 15 years of doing that, we haven't had to knock anybody out of the chat room, not even once. But these are interesting times that we live in, and this is a public event. Most of the live broadcasts that I do are for my subscribers, people who have already seen the light and people who are actively engaged in the healing process. So nonetheless, welcome aboard. I appreciate your time here. I really do. I hope that you learn a thing or two with me, and just be polite, and we will be good to go. At the end of this presentation, I will be taking questions, a few questions from you, the listening audience. And about halfway through this presentation, in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, a little green box will pop up that says Ask Dr. Glidden. And to ask me a question, you click on that box. It will pop up a chat room. You type your question into it. Leave that box open until I address the question. When you close that box, the question disappears from my view. I'm going to do the Q&A towards the end of this presentation. Okie dokie, artichoke. All right, you ready to go? Let's go. Let us talk about the cause and the cure, the solution for the chronic disease epidemic. It's not what you think. Perhaps it's prudent to begin with a little perspective, right? Perspective makes everything clearer, makes everything a little easier to understand. We desperately need perspective here in the 21st century regarding medicine because we simply haven't had it for over 100 years. And as the maxim goes, well, for those that know the truth, no explanation is necessary. And for those who do not, no explanation will suffice. Tonight, I am going to show you the truth of things regarding the chronic disease epidemic. We begin with, of course, an elucidation of the problem. Like the fella said, you're welcome to your own opinion, but you most certainly are not welcome to your own set of facts. These facts from the Center for Disease Control, National Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, where they're doing a horrible job at that. Because 6 out of 10 adults in the U.S. have a chronic disease, 4 in 10 have 2 or more chronic diseases. The leading causes of death and disability and leading drivers of the nation's $3.5 trillion annual healthcare cost, chronic disease. Wait a minute, healthcare cost? What does that mean? Well, the last time I looked, if somebody's paying money, somebody's receiving money. So if the average American citizen is spending, if collectively we are spending $3.5 trillion a year in medical bills, somebody's receiving that money. And this statistic would be better elucidated if it said the medical industry collects $3.5 trillion a year in managing this situation. And while they have been in exclusive control over the development and delivery of medicine, these things happened. These things happened while the MDs were in exclusive control over the development and the delivery of medicine. It's their fault, which I will get into in detail momentarily. But I mean, let's take a look at what's really going on here. It's not a...
And I just want to also remind people that for the last 2.5 weeks now, I have been engrossing myself in Dr. Glidden's membership site and watching every video. Even if I don't think the topic is of interest to me, like the type of thing that they're talking about, women's health, post-operation recovery, and all, like things that aren't applying to me at the time, I'm watching everything. And the conclusion that I'm coming to, because of all the information that he's bringing forth of how the doctors and MDs see these problems, and they have no idea what causes anything yet they're going to give you something that suppresses it because they don't even think that cures are possible. Do you want a doctor who already admits defeat and is only going to suppress the symptoms rather than fix the problem? If you're not under the impression that that's all they're going to do, if you don't know that and you're expecting brighter days, you're not going to get them, and you're paying an awful lot of money for that. If you're consciously okay with that and you're aware that that's happening, that what they start one day is going to result in more degradation and breaking of your body further down the road, and you've signed on to that with open, understanding of the contract being signed here, then fine. If that's what you want, I'm not going to try to force you out of it. But if you think that they're there to try to fix something, they're not. Not when it comes to your actual health problems. And when it comes to like trauma care, injuries, stuff like that, that's a whole different thing. But that's not what people go to doctors for most of the time. The MDs are trying to also fill the role of your common health care, which is not something that they understand at all. And again, that could only happen if they are selecting somebody's choice, cherry picking all of the wrong views on every single thing, so that all of the they're going to make people believe it, of course, because they're the authority. But if it's all the wrong approaches, how is that not going to lead to bad things? And if that is the intended purpose of maybe not the doctor, but maybe of the industry that teaches them, then they know that as long as people believe it, then the outcome that they desire, which is less of us, will occur. I'm not putting this on your doctor's shoulders, that they know that they're consciously in a cult and that they're serving it. But somebody does, because they picked all the wrong people all throughout history to lay the foundations for that which way they would then take to the next level of incorrect tangential pathway of logic, which is illogical because the foundational information was flawed, not correct. Oftentimes the exact opposite of the truth. How do you think that's going to bode for the person who's their guinea pig? Not very well. So abandoning it wholeheartedly and fully, to me, is the only logical, sensible, rational, reasonable, sane thing to do if you care about your health and your family's health. If you think you're sick, don't go to them, because once they have you and you're in their purview or whatever, once they have you in their clutches, you're not going to have a lot of say in what the treatments are, especially if it's something major. If you think there's something major wrong with your child, find a Dr. Glidden. Find somebody, so that they don't start poisoning them with, let's say, chemo and radiation until they kill your child. This is what will happen. And if you don't agree to it, guess what else is going to happen? They're going to do it anyway, and then they're going to take your child. It happens often. Tell me that's not evil.
Pretty sight. Obesity. In adults, it's tripled in the last 60 years. In children, it's risen 60% in the last 50 years. 70% of adult Americans are overweight or obese. 70%. Autism. In 1960, it was 1 in 10,000 children. Today, it's 1 in 36. 1 in 36. If that doesn't send chills down your spine, I do not know what will. For the last 50 years, we have spent $22 billion a year on cholesterol-lowering statin drugs, and heart disease rates remain unchanged. However, there is something that has skyrocketed since we've been statin drug crazy: Alzheimer's. It's risen from obscurity to become the 6th leading cause of death in the United States. And it's interesting that over 90% of the part of the brain that's affected by Alzheimer's is made from cholesterol, which statin drugs drive into the ditch. Don't even get me started on cancer. We spent $111 billion on cancer research, and cancer remains uncured. Meanwhile, the medical industry that can't cure cancer generates $208 billion a year
Do you think they have any incentive of something that is 97 or 98% kill rate guaranteed and makes them that much? Do you think they have any incentive of wanting to see a cure? Think about what the actual true intent is. One person being famous to be able to say, hey, I figured it out. There's been plenty of people who have figured out how to cure cancer. And there's people who do it on a daily basis. But they're not doing it with the conventional methods. They're giving the body what it needs and then getting out of its way. But I just wanted to let you know, I just got my package. I'll show you in a minute. And apparently, if you guys out there are, I have a passion for this back in the day for wine and apple cider, like hard apple cider. But there's fermenting and canning accessories on Azure Standard as well. And I would venture a guess that anything on Azure Standard you can use the code BB5 for. So I just got the little booklet here, and I just noticed that they had that, so I thought that was kind of cool.
In income. Bankruptcy. Do you know what the leading cause is? Yeah, it's medical bills. What does that mean? Well, what's the most expensive medicine? It's the one that doesn't cure anything. And here we are, the icing on the cake of irony. The leading cause of death in North America, MD-directed medical treatments. It's not heart disease. It's not cancer. It's MD-directed medical treatments. 936 approximately people are killed every year by MD-directed medical treatments. I'm not saying the medical...
Okay, I stopped it again because that's just by giving people the recommended amount of a prescription, not overprescribing. That's just doing exactly what your doctor says. 780,000 people die because of it. That says nothing about how they kill people based on how they treat you when you're down, meaning when you have congestive heart failure because of not understanding that your food intake was causing inflammation and what they do to you and what they put you on, statins, okay? Or the cancer, which they poison you for however long it takes, and then they say, oops, it was the cancer. There's a lot more iatrogenesis going on than what is grouped together in that 783,000 number. It's closer to many millions because you have to add up all the heart disease for the most part. You have to add up all the cancer because what caused that in the first place? Poor management, and then what truly caused it, and all the autoimmune diseases and all the AIDS, AZTs, all that stuff that they use to fix a small problem and make a bigger one and then blame the small problem. Look at what happened in 2020. Well, there's a little thing that was going on, and then they stuff something down your throat, and the NIH protocols killed you. Isn't that still iatrogenesis, death by doctor? That's 780,000. This was filmed before, I believe. I think this might have been 2019. This was filmed. I don't know, but I think it was prior to the big one, as they say, when the earth flipped upside down and backward.
Doctors are attempting to kill people. These are the results of the treatment, and nobody goes to jail. You know, inquiring minds would like to know, how did all of this happen? For goodness sakes, we are getting sicker as a nation. The title of my first book was Everybody is Sick, and I know why. Orange is the new black. Okay, well, sickness is the new health. Look around, everybody's sick. And it would be reasonable for the average consumer to think, well, my brother's sick, my mother-in-law's sick, my sister's sick, my brother's sick, my sister's sick, my father's sick, my mother's, well, everybody's sick. Sickness must be, just life. But it's not, ladies and gentlemen. Sickness is optional. Sickness is a function of how good a healthcare provider you have. And I'm arguing here tonight that the cause of the chronic disease epidemic is a monopolized medical market, which happened in the early 1900s. It was a hostile takeover of the medical market, facilitated by the Carnegies and the Rockefellers. Here's how it went down. In 1901, the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research was founded. A man named Simon Flexner was on the board of directors. In 1904, the American Medical Association created the Council for Medical Education, and they needed money. Enter Henry Pritchett, president of the Carnegie Foundation. He took over the Council for Medical Education of the American Medical Association and gave them money to do so. He basically bought his way into the top dog seat. In 1905, Pritchett, sent Abraham Flexner, who was the brother of Simon Flexner, who worked for the Rockefeller Institute, around the country to do an inventory of all of the medical schools. This was sold to an unassuming American public as cleaning up medicine, cleaning up quack medicine, getting rid of bad, dangerous, unsubstantiated medical schools, but it was not, in fact, it did not have anything to do with that. It had everything to do with ginning up fear to an unassuming American public. It was basically Flexner's list, which was called the Flexner Report, which he brought back to the Carnegie Foundation in 1910, was basically just an inventory of all of the medical schools in the United States that prescribed pharmaceuticals and all of the medical schools that prescribed alternatives to pharmaceuticals. That was what the Flexner Report was. In 1912, 2 years after they received it, the American Medical Association used the Flexner Report to gin up public outcry against quack medicine. They lobbied Congress to grant them exclusive control over who could and who could not call themselves a doctor, which they were successful in. And it happened in 1915, more or less, and there are the major players.
Now, I'm going to ask you to consider a couple more dates here in the timeline of America, and maybe it will help to kind of put this all together in one big picture as to what happened here and why everything seems so inverted and opposite, and why the quote-unquote government, even though it's not a government, seems so hostile toward its people, seems to not care about what we think, and every place we turn, it seems like nobody's considering our quote-unquote our rights, our natural, inborn, unalienable rights that aren't given to us by a piece of paper, but are given to us by our very existence, should be self-evident, correct? So why are they breaking the contract? Well, because they broke the country. So there is no contract. That was among men. This is among weasels and demons and us, and there's no contract. 1871, and people will say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy theory." No, they incorporated. They incorporated. And when was 1871? Was it after 1865? What happened in 1865 in this country? And what's with all those fires in every major city and all that beautiful architecture? It's almost as if there was a reset back then. A lot of things were lost, a lot of history, a lot of memories, a lot of roots, a lot of adults. It's almost as if they wiped away the memory of America right after some sort of event where allegedly a bunch of people died because they were killing each other in the same country. And then they glorify the demons and they demonize the heroes. Jefferson Davis, Robert E. Lee, it wasn't a war of, what they say it's about. That's something that was just used to create chaos. It was a bankers' war because they didn't want people seceding because they thought it would be harder for them to gain back their debt control over them if that were the case. But the federalization of the Union, central government was overpowering and corrupted, and states doing what states had said they would be able to do from the beginning did what they did when they found they could not live under that tyranny. And so the banks created exactly what they wanted because that was the point. They couldn't fight the war from a distance, and they were still mad about Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson had at least three assassination attempts on him. He fought in the war, he fought through the War of 1812. He did a lot of things. And as president, he paid our national debt down to zero, and he did everything he could to destroy, cripple the power of the banks. He was very hated, and they vowed never to allow that to happen again here, because there was two 20-year charters. First one, thanks to Alexander Hamilton, who was part of their little clique. He was groomed for it, and he was very influential in the founding of the first 20-year charter central bank. So we get done with the revolution and then go right back into basically debt slavery or debt management by something that's attached to the very king, because he had a stake in it in the Bank of England. It's pretty weird, right? Pretty weird how that happens, and how the Holy See is somehow wrapped into that too. The people that we tried to get away from because of the Reformation, and then they started the Counter-Reformation with the Jesuits and try to whack all the Protestants. Like, that's kind of weird that we would still be tangled up with that. A little strange, but that war was the defeat of consent of the governed. It was also during the process of 62 to 65, they had suspended habeas corpus, suspended the Constitution, basically, your Bill of Rights, all that. There was no rights. And there was no act of Congress to reinstate it, ever. Now, you could say, well, that's just a formality. As long as they acted accordingly, that wouldn't matter. Well, they didn't act accordingly. They allow you to believe something because it's a lot easier for you to be under the wrong impression that everything's fine than to know the truth and freak out and rebel. So we've been living without any type of real law and order here since 1865. It's been corporatocracy ever since. And every single municipal, you ever hear of an unincorporated city? Doesn't mean that it's not controlled. But back when that would have meant something, it doesn't anymore. Everything is a municipal corporation. A police officer is your evidence of that, because what is that? It's a policy enforcer. A policy of what? Of a company. Not a law. It's the color of law. Law is common law. Cause no harm. No injured party. No victim. No crime. Going too fast, if you didn't hurt anybody doing it, is that a crime? And who said it was too fast? Because you went 6 miles over what they said you should go? Oh, that's worthy of an extortion. What's this registration all about? Why do I have to get a permit to run a business? Because you don't live in the place that you thought you lived. And back in the 1800s, you didn't have to do any of that. Do you think a blacksmith or like a butcher or something like that went over to his whatever little shanty city office and applied for a permit? Yeah, on your mind? They used to stake the ground that they came across and say, this is mine. You didn't buy your land from anybody. You built something on it. It was yours because you tended it. And then along came a very unnatural force. Some even say that they're the reason why there were slaves here. Anyhow, so 1871, things started to change a lot. Then things changed a whole lot after they got their Federal Reserve here, because now they don't just have to rely upon. And by the way, Louis Brandeis had a lot to do with that Balfour Declaration and the creation of the Federal Reserve. He was an agent of that guy that everybody says, and the name sounds cliche by this point, but it's, the family name of Rothschild. It's actually 100% true. The Brandeis Frankist family and the Rothschilds were actually buggying around together in America when they first came over. Some of them together, right? So anyhow, that has to be dropped into the timeline so that you understand why all these other things happened and were able to happen in the free country of America, where there should have been medical freedom and there should have been this and there should have been that. There was no America anymore, just the perception of it, because no one told the people that they were conquered because, wait a minute, America fought America. How did America lose? Well, it's because maximum carnage and death on both sides served the people who were pissed off at us for rebelling against them and having an Andrew Jackson in the first place, for defying their rule. And they were damned. They would be damned if we were ever going to be out of debt again, as is probably, you know, you could probably ascertain, or better discern that from the fact that we're like $30 trillion in debt now. Blank check for the government, which is actually their people, their stooges, corporate entity people, right? Low level too, to be honest. Like the president, come on, that's low level entity compared to the chairman of the Federal Reserve or something like that. Like that's nothing next to a Greenspan. Who the hell's the president? Just better do what he's told and shut up. Just whatever we tell you to do, your job is just to sell it to the people so they get behind it, or enough of them do. Got to keep the masses, the prisoners, happy so that they don't have an Attica moment. Yeah. Keep telling them patriot this and freedom that, and they have rights, even though everything that is contraindicated in their own observations throughout life. At least you keep telling them that, they'll believe it, because that's how dumb the people are. This is them saying this, not me. I'm paraphrasing for them. So yeah, we had and oh, by the way, yeah, so after we fought a war for this banking cult, a major one. They called it the Great War, and then they weren't done with it. They wanted to get rid of all the nationalists who may have been our natural allies against such an evil force in the world. So of course they made us, through the ritual of shaming, made us and our children back then, or grandparents now, or great grandparents. They had to go over there and kill the people that would have been our natural allies and our greatest strength against this evil that had already conquered us. But we never knew that they conquered us, because we had this Bill of Rights thing. Even though every time we try to use it, it doesn't seem like it works very well. So sure as hell doesn't now, with the Fourth Amendment being used as toilet paper because of the surveillance state. And the second and the first second's going to be gone soon enough. And then you'll see the pre-rim occur. But that's neither here nor there. The reason why this happened when it did is because it was a natural progression. But you got to look back at what happened in 1865, what happened in 1871. Who actually owned the place by then? It was a corporatocracy posing as a government, because they wanted you not to think. They didn't want you to know that something changed, because it's a lot easier to keep moving along with a captive audience who is believing in a world or a fantasy that no longer exists. Co-opting, subversion, you can say. And so, of course, well, what are you going to do with a population that you are trying to keep from learning anything about what happened back then? Well, you got to keep them stupid. You got to keep them poisoned. You got to keep their numbers down. Well, there's this naturopathy here that seems to be very helpful to their mind, body, and spirit. This homeopathy seems like it's curing everything. We better replace it with something that's absolutely ridiculously awful. Something that's more like a genocidal eugenics program for the masses. Oy vey. And on that little phrase should explain to you who I'm naming here, the entity behind it. Who are the Rothschilds? Who are the Rockefellers? You can figure that out on your own. It's really just a cult. It's not really any specific people, because there's different people in that cult that help it, fellow travelers, as they say. But yeah, this is what happened, and this is what we've been living with the whole time. They pose as the authorities. Look at these people. Do they have a funny, similar look to them, especially that guy over on the side? Does that dead eye look mean anything to you? Does it look familiar? Have you seen that type of look, that dead demonic stare in anybody? Okay. Well, now that you know why that might have happened and why this was possible to happen in the world that we thought was our free country, everything that we believe about America for the last 160 years has not been true. And the corporations, like, think about Standard Railroad, Standard Oil. You've got the Rockefellers. When they were trying, okay, we'll go back to the incorporated thing for just a moment. When they were building a railroad and they just came across a town and their intention was to go through a town, and there was a town already there. Do you think they bothered to make sure everybody was okay with them just repositioning them or relocating them? Why bother when you have the force of armed thugs in military suits to just burn the fucking place down and kill everybody? Oh, look, orphan trains. Got to get the kids out of there. How'd that happen?
Rockefeller, Pritchett, and Abraham Flexner.
These are hot.
Right. This was a hostile takeover of the medical market of the United States, and it happened in the early 1900s before anybody who is now alive was alive. So everybody who is now alive has grown up inside of a medical monopoly, which is so vast, so complete, so overarching that most people are not even aware that it exists. People have no idea that we exist inside of a medical monopoly, and it's a shame because Benjamin Rush, one of the founders of the Declaration of Independence, saw it coming. Here's what he said. In 1776, circa 1776. Unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, let's go back. Unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize itself into a dictatorship. To restrict the art of healing to one class of people and deny equal privileges to others will constitute the Bastille of medical science. All such laws are un-American and despotic, and that is exactly what happened. So a little bit about naturopathic medicine, if you don't know it. In order to become a licensed naturopathic physician in the U.S., you have to do 4 years of pre-med, which I did you can see it over my shoulder here at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. Then you have to do 4 years of naturopathic medical school at a fully accredited by the United States Department of Education medical school. I matriculated at Bastyr University of Naturopathic Medicine outside of Seattle. Then you have to graduate. Then you have to pass national boards. Then you have to pass state boards. Then you have to get a license to practice naturopathic medicine. And then you need to secure 25 hours of continuing education credit every year. It's full-blown primary care medicine. But let's be honest, most people don't know what it is. Most people don't even know how to pronounce it. And more's the pity. This brought to you by the medical monopoly. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that currently naturopathic medicine is licensed and regulated in 23 states, only 23 states. Oh yes, plus Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia. So that means there are 27 states that do not license nor regulate naturopathic medicine. Does that mean that the laws of science change if you cross a state line? Does this have anything to do with public health? Does this have anything to do with public safety? It has nothing to do with either of those things. It has everything to do with hegemony. It has everything to do with securing turf. It has everything to do with securing the market share, which is what the American Medical Association and the pharmaceutical industry solely want. Oh, yes, and I forgot to mention that in Florida, it's a misdemeanor to practice naturopathic medicine, and in the great state of Tennessee, it's a felony. But don't worry, it gets worse. The Food and Drug Administration and their facsimile in above the 44th parallel, Health Canada. According to these two governmental organizations, the only thing that can legally treat a disease is a drug. Let me say that once more. The only thing that can legally treat a disease in Canada or the United States is a drug. This means that if I discovered that dandelions cured liver cancer, or people with liver cancer, it would be illegal to grow dandelions on your yard. The pesticide companies would make bank because they'd have to kill all the dandelions. The only people that would be allowed to grow dandelions and make the dandelion medicine would be the pharmaceutical industry. And then they would turn around and sell it to the patient for $1,000 a pill. As bad as you are beginning to think, to see the current medical system is, based on all of the COVID nonsense, misdirection, and lies, yeah, I'm here to tell you it's 1,000 times worse because of the monopoly. The Federal Trade Commission and their facsimile in Canada, which is a French name that I can't pronounce, have an interesting law. Once you start selling things, your freedom of speech disappears. This is why when you go to the health food store and you see a nutritional supplement, it doesn't say on the label arthritis RX, it says bone and joint support. It doesn't say congestive heart failure fix, it says heart support, and so forth and so on. Because if you are making money from whatever it is that you're selling, and you link the use of that item that you're selling to the treatment or mitigation of a disease, that's against the law. You can't do it. Can't do it. It's against the law. Everybody says, oh, the Food and Drug Administration should be dismantled. It's a horrible organization. Well, I think they're doing a very, very good job because their charter was to protect the pharmaceutical industry, right? It was a national security issue. We need to protect the people that make the drugs. I mean, that was a bad idea, but nonetheless, that was the idea at the time. And the Food and Drug Administration is doing a bang-up job at protecting the pharmaceutical industry. It's bad, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, I mean, any overview of Central American politics or South American politics, Eastern European politics will clearly show you that absolute power corrupts absolutely. Because we have been inside of a medical monopoly since 1912, all kinds of shenanigans have happened. Here are the cliff notes. The U.S. spends more on medical care than the next 10 biggest spenders combined. Yet we rank last in outcomes. Well, how is that? It's because of the monopoly. The average cost of medical care for a family of four is $20,000 a year. You've got to be kidding me. Medical care costs per person per year. 1960, it was $150. In 2020, it was $12,530. Yeah, that's great. Brought to you, the unassuming, trusting American public, by a medical monopoly that you didn't even know existed. U.S. citizens pay 50% more for prescription drugs than other countries' citizens, and it costs us $94 billion a year. Oh, I forgot to edit that. That means it profits the pharmaceutical industry $94 billion a year. And how is that possible? Well, because since 1998, the medical industry has spent more than $5 billion lobbying politicians in Washington. You getting the picture now? Well, there's more. It's good to be the king. Here's a snippet of more monopolistic shenanigans. This from the New England Journal of Medicine in 2006. They compared 3 diabetes drugs. The conclusion was that Avandia, a drug made by GlaxoSmithKline, was the best one. The trial, of course, had been funded by GlaxoSmithKline, and each of the 11 authors had received money from the company. 4 of the authors were employees of the company and held company stock. The other 7 were academic experts who had received grants or consultation fees from the firm. So, you know, it was far from an objective review of the data, but nonetheless, it was published in the most prestigious medical journal of the United States, New England Journal of Medicine. However, while sorting through the data from more than 4,000 patients who had received this drug after it was fast-tracked by the FDA, the investigators who had looked at it and who had approved it had missed the hints of a danger that, when fully realized 4 years later, would lead to Avandia's disappearance from the marketplace. 83,000 heart attacks and deaths were attributed to Avandia. 83,000 people died from a drug which was approved as safe by the Food and Drug Administration after reviewing data from books that had been cooked, and nobody went to jail. Can you imagine what would happen if one naturopathic physician, one chiropractor, one massage therapist, one acupuncturist, one homeopath gave one patient one medicine and it killed them? Well, we'd be pilloried in the town square. But when the medical doctors do it, when it happens inside of that industry, well, they're too big to jail. They're too big to fail. They get a pass. This, again, brought to you by the medical monopoly hiding in plain sight. The hits keep on coming. Fosamax and Boniva drug lawsuit charges permanent and severe injuries from long-term bisphosphonate use. These are the osteoporosis drug. I was warning people about these drugs 15 years ago. I did a really good webinar on them 15 years ago, told people how they work and why they should be avoided. I wrote about them in my book. Some people listened and took my advice. A lot of people didn't, were hurt by it. The drug, the breakthrough painkiller to end all painkillers, Vioxx, again, fast-tracked by the Food and Drug Administration, killed 500,000 people. That's a lot. Pfizer to pay $50 million to settle drug wholesalers' EpiPen antitrust claims. Turns out EpiPen, not so great either. Again, approved by the Food and Drug Administration. Opioid lawsuits and debt finally sink. The pharmaceutical retailer Rite Aid, GlaxoSmithKline settles Zantac cases after claims that the popular heartburn drug causes cancer. The hits keep on coming. There are 29 current lawsuits against drugs and medical devices which were approved as safe and effective for human use. And don't even get me started on the non-vaccine vaccines.
Oh, it's effective, all right. Effective in what they actually want it to be used for. Oh, Vioxx, yeah, that's safe and effective. That should wipe out quite a lot of those people. Go ahead, Merck.
I'm not going to waste your time with that. And there are some people that in my introductory little slideshow, oh, Dr. Clinton, you're crunching the numbers incorrectly. The medical doctors, medical treatments are not the number one leading cause of death in the United States. Well, I mean, maybe. I'm not a statistician, but, Johns Hopkins says they're the third leading cause of death. It's not just me. Okay, so they're either the first or the third leading cause of death in the United States. Is it sinking in yet? Don't worry, it gets worse. Marcia Angel, medical doctor, former editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine. Again, the New England Journal of Medicine, rising to the top. Here's what she said after she retired. She wouldn't say this when she was, working. Any reputable journal, medical journal, is at the mercy of what is submitted to it and must choose from whatever comes over the transom. Many studies never see the light of day because their findings are negative. There is a heavy bias towards positive studies, and this bias is a real problem. A company may conduct 1,000 trials of a new drug. If 2 are positive, they get FDA approval and are published. The other 998 never see the light of day. In fact, half of all study data is never published. And she wasn't the only one that said that. Richard Smith, MD, 25-year editor of the British Medical Journal, here's what he said. Medical journals are just an extension of the marketing departments of major drug companies. Richard Horton, editor of The Lancet. Medical journals have devolved into information laundering operations for the pharmaceutical industry. And yet, even though 3 editors of the most prestigious medical journals in the world said this years ago, nothing has changed. Here's one way they cook the books, by the way. Let's say they're rolling out a new drug. This is statistical shenanigans. Let's just say, as an example, we give it to 5,000 people and 5,000 controls, right? So 5,000 people get the drug, 5,000 people get placebo. Let's say it's blood pressure medicine, okay? And the people that took the drug, their average blood pressure was 139/80, all right? The control group average was 140 over 81. That means, well, the drug control had better blood pressure, but it's 1 point, which is statistically irrelevant. However, because of relative statistical analyses, 100% of the people experienced a reduction in blood pressure. So they can market this as saying, this drug is 100% effective at lowering blood pressure. However, it only lowered blood pressure by 1 point, which is the absolute outcome, which is irrelevant. But I have looked to try to find research based on absolute outcomes, and I couldn't find any. I couldn't find any research based on absolute incomes. But because nobody in this country is smarter than a fifth grader, and nobody knows these distinctions between absolute and relative, and everybody thinks that, well, the pharmaceutical industry, there must be a vetting process, right? I mean, you can't just publish anything in a peer-reviewed journal. Well, as it turns out, you can. You publish just about anything in a peer-reviewed medical journal because they're all biased heavily because of pharmaceutical largesse. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the tip of the iceberg. And if you'd sat in my chair for 35 years, seeing what I've seen, and I'm not just talking about medical error, which there's a lot of. I'm just talking about ridiculous treatments. You'd be horrified. Which brings us to the solution. I mean, this isn't rocket science. We need a free medical market. I mean, we broke up AT&T years ago when, a long-distance phone call cost $20 a minute or whatever, right? Everybody agrees that any aspect of a market that's monopolized is not a good thing, and we shouldn't have a monopoly. We should break up the monopolies wherever they exist because that's just good business. That's just a good idea, but not when it comes to medicine. We haven't had a free medical market in this country for over 100 years. And again, this monopoly is so vast and so powerful and so overarching that nobody even knows it exists. If by some genie in the bottle magic, we all woke up tomorrow and there were just as many naturopathic physicians as there were MDs, insurance paid for all of it, we had hospital privileges at every hospital. Universities did half of their research on naturopathic therapeutics and half of their research on pharmaceutical therapeutics. If that actually happened, within 2 years, medical doctors practicing general family medicine would be out of a job. Because in a free market, people gravitate towards what works. And ladies and gentlemen, you would not believe what I've seen people recover from. More on that in a minute. So, there is, in fact, a chronic disease epidemic in the United States. It's bad and it's getting worse. But the real reason we have such poor health outcomes is not only because of all of these monopolistic shenanigans, right? Of cooking the books and pharmaceutical largesse and too big to fail, too big to jail. It's not just because of that. It's because of something else that nobody sees. Nobody except me. It's because of bloodhounds. No, this is just a metaphorical example. Medicine is like dogs, right? Different dogs for different jobs. They're bloodhounds. They're good at finding lost people in the wilderness or, escaped convicts, whatever. Labrador retrievers, right? They're good for duck hunting, good for pheasant hunting, right? There's Chihuahuas. I have no idea what they're good for. Maybe to sell tacos, right? But look, if I don't know what Chihuahuas are good for, but I can guarantee you that if you take a Chihuahua duck hunting, you're coming back empty-handed. It's the wrong dog for the hunt, period. It's exactly the same with medicine. It may interest you to know that nobody in the world practices medicine. Medicine is a big umbrella under which many different disciplines hang, just like dogs, a lot of different types of dogs. Well, there's a lot of different types of medicine. But because of the medical monopoly, You have been socialized into believing that the only real medicine is MD medicine, even though you don't know anything about it. You don't know the specifics of it. You don't know the philosophy. You don't know anything about it. You think that the MDs have the secret decoder ring to all things medical, and everybody else is a back-of-the-bus quack with substandard dangerous training. That's what you have been socialized into believing, brought to you by over 100 years of pharmaceutical propaganda. Look, you're a medical doctor. I have friends who are medical doctors. Dr. Dave Janda, you can scroll down on the rest of this page. You can see a testimonial from him. He's a very famous orthopedic surgeon. I fixed the arthritis in his neck. He didn't need surgery, didn't need drugs. He was on drugs. A lot of them. They weren't helping. We fixed it in like 3 weeks. So, right? Your medical doctor may be the nicest person that God ever created. But your medical doctor doesn't practice medicine. Nobody does. Your medical doctor practices allopathic medicine. I practice naturopathic medicine. There's osteopathic medicine, chiropractic medicine, homeopathic medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, etc., etc., etc. A lot of different types of medicine. A lot of dogs here, right? But because of the medical monopoly, you have been socialized to believe that the only real medicine is MD medicine, which is like saying, well, the only real dog is a Cocker Spaniel and every other dog is a alternative dog. And Tucker Carlson might agree with that, but nobody else would. You see where I'm going with this? Now, to make it a little more interesting, allopathic medicine is reductionistic in its philosophy. It's based on the physics of Sir Isaac Newton, which argue that if it can't be measured, it does not exist. So, since nobody's ever dissected the soul out of the human body, nor seen it with a MRI, a CT scan, an X-ray, or an ultrasound, it doesn't exist. Because MDs are trained in allopathic medicine, which is reductionistic in its philosophy, the body is a machine made of parts. It's a bag of biochemicals waiting to break. There is no soul, there is no vital force, there is no spirit, there is no God, there is no afterlife. All of that is a fiction because nobody has ever measured it. The body does not have the ability to fix itself. The logic goes, if the body could fix itself, it never would have gotten sick in the first place. And oh, by the way, it's just an evolutionary bag of biochemicals waiting to break. The treatments that are delivered are oppositionally defiant. And the treatments are delivered for the disease, not for the person. We're going to talk about this in a minute. So you have an antibiotic, an antidepressant, anti-inflammatory, a proton pump reuptake inhibitor, an MAO inhibitor, an antacid, etc., etc., etc. The treatments are oppositionally defiant. And the pathology is the focus, right? Medical doctors treat disease, which is why they fail, because there's no such thing as disease. You don't believe me? Okay, so if you brought me 10 pounds of arthritic joints in a box, would I be able to treat those? No. If you brought me 1,000 kidneys that had peripheral arterial disease in them in a box, would I be able to treat them? No. Diseases do not exist as separate and distinct from the person that they are found in. But this is not how the medical doctors think. The medical doctors are trained to treat the disease. And when they treat the disease, they fail because there's no such thing as the disease. There are, in fact, people. And the biggest distinction that happens inside of conventional medicine, which is an eye-opener for most people when they finally realize it. And this could perhaps be an aha moment for you. In MD-directed medical land, nothing is cured. Every once in a while, a bacterial infection is cured, but that's about it. But now there are antibiotic-resistant bacterial infections, which are probably going to be the next plague. But nonetheless, the Depression is not cured, it's managed. The arthritis is not cured, it's managed. I've had patients with 4 knee replacements. Blood pressure isn't cured, it's managed. The anxiety isn't cured, it's managed. The asthma isn't cured, it's managed. The eczema isn't cured, it's managed. The fibromyalgia isn't cured, it's managed. The infertility isn't cured, it's managed. The autism isn't cured. The Alzheimer's isn't cured. For goodness sakes, your medical doctor doesn't even know how to cure heartburn. They can manage it. You know, with Zantac, oops. Yeah, sorry. Sorry for those side effects, ladies and gentlemen. That's a problem. Only ridiculous results like this can happen inside of a medical monopoly. And that's why we have a chronic disease epidemic.
There's literally no need for basically every drug, like any drug, with some exceptions for like life-saving thing, but like prescriptions, like 0 of those. So the fact that there's so many shows you that they're doing things in the wrong effing way already. And the fact that they're trying to force your body a certain way means it's going to create a warpath, stomping the grass, the tall grass down with its feet on its way to wherever it thinks it should go to force your body into doing something or suppress it. We're mitigating symptoms. Yeah, but what about the problem that's lying underneath it? Is the body going to express itself in another way because you're squeezing down tightly on that symptom, which means whatever the problem is in the body is going to continue, and then it's going to have to express itself somewhere else until you get to the cancer section. You know, until you go all through the body, and then eventually it says, "Screw it, it's cancer now," or however way that works. But it's just such a ridiculous, stupid thing. So you had heartburn, so you didn't give yourself some calcium and salt? Really? That would have increased your stomach acids, and so that the gastrin wasn't burning your throat. Yeah? Acid reflux is actually what I'm talking about, but the gastrin is what causes the heartburn. It's actually a lack of or weak stomach acid. If you have a proper level of hydrochloric acid, which is what your stomach acid is, the gastrin doesn't do its thing and make you feel upset.
Because MDs are trained in allopathic medicine, which is the wrong dog for the hunt for chronic disease. Allopathic medicine, by the way, is fantastic for other things, which we'll talk about in a minute. Now, compared to the reductionistic method that MDs are trained in, we have the holistic method, which naturopathic doctors are trained in.
Now, before he goes there, I just want everybody to realize, before he goes any further, everybody who is a fitness online personality, besides me, everybody, Coach Greg Doucette, especially because of his peptides, they're all following and giving you advice based on the mindset and the BS of the MD-directed allopathic medicine. Make that clear. Everything that they're concluding that they should do is all based on that. Any type of supplement, PED, if it's not already an amino acid that your body needs, or it doesn't have to be an essential, it could be a non-essential. Those are, and like creatine, that's one thing. When you start talking about steroids, when you start talking about SARMs, peptides, when you start talking about Ferula Max with ferrotinin, which is a powerful plant SERM, that's going to knock people possibly into TRT or the need of it, assuming that they don't replenish their nutrients and their minerals after damaging their body. But that particular plant extract could cause permanent damage in their body to where it won't matter what the signal is, because the testes will basically be unable to do it afterward on a long enough timeline, which could be within the frame or the window of 30 days for some people. So just make sure that you understand that everything that these fitness people are doing, and why do they all die at 40? Why do they all die at 50? Yada, yada, yada. Or earlier. Because they were following the people before them and the people before them, and not because that those people had better results, because they didn't. Those people are dead too, probably. Like Ziz or whatever the hell his name is. He was an inspiration for people who thought that was cool. Not that he died, but that he looked so good. So hey, whatever it takes. Well, it didn't have to take that. If you had a high cholesterol diet, and I'm not talking about Ziz anymore. I'm just saying the approach. Jumping directly onto steroids at 14, 15, 16, 18, whatever. Stupid. Or ever. If you're just maintaining your health the way you should be, your body will respond in kind when you're doing lifting. People just have this arbitrary number. Well, I want to be at 800. Why? Because I like the number. I want to be at 1200. I want to be super physiological. Is that really super physiological? Have you ever had all your minerals and nutrients so your body could produce at its maximum level everything in your body and control everything in your body the way it's supposed to? Have you ever had all that stuff at once? So how would you know? How would you know what your potential is? You never lived that. You've never lived your potential, and you're already trying to jump ahead of the game before fixing what you are, before seeing what you are, before knowing what your potential is and what level you actually would function. Oh, it's genetic. I'm at my genetic limit. No, you're not. You're at your nutrient limit. You burned everything up. You don't put anything back. No one's taught you this stuff. And now you're going to jump on steroids. Or you're going to take a testosterone booster. Or you're going to take what you think is a testosterone booster, which is just a big shot of freaking estrogen, or at least a mimicker, that's going to spike your testosterone through the roof, only to crash it harder than before. Good luck with that. You know what you could have done? Eating some freaking eggs. Yeah, the whole thing, not just the white. Eating some cholesterol. Intake of fats. Eliminating the 12 bad foods that screw up male and other production in your body. That stop the inflammation by stop eating the crap. And then take the minerals. Take the 90 essential nutrients. Give that a shot before you start putting shots into you.
And holism is based on natural law. Holism argues the body is a complex system of interrelated parts. There is, in fact, a soul. There is, in fact, a vital force. The human body knows how to fix itself. The human body wants to fix itself. The human body is trying to fix itself all of the time. We develop and deliver treatments that support and promote the body's built-in God-given ability to fix itself. We attempt to cure the illness by focusing on the physiology of the body. The tumor is not the disease. It is the result of the disease.
Right.
The high blood pressure is not the disease. It is the result of the disease. The constricted airway in the lung is not the disease. It is the result of the disease. So when you treat the disease through a reductionistic lens, the best you can possibly hope to do is manage it. Which is why, if we're going to have truth in advertising, it should be illegal for a medical doctor or a hospital to say that they are in the business of healthcare, because they are not. They are in the business of disease management. And there is a gigantic difference between healthcare, in which people get healthier, and they clearly don't in conventional medicine, and disease management. So, it should say on the side of the hospital, disease management. If it said disease management, the unassuming, trusting average citizen would perhaps start to think differently about this whole situation, which is killing us, bankrupting us. And it's a problem. And oh yeah, holistic physicians attempt to cure the illness. That was the title of my second book, Attempt to Cure with Holistic Medicine, which was banned by Amazon.
Yeah, I've got a copy, luckily.
How about that? Now look, different dogs for different jobs, right? I guess Chihuahuas are in fact good for something, right? Bloodhounds are good for something. They're really good at certain things. Well, as it turns out, because the medical doctors are brought up inside of a reductionistic methodology, what they're good for is trauma care. I mean, military field medicine, it's fantastic what they can do. Surgery when it's necessary, right? This is the wheelhouse of the MD, complications of childbirth. And I, I guess we could argue dentistry for sure. And in these fields, by the way, are where all of the advances in medicine have been made in the last 100 years. New surgical devices, new surgical techniques, new surgical drugs, new sterile techniques.
Yeah, isn't that interesting that for almost as long as this medical monopoly brought forth by the same people who brought us the Federal Reserve has been in the driver's seat, has been at the helm, there hasn't been any major advancements in healthcare just for surgeries and stuff like that, and the technological devices. But as far as increasing your life or your quality of life, maintaining some sort of sustained health that has nothing to do with just plain symptom management, zero in how long? Their entire existence. Stagnation. Controlled. In other words, idiots at the helm who think that they're doing something, and that's exactly why they were put there.
Procedures. The stuff they can do with surgery now is freaking fantastic. But remember, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Sometimes you don't even need the surgery, but that's not what the surgeon is going to know because that's all that they see. And this is a problem, right? This again brought to you by a monopolized
What are you talking about?
medical market.
You can hear me bone smashing. What are you talking about?
Now look, we need to go down this rabbit hole a little bit more. Don't you think it would be prudent for a doctor to have a working definition of health? I mean, if they practice healthcare, if you'd like to have fun with the medical doctor sometime, you want to, poke that, pull that tiger's tail, poke that hornet's nest. The next time you're in the presence of a medical doctor, ask them to define health. They won't be able to. Or, they'll give you some ridiculous answer like, oh, it's the absence of disease. Well, thanks very much. Winter is the absence of summer, but it's so much more, don't you think? So it would be prudent for a medical doctor or doctor to have a working definition of health, and myself and my colleagues do, which is why we succeed. Health is the ability of a living organism to experience distress and remain symptom-free in a state of dynamic equilibrium. Eustress is positive stress like exercise. Distress is negative stress like weather or microbes or a divorce. Okay? I could get into this. We don't have time tonight. I could explain all of this, and on my website I do actually have many videos which explain all of this to you. I'm just giving you the cliff notes tonight. If you understand what health is, only then can you help somebody to recover it. You have to have a working definition of it. And in naturopathic medicine, we have an extremely robust definition of naturopathic medicine. Medical doctors fail, as evidenced by the rise in chronic disease. They're the only show in town, right? The only thing that can legally treat a disease is a drug. The medical doctors are licensed and regulated everywhere. Other types of medicine, homeopathy, naturopathy, osteopathy, chiropractic, botanical medicine, all of these disciplines were kicked off of the bus of medicine in the early 1900s. And all of these professions, including mine, have had to claw our way back. But we are far from a free medical market, light years away from a free medical market. So chronic disease has escalated biblically while the MDs have been in complete, utter, and total control over the development and the delivery of medicine. It's their fault. It happened on their watch. Because they are grounded in a reductionistic method which is inconsistent with the reality of the human experience. The human body is, in fact, inhabited by a vital force, an intelligent spiritual entity. Your body is so smart, it grew itself all by itself from a tiny cell into you. And right now, it's orchestrating billions of biochemical processes, all of which are outside of your conscious control. Well, how is all of this happening? It's the intelligence of the indwelling spirit that the medical doctors are blind to. Which leads to one of my favorite quotes of all time. Doctors, MDs, are people who prescribe medicines of which they know little to cure diseases of which they know less in human beings of whom they know nothing. Let's get into some naturopathic fundamentals. This is the good news now. The body is inhabited by a spiritual essence which is intelligent. The body is smart. The body knows how to stay healthy, but it needs our help, right? I mean, you have to drink water, you have to eat food, you have to breathe air, you have to put warm clothes on when you go outside. There's things that you need to do in order to keep your body healthy. Well, guess what? You need to nutrify the body, you need to stop eating foods that are messing you up, and you need to detoxify your body on a regular basis, and then every once in a while you need to do a kill the parasite program. If you do these 4 things smartly, and I explain how to do all of these 4 things on my website, to which you will purchase a subscription immediately after this presentation. If you do these things, you will dramatically increase your body's ability to fix itself because it can and it wants to. First, we have to nutrify. Let's talk about it. This tank represents your body's nutrient needs. In order for everything to work the way that nature and God intended it, it has to be topped off with 90 essential nutrients. Here's the breakdown. An essential nutrient is something that the body needs, but it can't make. Your body needs minerals, calcium, selenium, zinc. There are 60 minerals, as a matter of fact, that your body needs. Can't make them. 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 2 fatty acids for a grand total of 90 essential nutrients, which have to find their way down the hatch on a regular basis. Only problem is these nutrients are not in the food. Because they're not in the food, and because nobody has been taught this, because we've been inside of a medical monopoly for over 100 years, controlled by the pharmaceutical industry, whose mantra is a patient cured is a customer lost, you don't know this. So your tank is about half full, and then you experience the stress of life, and then things start to break. Not because you have a bad gene, not because there are chemtrails.
Voodoo curse.
Not because of any reason other than your body simply ran out of the stuff that it needs to keep itself healthy. Nutrient deficiency diseases are the leading cause of chronic illness in the world. My colleague, Dr. Joel Wallach, proved it. He was in charge of I forget how many millions of dollars, it was 40 million, I think.
25.
Project from 1971 to 1983.
May have been more, but at least
25 million bucks.
Yeah, there it is.
Dr. Wallach performed over 26,000 autopsies, 10 million blood chemistries and histopathologies. His research rewrote our understanding of nutrition, medical nutrition. It's in the Smithsonian now. It's a national treasure. However, because it talks about how to actually prevent and cure disease, it's, not widely known. Oh, by the way, Dr. Wallach also discovered the cause and the cure for cystic fibrosis while he was working at Yerkes Primate Research Center in Atlanta, Georgia. Dr. Wallach discovered that cystic fibrosis was due to a deficiency in the trace mineral selenium in the blood of pregnant mother monkeys. He was experimenting on rhesus monkeys. So if the mother monkey had enough selenium in her diet, in her blood, the baby was born normal. If the mother was fed a diet that had no selenium in it and her body was deficient in the trace mineral selenium, the babies were born with cystic fibrosis. It was a nutritional deficiency disease. And when he brought his findings to the board members at Yerkes Primate Research Center, they fired him. Because, well, I don't know why. You can postulate why. So minerals are 66% of our body's need, nutrient need. 66%, that's 2/3 minerals, calcium, selenium, zinc. And
I have a theory, because he was surrounded by a bunch of idiots, and that was a threat to them. Number one. Number two, that shook their paradigm. So maybe it would be self-policing, that they would get rid of people who actually came up with an idea or solution to something, even though it wasn't the intention of the research itself, but it was at least something that was able to be discerned from it. There's always going to be at least one person who's in the know as to what the true purpose of that mechanism of control that they call the medical establishment is for. So whether or not his colleagues that were around him were excited for him about this research, or whether or not they were, they were irritated with him for pushing back against the idea that it was a genetic thing, somebody who knew the real game fired him.
a whole bunch of minerals you've never even heard of, like europium and vanadium and galladium. The only way that minerals, not vitamins, not amino acids, not fatty acids, minerals, the only way that minerals get into your body is if they're in the soil that the food is growing in. Only problem is, well, they're not there. Number one, there's no place on God's green earth where all 60 minerals are found in the topsoil, number one. And number two, not in the modern age. And number two, when you spray herbicides like a glyphosate, or more commonly known as Roundup, on the soil, it prohibits the absorption of the minerals into the body of the plant. So more glyphosate, less minerals. Not enough minerals anyway. So as time has gone by, this from the United States Department of Agriculture and the Center for Disease Control. We've known this since 1930, that the amount of minerals has been dramatically decreasing in the soil, and thereby extrapolation dramatically decreasing in the bodies of human beings. And as the minerals in the soil have gone down, chronic disease has escalated. Remember, all chronic disease is directly related to nutrient deficiencies. You don't believe me? Here's a map of selenium deposits in the topsoil of the United States. Remember, selenium is one of the 60 essential minerals. This is a map of selenium deposits, right? So if you live here, your vegetables are loaded with selenium, but if you live here or here or here or here or here or here or anywhere else that's not red, there ain't no selenium in the soil, therefore there ain't no selenium in your food. Oh, but Dr. Glidden, I can get all the selenium I need from Brazil nuts. Well, it is correct that the Brazil nut tree does in fact concentrate selenium in the Brazil nut, but if there's no selenium in the soil, the Brazil nut tree cannot magically make selenium. So you will in fact be deficient in selenium unless, by luck, you're eating food grown in the red zones. And that's just one map, by the way. There are 59 other maps of all the other nutrients. There's no place that they're all present in the topsoil. Here's a cheat sheet of some nutrient deficiency diseases. High blood pressure, the first thing to consider is it's a calcium and magnesium deficiency. Anxiety, the first thing to consider is it's a deficiency in calcium and magnesium. Depression, the first thing to consider is it's a deficiency in chromium, fatty acids, and amino acids. Type 2 diabetes, chromium and fatty acids. Congestive heart failure, vitamin B1 deficiency. Asthma, omega-3 essential fatty acid deficiencies. And Alzheimer's, a selenium deficiency and a cholesterol deficiency. We go from this to this. in what, 80 years? And again, not because of chemtrails, not because you have a bad gene, not because you're getting older, but because here's how many nutrients your body needs. Here's how many it has. The stress of life burns through your reserves. You develop a disease, you go to a medical doctor, and they throw a drug at it, the intention of which is not to cure the condition, but simply to manage it. And what does the drug do? As the body metabolizes the drug, guess what it uses up more of? Essential nutrients. That, by the way, is why drugs stop working. And so, your blood pressure medicine stops working after 9 months, and then the dose needs to be increased. Or you need a second, third, or a fourth blood pressure medicine because you've habituated to the dose. No, because the action of the medicine burned through what little nutrients you had left. And so the drugs make you sicker and weaker and sicker and weaker and sicker and weaker because they do not get to the root cause of the problem. And thank God for lidocaine, right? And insulin. It's not the drug, it's how it's used. When you use a drug to manage the problem without even thinking about what is causing the problem and how do I cure the problem, chronic disease will escalate. And that's exactly what happens. Which begs the question, well, what the heck do I do now? Well, all right, you panic and freak out, man. I tell you what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't, find a health coach on Google or YouTube. Probably shouldn't do that. You need to find an expert, somebody who has clinical chops with this, somebody who's a member of a profession which has been actively curing chronic disease for hundreds of years. And that would be my profession and yours truly. I mean, if your automobile runs out of gas, here's one way you could fix it. And the fact that the woman in that picture is a blonde is a complete coincidence. Probably better just to, put gas in the tank, don't you think? So you need to put gas in your tank. You need 90 essential nutrients. And here's the best way to do it. I have been practicing naturopathic medicine for 35 years. And I have had my fingers on the pulse of the nutritional supplement industry for that long. And I am here to tell you that not all nutritional supplements are created equally. That this combination of nutritional supplements sold through a company called Eiffel Health give you, me, and anybody else 100% of the body's 90 essential nutrient needs, period. I don't make any money from the sale of these nutritional supplements. Let me say it again. I do not make any money from the sale of these nutritional supplements. I am an advocate of these nutritional supplements because in 35 years of clinical work, they are the most effective ones I've ever seen. Nothing else even comes close to this combination of supplements. Now, these products are manufactured by a company out of California called Youngevity. And Youngevity sells its products through a network of distributors all around the world. If you were told about this presentation by another human being, the chances are high that they were a Youngevity distributor. So in order to get the 90 essential nutrients, which you desperately need, get in touch with them. Don't get this stuff at Amazon. Don't get this stuff at eBay. Get it through the person that told you about me, because that's how this works. A rising tide lifts all boats. And by the way, the person that you purchase it from, the distributor that you purchase it from, will tell you how to take it, will tell you how to get it at the best price, and will fill in the blanks for you that haven't been filled in by yours truly. And if you found me on your own, through one of my social media posts, or through, you had a dream and God told you to come to this webinar, then purchase these products at eiffelhealth.com. Okay? Okay. Step number 2, food. You need to clean your diet up. You need to stop eating food that's hurting your body. Here's a map of life expectancy by county. This was developed by Lucien LePage of Harvard University a long time ago. In this map, if it's red, you're dead. The red counties are the shortest life expectancies in the United States. Statistically significantly shorter life expectancies. See a pattern? Yeah, it's mostly the old Confederate South and a few outliers of Native American reservations. The only difference between these people and the rest of the United States is in these areas, fried.
Was Chicago like 50? Mostly because you get shot, not because of you don't get to live to be a ripe old age.
Food is a freaking religion. Only thing about fried food is, well, it contains a nasty chemical called acrylamide. Acrylamide is pro-inflammatory and cancer-forming. Colonel Sanders has been dead for what, how many years? And they're still killing people inadvertently because of advocacy of fried food, which is a big, bad voodoo daddy. Don't even be downwind of anything fried.
Something's wrong with your medulla oblongata.
If you want to increase your life expectancy, stop eating fried food immediately. As a matter of fact, there are 12 foods that you shouldn't eat, let alone look at. And these foods are all listed in my website via a subscription that I haven't talked about at all tonight. But if you scroll down after this presentation on the website, you'll see I have a ton of self-help, health recovery information available on this website through a membership subscription. I encourage you to purchase a membership subscription and start to learn this because you need to.
I also encourage you to, with my code. The code isn't the whole story, though. You have to also have the link. Excuse me just a second. I don't know what the hell just happened there. Sorry. That wasn't intentional. I'll just go back to what it was. I'll show you again later. Something just kind of broke here. Excuse me.
And if you're smart enough to pass the driver's license test, you're smart enough to learn what to do.
See, I told you there's a hierarchy. You have to be smarter than a fifth grader, and you have to be smart enough to pass a driver's license test. Now, a lot of people can do the other one, but are they smarter than a fifth grader? Oh, those ones, give those people to the MDs. They can have them. You know, in fact, they might find an actual use in the world. They might have done a service if you can like cram enough of them between yourself and the entity that wants all of mankind destroyed, and just keep feeding them the cannon fodder of the people who aren't smarter than a fifth grader, and they'll be like choking on those because there's just so many of them, just a sheer mass of them that you'll be able to get away.
To help your body recover its health. I line it all up for you. Easy breezy, lemon squeezy, easy to understand video and written tutorials, including the 12 bad foods. I think I'm also giving this away for free. If you don't want to become a subscriber now, I really don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. But there's a box.
Yeah, don't be an asshole.
Membership pricing details area that gives you free access to a handful of my information for your edification. So there are 12 foods that you shouldn't eat. You need to stop eating these foods immediately. And in addition to those, there are most probably some foods that your body, specifically your body, is intolerant to. Phil Donahue just died today. And Phil Donahue had a very, very famous talk show in the 80s. And of all of the guests that Phil Donahue had on his show, the most watched episode was with Doris Rapp, who was a medical doctor who was way ahead of her time when she was on his show, talking about the net negative effects of foods that children were intolerant to.
That was really
Here's
incredible.
A little video snippet from Dr. Rapp's.
Oh, good. You know, I honestly think that this is how funny this is, how like impactful this was. I honestly think that when Dr. Artis used to be our Monday guest and then was on for like 40 episodes, I think he also brought this very thing up. If I'm not mistaken, both Dr. Glidden and Dr. Dr. Glidden and Dr. Artis did. I might be giving Dr. Artis credit for something he didn't do, but I feel like I have that memory. Like I sense it. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but I know we've gone over this before, and I really do think it originally, because I knew Dr. Artis before I was able to get in touch with Dr. Glidden. So I think maybe that was presented there first. But watch how crazy this happens. This is super, super important. Please watch this. I'll get my head out of the way again. And yeah, do that. Why am I leaning so far forward? I look like I'm all hunchback. All right, out of here.
Website. Yeah, so I don't think the audio is coming through on this.
Nope. Don't. All that lead up. Now I gotta go find
We're going
it.
to see videos in a minute of children in her office who were given a little bit of a taste of a food that they were intolerant to. They become little demon children. Kidding, hitting, spitting,
There might be a racial component here too, but we're just gonna pretend like I didn't say that for now.
biting. It's bad. Here's the child before he's given the food that he's intolerant to, just a little piece, for instance, maybe half of a strawberry, for example. In about 5-10 minutes after his body metabolizes it, he becomes a wild child. Yelling at his parents, swearing at his parents like a drunken sailor, hitting them, punching them, scratching them, all because his brain was inflamed by the food that he ate. Period. It's not a bad gene. It's not bad parenting. It's not chemtrails. It's an inflammatory reaction due to a food that he just ate. And then they give him the antidote, and he turns immediately back into a normal little child.
Over friggin' strawberries.
Same thing happens to you if
At least
you're
one
an
of them.
adult. You just have more filters now than the child does.
Except for women.
So the inflammation in your brain.
If you're a woman, you have less filters. You just go from 0 to irrational in light speed, and then hostile and resentful. And then you start plotting people's demise simply because you resent them.
Is going to come out in different ways. You're going to have OCD. You're going to be anxious. You're going to be restless. You're going to be depressed. You're going to be something. You're not going to be able to sleep at night. Something's going to go wrong with your brain, which will come out in some way. Of course, your medical doctor has no training, no experience, no respect, and no appreciation for any of this. So all that they're going to do is throw a drug at it. Step number 3, we have to detoxify. This isn't just kids, this is in adults as well. 82% of kids are exposed every week to one or more chemical ingredients with the potential to harm the brain and the nervous system. If you want to take a deep dive into this, go to ewg.org. 69% of kids are exposed every week to one or more ingredients that may disrupt the hormone system.
If you're allowed to make your own custom dots and nobody has made a .omg yet, they've really dropped the ball.
Bisphenol A. It's an ingredient used in plastics and the stuff that lines food cans. Despite the growing evidence of risk to human health, there are no limits placed on the amount of BPA in canned foods. Researchers at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recently detected BPA in 95% of 400 U.S. adults, 95% of U.S. adults and children. And the latest comprehensive review of low-dose studies found that the overwhelming majority, 94 of 115, have confirmed that BPA is toxic at low levels of exposure. But the Food and Drug Administration does nothing about it. The same thing for fluoride. It's a big bad voodoo daddy. Fluoride lowers your IQ. That's an academic fact. And you know,
Permanently.
all of our kids have autism. Is it vaccine related? I don't think so. I think that has something to do with it.
Oh, I think it does.
I think
A
in
lot.
addition to the vaccine, it's when you give the child Tylenol. There's a combination which medical doctors do. It's standard operating procedure. You give the child a vaccine. They know it's going to provoke a fever. Medical doctors hate a fever because they have their heads up their rear end. So they give Tylenol preventively, and there's an interaction that happens between the Tylenol and the chemicals in the vaccine that causes inflammation in the brain.
Yeah, you could say all that, or you could say, thimerosal is mercury. If a little tiny drop landed on the ground, you need a hazmat suit to clean it up. So why the fuck would you inject it into your child? Do we need to go any further into mRNA and all that other stuff? Like, seriously. How about the simple fact that you're injecting your child based on something that doesn't fucking exist? You're looking for invisible unicorns. Oh, well, everybody got these symptoms all at once. Yeah, well, lots of people can flip a switch and have radiation go on. And you know what you get from radiation? Flu-like symptoms. You can even have suppressed lung issues. You know what else you can do? Poison the food, water, and air in a certain area, and then there's an outbreak. Or, hey, was it flu season? Did people just recently in the last couple of weeks get their flu shots, or are they now having problems? Could it be that they put something new in the stuff that you would line up to get injected with? Maybe just a little tweak just so that you can get sick in a certain way with a certain symptom profile so that they can say, there's a new virus out there. Come get another shot. This one's really going to get you. And everybody else freaks out. Oh, I better not get that. And the people who don't line up for the shots lined up for that one because they were scared for their lives, selfishly. As I said, God doesn't have it under control. The natural vital force that is part of God within me doesn't have this under control. I need to go to the guy who is an atheist who hates the very idea of the vital force, and he's going to fix me. That's the guy. And then you get what you get. Just don't do it to your kids.
I figured this out in 15 minutes. Why haven't the medical doctors do? So look, again, if you go to the internet to try to figure out how to detoxify, you're going to hurt yourself. Because first you have to nutrify the human body, and then you have to try to detoxify the human body. You have to nutrify it first, because the liver, which is that little red organ right there, is the organ that...
So when you're supposed to aim at when you're boxing so the person drops to their knees in agonizing pain. So aim for the liver. Right side.
Detoxifies everything, and it does it through phase 1 and phase 2 detox. And guess what phase 1 and phase 2 detox need? Nutrients. Guess what you don't have enough of? Nutrients. So if you go on a fast or something, the lemonade fast brought to you by Angelina Jolie or whoever, and you don't have enough nutrients in your body, you're going to stir up a hornet's nest, because you're going to liberate these toxins. They're going to go into the liver. They're in fat now. The detox is going to burn the fat, liberate the toxins. The toxins are going to enter the general circulation, go into the liver. The liver is going to try to detoxify them, but doesn't have the nutrients to do that. So now the toxins are in the general circulation, and you will hurt yourself. I knew a guy in the late 80s. He was a serious born-again Christian.
Oh, yeah. And don't even pepper your food. And I know you're doing it if you're doing a detox. I didn't say a fast, but if you're doing a detox and you're taking pepper, you're eating pepper, it's going to suppress your liver's function. The piperine will.
He got it into his head that he was going to go into the woods like Jesus and do a 40-day fast, and he did it. And 2 months later, he got leukemia and was dead within a year.
Well, was he? I mean, was he actually, whatever the hell they call leukemia? My aunt was murdered with chemo and radiation over a 2.5-year period. That's what happened to her. They said the spell word leukemia based on blood work. And then because everybody believes it and is convinced by it, they rush right into the therapy for it, which is a poisonous, harmful, painful death, complete with bone marrow transplants. I think I'm 20 years older right now than my aunt ever got to be. And she was a mother of 3. And I hate the medical establishment, and that was like my second mother. So when I hear leukemia and I hear blood, I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. That's like a no-seum cancer, huh? That's convenient. There's no tumor to point at. a sack of toxins that your body has neatly packed away so it doesn't harm your body, and then you go and do a biopsy and you cut into it and it spreads all over your fucking body and it kills somebody. Oh, that's smart. Maybe just give your body the nutrients it needs so it can help dissolve and shrink and get rid of the toxins so that that little sack of freaking tumor shit isn't there anymore. How about that? Why not do that? Oh, you want to pop the balloon? Oh, okay. Sounds good. So, yeah. Did he? Or was it because he just had that fast and he had all the fat that he burned in that 40-day fast, have all those toxins in his system, which triggered a reading in a different way, or was still present in his readings, because all it is capture a snapshot in time where a doctor observed or analyzed or made data that may not have made any true real life impact. Like, is it meaningful? And how many times did they run it before they elected that he had leukemia? So my question is, did his friend actually die of leukemia? Or the 2 months later when he was diagnosed with it and then set in the motion of the poisons that murder you when you have it? I don't think cancer's ever killed anybody because they never leave you fucking alone enough to see if the cancer would kill you. The moment they hear that, they're jumping all over you to chemo, to mustard gas and radiate you. And in the past, AZTU, which is a shallow sea sponge venom, everything's venom. You gotta pull that AZT out for this thing and that thing, and the other thing. Okay, it used to be a cancer drug before it was a AIDS drug. So if they really want to scare people with that HIV thing, that's also not a thing, and they have this, you come in there because you wreck your life and destroy it, or the Hep B shots did it, and you're already messed up, and then they do you in with the AZT and say, wow, that AIDS stuff is some nasty stuff, isn't it? It's like you can't add more things to the equation and more things to the formula, and then through your wisdom isolate that it must be the thing that we said it was, the disease that did it, not the treatment. When you know the treatment's poison, right? So when you mix a bunch of stuff in a petri dish and they don't do any isolation, they say, "Oh, see that thing? The cells died. Was it the chemicals that you put in there that have a breakdown effect in the dish? Or is it potentially the radiation that you treated it with, or whatever else they do? They do all kinds of crazy stuff. Throw dyes in there, mix it up with all kinds of crap. Oh, see, look. So you don't know what the cause was because there was multiple things that could have caused it. And they're like, no, see, that's indication that there's a virus in there. That we have no idea what it looks like, what its genetic strand is. We definitely have a test for it. How do you test for it? Parlor tricks, my friend. Parlor tricks for the people who don't ask questions. You gotta be above this for your own children, and you need to get a clue for that, please. Never go to them in the first place, and they will never become a threat in your life. They won't take your aunt from you. They won't take a mother of 3 away from their children. They won't destroy a family. You know what I want to know the domino effect of that? My uncle has always kind of been an asshole. I think it had actually something to do with his shots. He had one of those big, multiple tap, I don't know what the fuck that thing was. It looked like a bunch of little dots on his arm. He was messed up, but he wasn't always messed up. He was messed up when he was younger. And by the way, he had childhood, they call it childhood diabetes. Geez, I wonder if that has something to do with the shot. So anyway, he was a little bit of an asshole, but he got to really be a really big asshole when he got older. Point being, that was always a point of stress between my mother, or my grandmother, and my grandfather. But when my aunt got sick, and she passed, and it was 2.5 years of torture and hell for the family, only to get the worst outcome possible. My grandmother and grandfather divorced. Oh, guess who was the bone marrow transplant person? Like my uncle, who's the fucking asshole piece of shit. and he wanted everybody to kiss his ass because he was that's a whole other thing. Anyway, so yeah, it didn't just wreck me with the trauma of my aunt being passing. This is what the MDs do to people, right? Everybody was a wreck. We were a very close family. We lived right next door to one another. Everywhere. Like when we lived in Mechanicsville, we were all living pretty damn close to each other. I'd walk to my aunt's house. I'd get off the school bus there. And then when we all moved to Stillwater, well, guess what? My grandmother's house was here. We had a lot in between. Still my grandfather's property. He owned the property all the way up that side of the road. And so there was an empty lot, basically. And then my mom's house, when we finally built it, we owned a restaurant before that. I grew up in an Italian restaurant. And then my aunt's house. My aunt's house was there before our house was. So we all lived next to each other. And my great aunt lived across the street from my grandmother, her sister. All on the same street. Beautiful. So that tight, close family. And the freaking MDs came in. My aunt had what they called mono. And they said she had mono for a year. And then they told her she needed her gallbladder removed. Maybe that set the freaking shit. It's not a good idea to do that at all. Where are you getting your bile from after that? So your body gets toxic, maybe. And then maybe that thing that happened after that was kind of, who knows? Who knows? Or maybe there's a fucked up thing about sunflower seeds, and she used to eat them all the time. So who knows? I was sure it was kind of like a piss poor diet. She was skinny and in good shape and all that. It's just probably wasn't eating the best choices, you know. And who knew in early 1990s about this stuff, right? So there's that. All the things that may have been able to prevent it. It's like, okay, so you say that I have the markers for leukemia. This is why I was 11 years old. I wish I was older. Because I would have, it's like, hey, how about we just take the nutrients and stay the fuck away from the doctor for a couple months, and then if you feel like you absolutely have to go back into their fucking den of horrors, have them do the test again before they proceed with anything to see if anything's changed. And with a guy named Todd, who watches the show here, he did that very thing with the 90 Essentials with a friend of his, and when he went back, guess what? No more leukemia. However the hell they measure that, that's nope, gone. 90 essential nutrients. Leukemia? No leukemia. How do you think I would have felt if I had that when I was 11? Had that knowledge at least. And forced my aunt to do that. However way I was going to do that at 11, I don't know. But boy, that would have been something, huh? My three cousins probably would have appreciated that. Her only daughter, who was born like just before this all kicked off, I'm sure she would have appreciated getting to know her mom instead of her mom always being in New York City being poisoned to death. It's the reason why I'm in this chair. It's the reason why this is important to me. Oh, and by the way, they killed my 2-month-old brother. Did I tell you that?
I think it was related. Eliminate the parasites is the last step along this path. Parasites have been directly related to cancer, autoimmune disease, and autoimmune disease. If you have an autoimmune diagnosis, Sjogren's syndrome, or lupus, or whatever, Hashimoto's thyroiditis, right? If you have an autoimmune disease, you have parasites.
Yes, possibly. And that is one of the things. Another one of the things is something that I'm going over with one of his videos right now, doing an actual edit on. Oddly enough, funny that he bring up, because if you understand what the doctors think about this, you'll start to laugh about how fucking stupid it is. Oh, one day you just woke up and your body decided to eat itself and attack the good tissue. Is that what it's doing? Or is there bad tissue there? Oh, is it just eating shit up? Or is there something else that's happening? So maybe the parasite is what it's actually trying to attack. Because they keep saying, oh, wow, look at all this stuff here. All these things. Are they really antibodies even? I don't know if I like that term, if I trust it.
And we use botanical medicines to kill the parasites because they're better than drugs. But these medicines are
Everything's better
poisonous.
than
That's how
drugs.
they kill the bugs. So you have to know how to use them. As a subscriber to my website, you'll have access to something called the Full Moon Parasite Cleanse. Right? Full Moon Parasite Cleanse.
Hey, cat.
Which uses these botanical medicines plus some other things. I walk you through how to do it, ladies and gentlemen, because after 35 years of clinical work, you get a clue. And, you know, where did I hear? Oh, yeah, my people are destroyed by lack of knowledge. Right? So here's the deal. Let's wrap it up. This tank represents your body's nutrient needs. In order for you to be optimally healthy, it needs to be topped off all the time with 90 essential nutrients. Here's how many nutrients you do have because they're not in the food. The stress of life burns through your reserves. Then you become sick and symptomatic. Then you go to a medical doctor and they throw a drug at it, which doesn't fix the problem. You need to fill the nutritional tank up. You need to eliminate the 12 bad foods, right? Stop eating food that's hurting your brain. And you need to kill the parasites. To recover and maintain your health, this is what we do. We nutrify, we stop eating foods that cause inflammation, we detoxify the body, and we kill the parasites. And I tell you exactly how to do that on this website. No private appointment necessary. We have given these protocols to 10,000 people over the last 9 years, and 83% of them had remarkable recoveries without the need of a private appointment. Here are 2 of them. There's the before picture. There is the after picture. There was no personal training, no going to the gym, no intermittent fasting, no doing nothing. This was an elimination of the 12 bad foods and nutrifying the body. Here are the conditions that disappeared. Dry
Oh, so no TRT either? Oh, that's interesting, huh?
skin on face, gone in a month. Chapped lips, gone in a month. Dandruff, excessive, gone in a month. Loose and burning stool, gone in 2 weeks. Foul smelling gas, almost gone at 9 weeks. Sensitivity to sunlight, lifelong, gone in 21 days. Headaches, after 2 to 3 consecutive days, sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night, my regular sleep pattern, gone since the beginning of the program. Bleeding gums, noisy joints, pain in the right hand, pain in the right shoulder, numbness in the hands and arms when sleeping. Silverish, scaly skin on the elbows, gone. Lower back, bulging discs, partially desiccated. Pain completely gone in the low back from bulging discs. Varicose veins on legs. Noticeable improvement after a month. Itching below the left shoulder blade started reducing after 7 days. Pain and chronic inflammation in the left ankle, gone in 6 months. Nose bleeding without reason, gone since the start. Loss of fat around the waist and belly, lost 8 pounds in 2 weeks, 11 pounds in 1 month, 30 pounds total, and he wasn't trying to lose weight. This is our good friend Michelle. She just wrote a book called Look at Me Now, I believe is the name of it. She's probably in the public chat room tonight. Here are the illnesses she recovered from. Medical doctors couldn't believe it. Chronic constipation, ulcerative colitis, pain requiring narcotic pain relievers, dizzy spells, altitude sickness, hypoglycemic encephalopathy, Addison's disease, Lyme disease, chronic ear infections, restless leg syndrome, widowmaker heart attack, diabetic retinopathy, diabetic neuralgia. Confirmation of recovery other than scarring from a quadruple bypass. May 9th, 2023 by cardiac nuclear stress test. So she had a definitive diagnosis of, atherosclerosis. All her arteries in her heart were clogged. She had a widowmaker heart attack, right? She had surgery, quadruple bypass. She got on the board with the program. A couple of years later, she went back. She had another nuclear scan and her blood vessels are completely clean. That's not supposed to be able to happen. So, look, I'm telling you that your body's ability to fix itself is much greater than anybody has led you to believe. Much greater.
Rascal just tried to eat my 90 essential nutrients. I have them out here on the table. I just got the full Chemic blend energy blend here. There's supposed to have a spoon with it. Azure well. You know, I know why? Because most people don't have a 16th teaspoon in their house or an 8th. I've got a 4th. I think I just, whatever. Asses. Anyhow. Yeah. So I have like some of these on the table. And I just got the copper in here too. So I had the copper on he's trying to munch on it. I keep on trying to push him out of the way.
Than anybody has led you to believe. And in order for you to become healthy, you should fire your medical doctor and figure it out. Learn from the experts, which in this case would be me. That's why I exist, to provide you with comprehensive health recovery information on my website via a membership subscription. You will come for the content and you will stay for the community. Because there are hundreds of thousands, millions of people just like you who are sick and tired of being sick and tired. But they do not know what to do. They're smart enough to know, oh, I should probably stop using pharmaceuticals to fix this. I should probably stop trusting what the medical doctors say, especially since COVID. But I still have high blood pressure. I still have heartburn. I still have a heart condition. I still have asthma. I still have something. What am I going to do? You're going to become a subscriber. You're going to teach yourself what to do through the information on my website.
The biggest hurdle here is when people have a thing that's been given a name, they don't consider this in any way like this is a thing and this is how you do it. How are you going to do that with this thing? Just with with the 90 essential nutrients and staying away from the bad foods. Because this is a thing that, no, you don't understand. Nobody knows how you get it, and I got it. Nobody knows how you get it, and I got it. Well, how are you going to do that for congestive heart failure? How are you going to do it for this, that, the other thing? It's like, it comes from the understanding that all these things stem from inflammation and a consistent, persistent doing all the wrong things without having your shields up. You don't have the things that your body needs in order to combat the crap you keep throwing at it. So when you break that cycle, like that guy who wasn't even trying to lose weight, he just stopped eating the shit. The inflammation, all the other things that happen from inflammation, free radicals, all that crap stopped happening, and he's getting nutrified. He's healing, he's getting better. So, well, I have this really complicated thing that the doctors obviously don't let everybody know that you need this, that, or the other thing. I need a nitrous pill. I need this. What? Do you? You sure? Because they said so? Because that's what everybody else does? Isn't it worth a shot not to poison yourself further? Find the results by experiencing them and then cast your opinion about it after you've actually done it rather than from a distance say that's not correct. It might be worth a shot, especially if it's something as simple as, hey, nature wanted you to have this stuff. Why don't you get that stuff? Oh, well, look, nature was trying to provide that stuff, but then some barriers occurred. And did he talk about the blue zones? Where people live to be like 120 because they have a bunch of nutrients in the soil and they have high antioxidant intake. If he hadn't, well, I'm sure we'll come across it eventually.
Right. And you are going to support and promote your body's ability to fix itself. Are these therapeutics guaranteed? No, they are not. And remember, these are not treatments for disease, because disease does not exist. These are treatments for people. We don't treat heart disease, we treat people. We don't treat asthma, we treat people. We don't treat migraine headaches, we treat people. By giving them therapeutics.
And that's the other distinction, because somebody put a label on it, so now it becomes an entity. It becomes a thing. It becomes an obstacle in which to overcome. You stop identifying the symptomology as you, because now that part of you is being named something else. The disease is not separate. It's part of what you're experiencing. That's why they treat you, not the disease. So that's another way to, try to maybe help other people wrap their heads around it, right? Well, that thing would be daunting to try to tackle with simple blah blah blah, but we're not tackling that thing over there. We're supporting your body so that it can get healed, not worrying about that thing. And then if we need to address it with a homeopathic or a botanical in addition to the other thing, but let's just see how this works first and we build up your strength before we go into that. Kind of lead people into it a little bit because you probably won't need those other things for the majority of the stuff. It'll just be making sure that you have the essential nutrients that you always were supposed to have. But something nefarious has gotten in the way, omitted or diminished or ridiculed the pure concept of needing food for things like that. They don't even think you need sunlight.
Science-based, clinically verified therapeutics that support and promote their body's built-in God-given ability to fix itself. Are these guaranteed to work? No.
Oh, and excuse me, but I think I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, I have to go look. But I think vitamin A and vitamin D are really big in like mushrooms, like turkey tail, reishi, lion's mane, those types of things. And you can usually get a blend. I mean, I would try to get them fresh. Like every once in a while, you can at Sprouts you can find lion's mane, and if they didn't let them sit in the box too long, it's like $4 or $5 for like one piece. It's worth trying to grow them yourself because it's kind of pricey. But if you get lion's mane, which is my favorite, turkey tail, reishi, whatever, the antler style reishi, the really hard stuff. If you're gonna get that, get it if you can get it fresh, do it. But I would definitely do that instead of like a synthetic D or synthetic any vitamin. But synthetic vitamin D is probably, if you knew what they did to get the lanolin from the sheep and it cuts into that oil. No, but there's other reasons why. Because it's not the way you're supposed to get it, So I think mushrooms are one source. There might be something to do with the things that swim in the water too. There might be some vitamin D there, and also the obviously the sun. But if that's not available to you, given where you live and what time of year it is, out here I've got no problem. It was 115 today, and I was doing yard work, getting rid of some dead palm and burning it in the burning barrel or the burning dome thing. It's pretty hot. I was soaked.
Nothing is guaranteed to work. But we have an 83% recovery track record. That beats a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. You need to figure this stuff out, ladies and gentlemen. Become a subscriber. If you can't afford it, get the free content. If you really, really, really can't afford the subscription, there's an email there. Get in touch with us via email. We will help you. We have plans for people who are struggling financially. We will help you figure this stuff out. So get in touch with us and let me show you, how to get yourself into the game of healing.
All right, we're going to go on to the next one now. All right, and now let me see if I can find something. Bear with me a second because I was looking for something to make this a little bit better of an experience, but I didn't want to do it while I was doing the thing. It might take a second, and I might not even like it. I might just trash it when I see it. Let's find out. Almost there. All right, and I'll go to the chat after this too before I start the next one. What am I? There it is. Yeah, that's the problem though, huh? That was the reason why I didn't use that one before, because the other part is black lettering. It should be white. I was thinking about putting that up. Well, maybe I could do that. Let's just take this one down for now. Oh, what the fuck? You know what? Screw off. There we go. Too many things are labeled very close to each other, so. There we go. That's like that. That looks pretty good. I'll just have it'll be here all the time now that I have it. I just had to get it set. Cool. Let's go to the chat real quick. Can X out of that one since we've already done it. Karen, Alex, what is going on? Wow, there's a lot. Okay. No, it's hello, Alex. I said no. It's always been the opposite. They use their stupid, fancy, made-up terms and then end up having to tell you the common name of it, all while belittling you in the process. Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Paney in the army. Right. Now do you get it? Yeah, those guys, they're jerk offs. It's what's funny is like that's literally what it means if you were just speaking Latin, like Paney in the army. It's how they talk in that way. It's not really that complicated on the other side of it. Jazz hands. Yeah, I don't have that one. Which I've used that clip in a lot of things before, but I just don't have it here and on the soundboard. Animal says, but how do we really know that the cow brain serum isn't for humans? Right? Oh man, wait till we get into the Bechamp or Pasteur when he's like, yeah, you know, we injected this thing into the brains of monkeys and they died. So obviously it was the virus. They did the same thing with that idiot Gaidashek, the slow virus thing with the Kuru. All that was BS. And there's still people that won't let go of that. Like, no, prion disease. Did a Creutzfeldt Jakoff disease. Like, you realize that there was a pedophile involved in making all that shit up, right? Okay, cool. Well then, let's move on. But they gave us the what do you call it? The foundational understanding of a slow virus. Like, nobody's given us a foundational understanding or any proof of a regular virus. What are you talking about? Freaking slow virus. Well, that's how we can explain away the HIV and the AIDS thing. Yeah, great. So more bullshit on top of bullshit, like I was mentioning before. Well, how do we know? Okay, so no uppercase numbers. Okay. Amal says, unfortunately, the code on Azure only applies to the Azure Well products. So pretty much all of the vitamins and supplements are good for the discount, but not food on others. Oh, really? I did not know that. See, I'm glad you told me. I thought someone said that it would be good for the... Oh, maybe it was probably. Maybe they just said, yeah, I think so. I may have been talking to Dr. Bonzo. And that was like maybe over a year ago. I was like, does it work on everything? It should. And so it was probably like that type of talk. And I was like, oh, okay. I just believed it. Along came usury. That is correct, Alex. You are correct, sir. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen the Saturday Night Live with Phil Hartman playing Ed McMahon. And then I think it was probably Dana Carvey being Johnny Carson, right? You know, Ed. Yeah. Yes. I think that's who they were. I think the other one was Dana Carvey. Let's see. Oyest to the vey. If they don't use usury, someone else will. Yeah, right. Well, if we don't poison you and take advantage of you, slaughter your family, well, I mean, obviously someone else would have, so why not us? Yeah, why not us? Right. 39.9. But who's counting, right? It's all fake anyway. We don't know them anything. After what they've done to us, we don't know them anything. They owe us big time. That's how it should be perceived too. 39.9 of what? A con? That's like the person playing the Follow the Queen being assertive about, running a scam but still demanding his money. Hey, you gambled. No, we didn't actually. It was the people that you give a blank check to, and then you put the weight of the burden of that on our shoulders so that you can keep us imprisoned. No thanks. Yeah, your boys on top with the suits? Yeah, no, the ones that are out in front of the cameras pretending to be presidents and pretending to be Congress and all that other stuff, because they're just pretending, because there is none of that stuff. Yeah. Those people have the blank check. To borrow. It's like, we're not $39.9 trillion in debt because the banks made a mistake. No, we're $39.9 trillion in debt because it's all spells and sorcery and BS and Kabbalism. A train is Hell's on Wheels. Oh, that train is Hell's on Wheels. Yeah. You know what that sounded like? Dwayne, was it Dwayne? Or something like that? Dwayne is a pain? What was it from the Dark Tower series with Roland? I might be getting the first name wrong, but that was like it was a theme in there. It's like an evil Thomas the Train type of deal. It's just random. I read a lot of Stephen King way back. The Dark Tower series was my thing. I grew up with it. Alex says Rite Aid was funny. They kept building more stores even though they were like going through bankruptcy. Then finally fizzled out. The headquarters was close by, but was demolished recently. Really, I didn't know anything about it. I remember Rite Aids way back when. Alex says, "Oh fuck, that's right." The Alex Grass Jewish Center, which just filed for bankruptcy too, had do a Google search for who owned Rite Aid. Rite Aid history from Grass to Steen. Really? That's funny. Irva says Chihuahuas are great for home alarms. They have supersonic hearing. Yes. Ollie. I just wish he wasn't a jerk. It's like, hey, when you see that their kids, stop barking. Okay, they're neighbors. They're next door neighbors. When they come into the house, stop barking. Stop yelping at them like they're bad. It makes me mad. He doesn't mean anything to anything. He's not hostile or growling. He's just letting people know. He has like I think I've ever heard him growl unless he's playing. But the fact that he's barking, like, hey, that guy's right there. Look at him. It's like we see him. Thanks. Stop barking now that you've seen them and you know that they come here often. Stop it. Every time they move from like, hold on. Well, hold on. Come on. Don't do that. I think my cat's coughing up a hairball. God damn it. We can hear you, Boone. Yeah, you know what it probably was? I probably dropped this. So I did slip out of my hands because there was a sticker on the bottom and it stuck when I went to move it, like stuck to my hand and I dropped it because I didn't expect the resistance. But yeah, this is the fulvic blend Energy Earth. And they did not send me the serving size spoon. It's glass. They say if you do the 1/16 teaspoon, which I'm gonna have to go fucking buy one, 180 servings. But I'm gonna do it as a 90-day, the 1/8 teaspoon, because I'm badass like that. My daughter maybe will get the 16th. Yes. Oh, is it time for you to leave the room? Jesus Christ. Give me a second. Unfortunately, okay, you already said that. Why did this all do this? Why? It just did it. I just went through the whole thing. I may have dropped. Oh yeah, something. Sounds like you're trying to kill a gnat. Unfortunately, see, look at why is it doing that again? It's just going through the same shit that I just read. I'm scrolling straight down. Finally took care of the Jeff. No, I didn't do it. There's a homeopathic just for gnat bites. Oh my god! Really? Come on. Different than the one for mosquitoes. And there's also a homeopathic for people who are mosquito magnets like myself. Caladium. Going to try. Oh, that's cool. And then this is Oyas to the Bay again. Look at how crazy this chat is. We just went through 2 hours thing. Am I losing my mind? Am I going back in time in a loop or something? Like, what is going on? There's the freaking fly again. Wow. He's got the soul patch to hide his big turkey neck. Holy crap. Yeah. Something's wrong with your medulla oblongata. Hey, what's up, Edward Snowin? And then Karen says, if you're doing all the 90 essential nutrients and avoiding the 12 bad foods, it'll extend your life expectancy. Well, it'll extend your life also what do you call it? Quality. That's the word I was searching my broken head for. Unless you keep ticking off your spouse, then it could be instantly shortened. Life hack. end of life hack. Yes, that's your end of life hack if you go with the MDs for sure. Yeah, I'd like to. I'm just gonna follow your lead. Pretend like you're trying to fix something. I'll be dead in no time. Suicide by doctor. Now I'm 3 whole turns. Yeah, AIDS, aka grids. Gay-related immune deficiency syndrome. It's not though. I mean, I don't even. They don't even. It's been pretty much. The people that I hang with. It's not even sexually transmitted. Can't be. It's not even a thing. Anyway, that was the polio shot, Mark. If I'm not. Yeah, it's like a test thing, right? Yeah, he had the big, deep things. Cats get views, do they? Well, I'm gonna have to kick him out anyway because he's. It's time for him to go. I just fed him too, so that's probably why he wanted to snuggle. He says thank you in his way, you know. Well, then Rascal has mineral deficiency. That's what that he's trying to talk to you about. Actually, that might be true. It could be. I mean, I give him good food. I thought, but who knows? Who knows what they consider good food when they package it? Oh, it's because it's all that they need. Really? People don't even know. You don't even know what people need. How do you know what the animal needs? Rascal is super cool. That's what it was going to originally. That's what it was originally called, and then it was offensive to the gays. Oh, it was really called the grids. That's hilarious. So they really wanted people to assign that value to it, huh? That's pretty funny. Because if you think about it, it was just a matter of like trying to get people to say, "Oh yeah, those gays," you know. Like they know that they targeted certain neighborhoods and gave that Hep B shot. They know that they did that in the 70s, late 70s. They know that that's what the cascade effect was, apart from lifestyle, and then just anybody who had like common symptoms that everybody has, they just all of a sudden say, "Well, look, here's a fake test that we have, and now we can kill you too because you believe that you have this thing called the HIV. Better get you on that AZT started so you can get AIDS." The whole rollout of AIDS was first directed towards the gays due to their. Oh yeah, I remember all that. I just didn't know they called it grids. That's pretty funny. Due to their lifestyles and partying and poppers, yeah, I'm sure that does not make you feel good. And anybody run down, like, yeah, you'll be a candidate. So there are like the test that doesn't test for anything because they don't have anything to test it on, but they somehow have a result of positive or negative still. Like, oh yeah, you look like you are putting from the rough. You look like you're a little sore. You're not sitting properly, and it looks like you haven't slept in 3 weeks. Yeah, you have AIDS. Yeah, you have HIV. Yeah, all that stuff for sure. All right, now let's get back into it. That looks kind of cool. I like the bottom part here. It looks neat. I just don't like the fact that they rewrote the fucking bottles. All right, so yeah, I have this one now. This is the. Did they change? They took it out. Oh, the full volcanic blend. They made it a taller jar. Assholes. Not okay. Don't redo things, AI. I just said, can you put day 3 on this? And they changed things. Whatever. All right, so you know where to go, right? So it's leave big far behind. Bam, right there. And then right behind my brains, you'll find. Oh, see, now that's not cool. Hold on. Image. Add existing. No, we want this one. Let's go. There it is. And then you gotta go all the way over here again. And then like this. That's probably big enough. Yeah? All right. when you click the members button. And all the health recovery protocol stuff is there. The medical insight page, I've watched every single video on here, I think now. The 12 bad foods is right there. The anti-aging we watched. That one was put out publicly, so I was allowed to do that. And then, I don't know, maybe I didn't do blood work. I didn't do the blood work one yet, and I didn't do the after surgery care. Those are the only two on the whole entire page I haven't watched. And I've got a bunch of them in my DaVinci queue. About to do some clips and chops on there so that people get a little taste of each of these videos. The parasite cleanse he was talking about is right there. Selenium one is very interesting. Oh, by the way, if you're out there and you're one of those people who has taken PEDs for a prolonged period of time and you should check this to see what your freaking heart looks like, because it probably is massive because of all your HGH and body expansion and all that crap, right? Heart's a muscle too, so it's being affected by all the other crap you're taking. If you like, I think Rich Piana's was 670. It's like double or triple or something like that. And then Dallas McCarver, who dropped dead, his heart was 833 grams. Is that right? Which is, I think, about 4 times high, is the size it's supposed to be. But yeah, selenium will help reduce the thickness, because it's a lack of selenium that causes that. Not to mention the HGH and all that stuff. So if you're doing all kinds of other stupid shit, yeah, you're just going to grow your body into a place that's still not, it's not functional. You think, oh, well, everything grows together, then everything's going to work to the appropriate size. If you get a big, heavier truck, you get a big, heavier engine, right? Well, not when it comes to the body. So, especially when you're not putting any nutrients in there and it's growing without them. Because you weren't. Does any bodybuilder out there, any fitness person ever talk about the nutrients that you need? No, they just deplete them and have side effects. And went down a path they never should have in the first place. And then they glorify it on IRLs with stupid looks maxing retards and every other person on the social media who says that they're not, but then says that they were, and blah, 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 blah. And they're younger and younger each day. Each day there's a new person, 16, 14, when you know they're blasting. It's like, hey, you haven't even hit puberty yet, or you're in puberty now. And that's like when you get the most out of everything. And you're still hijacking yourself. You're not even old enough to make that decision that's going to change your life forever. Stupid. Eric English, you're an idiot. Yep. Let's see what that one says. No video. Dementia. How would you remember to come here? Ooh. I didn't see these ones. It's not Prozac deficiency. Right. Stop taking drugs for all this shit. We do have mineral deficiencies. Oh, they have a chemical imbalance. Well, what keeps your chemicals in balance? More chemicals? Nope. It's this stuff. All right, Roscoe, I hear you. I'm going to put a video on so I can assist you. Hold on. Stop yelling at me! I hear you, bro. Oh, shit. I can't undo that one. Hold on. You confused me here. Got a little screwed up. There we go. He is nuts. All right, let's do this one. This is Solutions 92425 with my funky glasses on. Ready? No, we're not going to do that one. We're going to do that one. Profits in their hometown. I think this is a good one. I could be lying to myself, though. I don't think this is the one I was looking for. Maybe it was that one. Yeah, let's go with this one. Banned from YouTube. I think this might be the one. Let me hear his voice, though. Could it be crappy? Let's make sure. Back with
My experience.
Oh, no, it's good. How was your week?
Yep.
So one of them had really
Hello,
bad
everybody.
audio. Oh my god! Look at my face. See? See what happens? You get better over time. I hell ain't a lot of stress. Awful. Okay, Rascal, I get it, man. Good lord, man. It's just shish your kebabs. Goddamn. All right, I gotta leave, obviously. So hold on, I gotta open the door at least. Where is it? Oh, by the way, we're at 2 out of 5, right? Goal for new Dr. Glidden members. 2, and also the 90 essential nutrients from Azure is going to be your least expensive route. Still going to get you everything that you need and highly absorbable like the other ones over at Eiffel. So you can choose whichever one you want. I do both when I have the ability. But this is the full Chemic blend that just came today. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to take any right now, if I'm going to go to fucking Amazon and get a damn spoon. That was kind of irritating, but it is what it is. That made a cool noise. All right. I'm off for now. I mean, I'm here, but I got to go take care of a cat. Hold on. Don't you hear me telling them that I'm going to do that? Jeez, bro. Give me a second.
In my neck of the woods, it's going to be about 20 below.
Wow. It's like the dark
Whereas
side.
the local, the normal, like ABC, NBC, CNBC predictions are it's going to be 9 below. But he's saying it's going to be 20 below. So we'll see if he's right.
Is that before or after Winfield? In upstate New York, they always say, "Oh, the wind chill factor is this," or "The wind chill factor is that."
Yeah, it's before the wind chill.
That's right.
Yeah, man. So winter time. It's all right. It's
You
been
feeling
great
better?
here. It's been a gray winter.
Yeah, you're up in Minnesota too, right? So I mean, I actually had a couple people this week contact me looking for your office, so I sent them the correct information so that they could hopefully find you. So.
Okay, so I do not have a brick and mortar practice anymore.
Okay.
I stopped the brick and mortar thing about 5 years before COVID, and I only treat I only have clients virtual.
Okay.
So I consult with people all around the world virtually. Let me see. This morning I talked to a guy in Chicago, Michigan, someone in Florida, and we had someone in Barbados. So we're everywhere all the time. That's one of the good things about COVID. It's made this whole teleconsulting much more of a norm than an outlier. So more and more people are used to it. And,
right.
And I got to tell you that I've come away with a couple of take homes after doing this for 35 years. And the number one take home is that for most of the conditions that most people go to the doctor for most of the time, you don't need a private appointment with someone like me. If you finally had a, aha moment and you've seen the shortcomings finally of the conventional medical method and you're actively seeking alternatives, well, that's a great thing. And it's my experience that the first thing that you should do is from the comfort of your own home on your own. You should modify your diet. You should take a handful of nutritional supplements on a regular basis. And you should do that for 90 days and then see how you are. And the majority of the time, the generic health recovery protocols are all that's required. You don't need a private appointment with someone. Why? Because the human body knows how to fix itself. The human body wants to fix itself. The human body's trying to fix itself all of the time. This is the biggest secret in the 21st century of medicine, because your medical doctor would have you believe that it's all a giant, complicated genetic mashup, and you can only figure this out if you have a doctoral degree. And they're wrong. It's absolutely, positively 100% wrong. So this is why I've really gone whole hog over the last 5 years into putting information on the website which serves that need, right? So if you have asthma, you point and click. I'll tell you what to do for 90 days. See how far back you bounce. You've got fibromyalgia, I tell you what to do. You've got rheumatoid arthritis, I tell you what to do. You got heartburn, you got high blood pressure, I talk about 88 different diseases, I think, on my website. And I tell you what to do for 90 days in order to stimulate your body's ability to fix itself. And you're going to be surprised at what happens when you employ these protocols. And it's quite remarkable. It was a little bit humbling to me, right, as a private physician, because you want to think that, everybody's different and everybody needs, there they are. There are the illnesses right there. So this is my message. I'm sorry about that. This is my message that surgery is complicated, but healing is easy. And if you're stuck with a diagnosis and you want to actively do something about it, just go to my website, source the information, apply the information, and then see where that leaves you in 90 days.
Yeah, the Lyme disease one. I think there's a lot of misconceptions as to what that even is.
Yeah, there's a lot of misconception about a lot of things. And again, just to be clear, right, your medical doctor is trained to treat pathology. So they don't, and naturopathic doctors, Ayurvedic practitioners, homeopathic doctors, and anybody who practices holistic medicine, spelled with a W, by the way.
Right.
Anybody that practices holistic medicine treats physiology. The medical doctor treats pathology. But the problem is the pathology is not the disease. It's the result of the disease. So the tumor isn't the disease. It's the result of the disease. The cataract isn't the disease. It's the result of the disease. The arthritic joint isn't the disease. It's the result of the disease. The eczema on the skin is not the disease. It's the result of the disease, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when you just treat the pathology without any regard for the physiology which preceded it, all you can do is suppress.
Right.
That's all you can do. You can suppress and you can manage. You can suppress and you can manage. And that's all that you can do, which is why chronic disease is escalating in this country. Life expectancy is getting shorter in this country. And the leading cause of bankruptcy is medical bills, because the medical treatments are ineffective. They're not curative, and they operate from a juvenile understanding of how the human body works in relationship to health or disease. And if you want to watch a medical doctor's head spin and smoke come out of their ears, just ask them to define health for you. They won't be able to. And if you don't have a working definition of health, then how is it possible for you to help somebody secure it? You can't. And this is a big eye opener for most people. It's a gigantic shit show, all of conventional medicine. And remember, right, MD medicine, because it's based on reductionism, is perfectly suited for trauma care, military field medicine, surgery when it's necessary, the complications of childbirth. That's the wheelhouse of conventional medicine, and they should be applauded for that. And by the way, that's for all of the advances in medicine have been made in the last 100 years in surgery and trauma care. New surgical equipment, new surgical drugs, new techniques, robot surgery. The shit they can do with surgery is unbelievable. That's right.
Yeah.
But like the fella said, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So whether you need surgery or not, the surgeon's going to tell you need it, because that's all that they know. And, you put a white coat on and a stethoscope around your neck and people will believe most of what you say. And it's a tragedy of biblical proportions, in my opinion.
If something's inflamed, cut it out, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. So this is then as the result of a lifetime of MD directed conventional medicine. Okay. You have Alzheimer's. You've lost the hearing in both the ears. You need hearing aids. You've had both lenses of your eyes removed because of cataracts. All of your teeth have been removed because of dentures. You've got 3 fused vertebrae in your neck. You have a fake shoulder, 3 fake hips, 1 fake knee. You need a prescription medicine to fall asleep, a prescription medicine to wake up, a prescription medicine to pee, a prescription medicine not to pee. You need an antidepressant. You need a proton pump inhibitor. You need all of these drugs just to make it through your freaking day. And the last 10 years of your life are horrible. You're horrible. And then, you get cancer. And everybody's okay with it. And I'm telling you, this is not the human experience. This is the human experience under the care of the MD. And this is the biggest problem that we have, is that because MD medicine is everywhere all the time, chronic disease is everywhere all the time. And people think it's just a part of life. It's not a part of life. It's a part of life under the care of the MD. And, most medical doctors don't want to hear anything having to do with anything else unless they were trained in it. Right. Even though it comes from a licensed and regulated physician leaning on science and clinical experience. It go, oh no, I don't want to hear that. You know how many times I've had patients, and my colleagues have had patients, they've been suffering for years with something under the treatment of a medical doctor. Let's just say it's, eczema. Okay. Managing eczema forever. And they come to see me or one of my colleagues, and in 3 months, the eczema is cured. It's gone. They go back to the medical doctor. Medical doctor says, oh my God, your eczema is gone. What did you do? Well, I went to a naturopathic doctor, and he used homeopathy and medical nutrition. Oh, whoa, was probably placebo. I don't want to know anything about that. Just keep doing whatever it is that you're doing. I have another patient, and that's how it is. Even when the medical doctor sees
results,
beyond a shadow of a doubt, in real time, I am still waiting for them to call me up, just one of them, and say, holy crap, how did you do that? I mean, you cured the eczema, you cured the asthma, you cured the rheumatoid arthritis. This guy's no longer in pain. How did you do that? You would think that somebody who had devoted their life to medicine would want to know the answer to that question, but that is not how it is in MD land. It's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
And, if I could, cast a magic spell on the world and have it do one thing, it would be for everybody to stop putting their medical doctors on a pedestal and start asking adult questions to the medical doctor. Because people are scared of their MDs.
Yeah.
And they will do whatever the freaking medical doctor tells them to do. And then they don't blame them when it doesn't work.
That's the craziest thing. I mean, how often does cancer treatment work? You'd think that people would understand by now that it's not the way to go. MD directed is not the way.
It's not. And the reason is because we've had a medical monopoly for over 100 years, and people don't know that we've had a medical monopoly. They think it's a free medical market. It's not. Right? So people look around. The only medicine practiced in their hospitals is MD medicine.
Okay. You know what? Forgive me. If you want to find this one, you'll find it. I will go to a different one. But I can't believe they actually banned that one. That was the wrong one. I was looking for something else. Monzo. This one was from November 5th. Yes. Yes, indeed. Does anybody have anything to say before I jump into this one? Let's see. Yes. Thank you, Karen. FitWit. IT. Karen. Nice. You can delete the one that doesn't have it written, right? Just delete it. It doesn't take anything away from you. It just takes away the one that's wrong. All right. All right, let's see. That one. It could have been that one. But that one's good. And this one was real good, but it was kind of recent, so when was that? Recent enough. 4 months ago. Can't believe it was that long ago. Yeah, let's hit this one up with Dr. I don't think we watched this one yesterday. And I just realized I got to move something again. Fuckers. Hold on. Now this one's too big. Boop. Maybe, but it's going to be in Dr. Monzo's face. Put it down here. There. There might even be already a watermark on this on YouTube. That's the only reason why I'm doing it, but it probably don't need to do it. Why did it do that? Smaller. Weird. All right, there we go. This one's better.
Well, that's for sure.
Well, Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo, welcome. Dr. Glidden looks like you got a haircut or something. You look fresh and clean. You look great.
Thanks.
Dr. Monzo, it's been a long time. I'm glad that you're here. Monzo Stores Rex. What's that?
So
You on vacation?
Yeah, we went on a short vacation to Florida.
Oh, nice. Yeah. What part?
Nice,
Gulf Coast or Atlantic Coast?
Gulf Coast.
Yeah, nice. Very good.
Clearwater? Like Clearwater area around there?
Yep.
In Petersburg?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've been down that way. I used to live there.
Yeah.
The only thing is you come back with all this fungus and crap because of all
the moisture. Yeah.
a lot of humidity there. And then whatever they're spraying
It says Monzosaurus Rex. He has one of those.
on the stinking planes. Man,
Yeah.
they sure make it not fun to travel anymore these days.
Yeah. The planes are nasty, aren't they?
I used to love to travel. Now it's just like I don't want to go to the airport.
Yeah. Well, we need to, perfect electrogravatics so we can have our own craft. Right?
That's right.
Might be the way off this rock.
Go at 2,500 miles an hour. Let's go. I'm not kidding. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. I want to do this.
Yeah, we need something for sure because I don't know. There's been a lot of. All right, so just yesterday, I had Scott Shera on, and he had recently put together a podcast for deprogramming with Grace's dad.
Yeah,
and this woman was talking about CPS trying to take her child away because they said he had leukemia, and they weren't going to let the parents decide how to treat it. So if they said no to the chemo and radiation, they were going to put the child in foster care and poison him anyway. So they conceded to it, and they said it doesn't matter if he's better, but they're going to do 2.5 years of chemo regardless. If he gets better in a half a year, they're going to continue for another 2 years.
So remember Peter Griffin with the paddles? Clear. That's literally an MD. Oh, 2.5 years. Not because why? Because it's the standard of care. Oh, so everybody is a fucking assembly line item going down the assembly line, right? You can't just use your observational skills. No time for that. Standard of care is 2.5 years. That's exactly that they gave my aunt, and then she died.
So that to me is just a death plan. It's a murder plot. This is St. Jude's we're talking about, and also, well, I mean, we can go down many.
Someone said once, and I will never forget this, and I repeat it as many times as I can. Imagine a world where places like St. Jude had all the funding that they would need, and I said, how about this? Imagine a world where places like St. Jude aren't fucking necessary because you're not injecting your kids with poison the moment they're born. How about that?
many trails with that. But also,
They're not going
they
to have
were
any
doing-
liability, right?
yeah, they were doing homeopathic
Medicine is a
treatment.
dangerous thing. You know, some people just die.
Yeah.
They were mitigating the symptoms with homeopathy, and they still called CPS because they said the child was too healthy, so he wasn't dying quickly enough or sickly enough. So they still called CPS because they I guess were suspicious that he wasn't going to his treatments, and they knew that he was, but he wasn't sick enough.
Well, that reminds me of the story. I don't know if I told you that one, where a sister-in-law, she was having a lot of problems, definitely autoimmune, gut issues, inflammation. She was a mess. And she wanted to do natural stuff, but of course, some family members decided that, she needs to go see a real doctor.
Yeah.
She booked an appointment with a medical doctor. She went in. I think it was a woman.
Get the hell away from them now. Get Dr. Glidden's membership now.
Overweight. She looks at her, doesn't do any testing, and says, well, your inflammation is all over the body because you're reacting to something, and you can't gain any weight because you eat too healthy, and prescribed her a pizza. And that was the visit. Now, she was having gut issues.
Unbelievable.
And I said, I'm going to be busy for the rest of my life.
It's unbelievable. The only reason stuff like this can continue to happen is because it's a self-regulating, self-policing cartel. It's the only reason. In a free medical market, not free, I mean, nobody pays for it, but in, free access to all types of medicine, that shit she'd be out of a job in a minute. But because of the medical monopoly, the medical doctors can do whatever they want, and there are no consequences. There was a story I remember years ago when I was working with Dr. Wallach. He was a lecture animal, that guy. Mm-hmm. And he lectured, thousands of times. And a Wallach lecture was easily 3 hours long. It was like, all right, already, shut up, just whatever, right? It was a long time. And he told a story, and all of the material that he used for his lectures, he pulled from headlines from newspapers or, Time Magazine or Newsweek or USA Today, right? It was all that. And there was a doctor in Florida, a pregnant Vietnamese woman, or I think she was Vietnamese. Anyway, she didn't speak English. Went to the hospital because she was pregnant, and the doctor amputated her right leg.
That's what you get for rolling in on his turf like that without being announced. Shit.
And kept his job. Yeah, he thought it was another patient.
Yeah.
And kept the job. And now the woman's leg is gone. And you can do whatever you want when you're a medical doctor.
Oh shit, leg was at 2 p.m. It's only 1 o'clock. God damn it.
You'll get away with it because they save their own. And it's amazing to me. The only reason that people continue to put up with this type of mediocrity is because they don't know there are alternatives. And the alternatives that are available to them are not covered by their medical insurance, and there's no longer any naturopathic hospitals. There's no longer any homeopathic hospitals. There's no place to go. And people like us have been painted as back-of-the-bus quacks with substandard dangerous training. It's a remarkably effective propaganda campaign for the last 100 years. And this is why. It becomes a snake eating itself. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And even when they screw up, people go back to them. It's quite remarkable.
Even if you work at one of these fast food joints and you're serving fake food, if you drop that burger on the floor, you're going to get fired.
Yeah, that's right.
And you can chop someone's leg off and
no problem at all. Next. Yeah, simple mistake.
So,
sorry, didn't need that leg anyway.
Dr. Glidden,
slows you down.
Biotic legs now.
Oh yeah.
How terrible is it that that's already a thing that they're already enforcing? And I already knew this vaguely that they were doing this with children, but they call you an unfit parent because you don't buy into the cult of science or the cult of allopathy. So there is no true freedom in this country, obviously. And I know I'm saying things that most people probably already understand, but when you get to the edges of your cage, it makes it a lot more apparent to you that you're in a prison. Because
Well,
if you try to get too far out and independently, it's like your dog leash. The collar is getting pulled. It's
well, there is a way. There is a way out of it, but it's so extreme that most people won't do it because the United States is a corporation, and
Not just me saying it, kids. Not just me saying it. He didn't give me the idea. It just is what it is. We've are able to accept the reality of the situation on our own independently. But it's good to know that we are of like-minded, gentle folk, right? So there might be a reason why we seem to gravitate toward one another, like all of us have found a common ground and a good conversation with one another.
the individual 50 states were franchised. I forget the date that it happened, and I forget the name of the act that happens, but actually,
Probably somewhere around 1871 or shortly thereafter. 1876 was another date that floats around a lot.
what exists now is there is the for instance, the state of Illinois, which is a franchise of the United States corporation.
Yeah.
And there is the Illinois state, which is the de jure original state of the republic. And when you are in the de jure state, you are subject to common law. When you are in the franchise state, you are subject to all the administrative laws.
Right. So we're talking about commerce law. If people say, "Oh, it's the admiralty law," yeah, but commerce law, corporate law, commerce law, yes, admiralty law.
And so, CPS is one of them. And so, in order to extract yourself from that machine, there are steps that you can take to relinquish.
Dr. Glidden said also once he was finished with this process, which I believe he is now, that he was going to do a video tutorial on his site at some point with that information for people who are interested in it. Obviously, yes, right? First of all, the fact that we have to claim ourselves and claim our status that we're a natural living being and we're not, a fictitious entity in the first place. Like, why is that? Oh, because at birth you were conned or your parents were conned into signing you off as a piece of property. So therefore you have to claim yourself. Well, that sounds like a bunch of BS because if you're not privy to the contract, you can't be an item or a moving part in that contract. You were an infant. So for you to have to claim yourself is kind of ridiculous. You should be able to put any other thing out there. You shouldn't have to go through the whole process just to be in the de jure state. It's just that you're gonna act accordingly because everybody else is acting that way, right? And do you honestly think that they're gonna, I don't know, honor that? Do you think if the Bolsheviks 2.0 is gonna come rolling through your town, ready to seek revenge for things that you never did to them, and because they're the consummate victim, do you think that at that point, whatever you say about, oh, I'm a nationalized citizen or whatever the fuck they'll say, like, oh, sorry, we'll just murder your neighbor then. Do you think that's going to happen? This is all, this only helps if you're still in a society that's somewhat semi-civilized, where there's still a court, even though the court itself is bullshit. And since there's no common law courts, how is there still anybody that's in the de jure state? Because who regulates them? You can't even technically go into an admiralty law court without losing your rights and being capitis diminutio maxima, which means complete and total bondage to the court.
Your citizenship to the franchise and secure your...
You lose before you go in there, especially when it comes to policies, when it comes to fines. You're done. As soon as you walk in there, you're already, all the things that you say that you are about your status, gone. Checked at the door.
natural citizenship. It's called a state national citizen. I've done it. I completed the process about 6 months ago. But
you finally completed it, huh?
Yeah. But in any event, it's a thing and it's a possibility, and it will gain traction as more and more people become aware of it.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something that I had questions about, and I meant to ask you a couple weeks ago how you've been going through that and what the progress was and all that, because that to me is extremely important, and it's not the same as getting stuck in that stupid hamster wheel of calling yourself a sovereign citizen. That doesn't make any sense anyway.
Yeah, no, that's a completely different thing. See, the thing about it is that different states in the United States, de jure states, have different levels of organization around the state national reality. Like Washington State has a very robust association. And if you are, for instance, a police officer, a policy enforcer, and you pull over a state national in Washington State and give them a speeding ticket, the state association fines the police department and the arresting officer like $150,000. And it sticks because they have an organization that is entrenched enough to be able to do it.
Right. The municipality is the corporate entity, which is the fake entity, and they're the policy enforcers of that. It's not an actual law. Exactly.
Yeah, but there are things that you like. For instance, when you have applied for a Social Security number, you become a de facto member of the franchise state.
That's what. Yeah.
You have, of your own volition, decided to do that. Now you don't know that that's what you're doing, but that's what you've done. So you then are therefore under their jurisdiction, and they can do whatever they.
Hey, it's Karen.
Want. And that's why you need a license for everything. You need a license to have a dog.
Exactly. That's the whole point. These are all the signs and symptoms of you being a slave or a prisoner or a property, and property doesn't have rights. You're not treated as a natural living being. You have to claim your own children. Did you know that? As your property, after you've stated you're a natural living being. I've gone through this process before because of the broken hand and going through all this paperwork, but going to make it finalized. I did it with the hospital out here, having to make all those statements and claims during COVID or whatever the hell, post time of that. So, yeah, I gotta remember to ask him about this, because it's definitely worth it. At least in the realms of, up until the point where they start, some really the unruly ruliness of tyranny. It would be nice to be what do you call it? At least outside of their jurisdiction. Even technically, you aren't, because you think you are because you're following an old rule book. And every once in a while, they like to play that game to make you think that rule book still applies, but it doesn't. So in order to create the illusion, sometimes, oh look, there's some reinforcement that's still a thing. But those are the ones that they showcase and spotlight, so people think that they're still in a society, a civilized society, that they're not in a prison. And yeah, again, like, how often do you think in the 1800s you had to go get a permit to start a business? You just did. Hey, if you poison somebody with your food, the town will fucking hang you. That's how that self-polices. If it was an accident, or let's say every time someone ate one of your apple pies, they shat themselves to death. Well, guess what? You wouldn't be in business very long, and you probably wouldn't be in life for very much longer either. So all these things work themselves out. You don't need to have permission from a nanny state thing, but guess what? They're gonna, because they're the corporate entity rulership over the top of you. And they're like the corrections officers, and we're the prisoners. Asking permission for stuff when you're an adult and not a child and you have every right to it. Why are you asking another human being? You don't ask unless you're expecting a no. That's the cheap way of doing things. You either state something, but you don't ask. You tell, or you state, or you just do. Asking is a way of copping out of something typically, because if you've asked and they say no, like, oh well, at least I tried. That's that type of shit. Fuck that.
You got to be kidding me, right?
Excuse the language. My daughter's gonna make you pay another $1 now.
This is all administrative nonsense, which you can extract yourself from. But the problem today is that most policy enforcers and, tax collectors and property assessors, they're completely unaware of these distinctions.
Yeah,
They have no idea that any of this exists.
Yeah.
And when you present them with the information, oftentimes they just dismiss it out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then depending on how robust your state association is, there are ramifications that will be issued unto them. But it's in the early stages of evolution. But it is a real thing. It's not nonsense. It's not anything that's cooked up. It's a real thing. And you can extract yourself from the corporate United States and enjoy more freedom.
Is there a group that, not everybody can articulate, and when it comes to court matters, I mean, some courts you can't even walk into if you're you want the entering of it, the very act of entering it makes you subjugated to it. What type of support group is there for people who go through that? Is there other people who can speak on your behalf?
It depends on the state that you live in.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no internet group there or anything like that provides information or guidance.
Not really. No.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say, Dr. Glidden, is how the fuck did you come across the information, and who walked you through it?
You have to become a member of your own state association, and your state association, depending on how together they have it, will have a whole educational process that you go through to learn what the deal is, and then they've got your back, right?
So these are already in existence in most states. They have
all 50 states have an assembly. Yeah.
Interesting. Did it cost you a lot of money to get that way, or to pull yourself out of your social security number or whatever?
It didn't cost anything.
All right.
I mean, maybe $200. I don't know. There was a filing fee. You have to there's all this paperwork that you have to fill out, which basically is you legally reclaiming your identity,
right,
and extracting yourself from the franchise.
Okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
And then you have to record that, at a county recording place, the county clerk. And then once,
I feel like if you're being pulled over on the side of the road, that's not the time to make the claims.
No, you have to have all of that already together. I mean, I've got all the paperwork in my car. I've got the. Do I have a copy of it now? I don't. You get an identification card.
Oh, you do? Okay, that's good.
That your state association gives you. But the problem is whether or not the police are gonna honor that.
Yeah, honor it, exactly.
And
sometimes you have to go through the process and then handle it in the courts, and that's why I'm wondering if there's any support, or if you just find out.
There is. Depends on the state that you're in. There's a good deal of support here in Illinois. There's a great deal of support in Washington State. So in any event, it's like that. And once you have secured your de jure citizenship status, then you're outside of all the administrative law. It does not apply to you.
Let's see if I can do this real quick. Head back. I was going to try to put myself on the bottom so you guys could be on. It doesn't work.
Doesn't matter. So in any event, it's a whole thing.
It is in Ohio.
You're right. It's a whole thing that you have to kind of get educated upon. It took me 9 months to figure it all out in my spirit.
How do you move your business into this? Is it just because your business is under your entity name, or?
That's another good question, because why am I paying a permit for something that should be legal to do anyway in a free country, right? Why am I paying for a permit fee?
Yeah. So as an American state national, you don't need a business license to do
Will they
anything.
shut you down anyway because they think you're not playing by the rules because they think you're special? I mean, these are all the questions I have about something like that. It's
Yeah, no. So you set up I've set up a trust as the bank
you did
account.
set up a trust. All right, 'cause that was the other question I was going to have.
So the money from the work that I do flows into that.
And they can't touch it.
Well, they can't do. They can try, but they can fail. And I don't need a license to practice medicine. I don't need a license to drive. I don't need a license to have a dog. I don't need a license to go fishing. I don't need a license for anything.
Okay.
And we're under common law, so it's not like I can burn my neighbor's house to the ground if I feel like it. There's going to be no repercussions. There are laws that apply,
Right, cause no harm. Exactly.
but they're not the administrative laws, which grow in leaps and bounds every year, right?
Everybody should be doing this. Every human being, because we were put in here by a trick anyway. It was a sleight of hand.
Yeah.
And,
I feel like this is the missing link for, because a lot of times people have tried I had the private membership association. And
Yeah, but
our main business is a ministry, and it's like those are nice, but it
didn't matter.
doesn't completely protect you.
That's right, because you're still inside of the administrative jurisdiction.
the medical matrix or this other matrix, right? There's always so many levels of deception that you have to go through.
Although I did see, do you remember the I think it was an Amish guy from Pennsylvania who was selling the raw milk.
Yeah.
I think cross state line and stuff, and he was a PMA. That eventually went all the way to the Supreme Court, and he won. The Supreme Court said, yeah, if he's a private membership, the federal had no jurisdiction over him.
You gotta love it.
Yeah, how did they bankrupt him in the process of through all the courts?
I can imagine what that probably.
Yeah, they probably killed his cows in the middle of the night.
Right.
Because that's the shit that they do.
They do that. Yeah, exactly. They're protecting the public by doing ridiculously horrible things like the chickens and oh my god, the eggs now and everything's this and that.
They hit his farm with a drone and dropped a bunch of glyphosate.
Well, yeah, well, I mean that's the PFAS thing. That's the other new thing that they're doing with for shutting down farms. Oh yeah, you have PFAS in your biosolids. Well, didn't you guys sell those to me and tell me to get these because you're pushing it? And now I have contaminated my farmland because of the PFAS that was in the biosolids. That was awfully clever of them.
Yeah.
To reclaim more land.
So I'm glad Dr. Monzo is with us because I have two questions.
Yes.
All right.
About two patients.
Ah.
One of my patients, I'm seeing her for some other things, but like 30 years ago, she was in an automobile accident, had a spinal cord injury, and she's been paralyzed from below the waist ever since. So I need to know what hands-on, which pathways to have her husband, because her husband wants to help and they're willing to do this, for 20 minutes a day for the rest of her life, to see if they can't get resolution here. So what would you recommend?
Yeah. So that would be the, let's see what it is called. It's not the nerve rest. Well, that one's good too. There's two in the book. And the big book, that would be 342 and 343. One's called Nerve Restoration, and the other one is the Spine Restorer. So the Spine Restorer is really the important one. That one works directly on the spine. So anything related to spinal vertebrae, spinal nerves, spinal discs, severed, herniated, bulging, crushed, all that kind of stuff. That would be the Spine Restore. The nerve regeneration one, or the nerve restore, is basically for restoring nerve damage anywhere in the body.
Okay.
So that one's not as specific as to the vertebrae and the spine.
Okay, very good.
But they both work really great together.
Okay, and on a more mundane level, what about inguinal hernia?
Oh yeah, good one. I had that.
Yeah. Let me bring that one up too. That one is what?
Was it
Oh,
incarcerated already?
You have to love.
Not
computers.
yet.
I'm pretty sure that's blood messenger pathway. But I just want to confirm. I had my book open and then, the computer closed it on me. Probably because I didn't have my authenticator app to confirm it was me.
This is so crazy. We were just talking about that.
Yeah. I think I wasted like 6 minutes today just on an authenticator app to prove that I was who I was to sign into a site.
Isn't that crazy? It's crazy.
Blood messenger pathway. It definitely works for hiatal hernias, but it does come down through the groin, so it would probably work for that too. The other point would be LFM 15.
15?
So blood messenger pathway and LFM 15. Now it's a little tricky because there could be other, it's just like homeopathy.
Yeah.
Technically there's
I understand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe at least 5 or 6 pathways that go through that area. So the question is, what one is it?
Yeah.
And that might get more to them looking through the book at the pathways and what pathways go through that area, and then looking at the symptoms and seeing what one matches their symptoms the most.
Yeah. Okay. Very good.
The SEMEC, life formation messenger pathways, right? Those are what you're talking about?
Yep. Messenger pathways. Yep. Whatever happened to the young kid that had remember they had a car accident and severed?
Oh yeah, I lost touch with them.
Oh, okay, I was wondering if they were going to keep up with it.
I don't know. I've lost touch with them. Yeah, I think. See, that's the drawback. I mean, is it a drawback? I don't know if it's a drawback, but it's the thing with the hands-on healing, and very frequently with the holistic intervention for chronic illness. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yep.
And everybody's been so socialized to believe in the instantaneous, recovery. You take the Tylenol and 10 minutes later the headache's gone. So I'm not sure what.
With the Kelly carbonicum, when I had that kidney stone, it was almost instant. It was 2 doses into a 4-dose test of the Kelly carbonicum, and the crippling pain was gone like that. And it's not a pain medicine.
What happened? I know the child is still, well, I don't know that the child is still alive. I'm assuming that she is, but I don't know is the answer. I'd love to know.
Yeah, I know they were in a bad position because they're in the hospital, and everything you try to do in that situation is always harder.
Once they sniff you out, that's the thing. If you go there, and this is the question I have for both of you. If you think that there's going to be a possibility that they're going to come back and tell you the C word, you shouldn't go there in the first place, right? Because they basically control your life at that point, or your child's life at that point.
Well, your child, but not if you're an adult.
Okay.
Yeah, at least in the corporate United States, under administrative law, you still have the right to refuse medical treatment.
Right.
But
the problem with a child is if you're aware that this is a horrible system that's going to cause great devastation to your child in the process of pretending to fix them, Thank you, Edward Snowman. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Edward Snowman bought 10 coffees. Thank you very much, Edward. There's no way out of it unless you hightail it in a car chase, right? I mean, like that's literally the only way to get him out of there.
Yeah.
What if you have symptomology that says, markers for leukemia, which I don't think is a real thing because it's just a label and it's just a word.
Yeah.
You would go to Dr. Glidden and tell them your symptoms, right? And then you would obviously make sure that you're getting all the raw materials that you need, the 90 essential nutrients, at least for 90 days solid. I mean, don't you think that white blood cell count and all this other stuff, that is blastoma, these are all things that are symptom or indications of something else. But cancer is just a word that describes the thing. It's not how.
And the cookie
Well,
cutter answer for all that is nonsense. Yeah, mustard gas and radiation. That sounds great. What if you don't want to do that?
Yeah, so you can't treat a disease. You can treat a person. And because the medical doctors are trained to treat disease is why they fail. It doesn't matter what you call it. So leukemia, right? So I've got this guy, Dr. A.U. Ramakrishnan. He's a homeopath and doctor. He's an MD homeopath in India. Here's his success rate with leukemia, 74% success rate with leukemia. Had pizza poke in the eye with a sharp stick. 74% success rate. Cure rate, let me say it, cure. Which begs the question, and that's just, in this book, he talks about 20 different types of cancer. And he's had upwards of 60, 70, 80% success with all of them.
Yeah.
Which begs the question, why isn't there a bum's rush to his clinic for all of these cancer organizations in the world to figure it out? Because the answer is because they don't want to cure it.
That's a horrible thing to come to terms with, isn't it?
And or they're so ensconced in the materialistic, Galenistic, opposites cure opposites methodology that they just can't imagine that there's anything else, and that, if I wasn't taught it in medical school, it's simply not valid, so I'm not even going to look at it. And that is sadly the way that most people come out of medical school.
When you get to the level of enforcement, though, those are other industries and agencies that are involved that are completely not skilled or versed in medical, but they're going to enforce it. You're talking about a whole different dystopian, like tyrannical situation there.
Yeah. Because the medical doctors have a tremendous amount of power over life and death.
Yeah. They are the new dark sorcerers.
Yeah, that was done on purpose.
High priests, right?
So yeah, we had a really nice testimonial, so I've got these Q&As, right?
Great,
for my subscribers.
Yeah.
And this guy came, and the thing that I love about the Q&As is it's all unscripted. It's all unedited. I don't have somebody working, in the background of the office choosing the questions that I'm going to answer. It's not like that. It's me in the chat room, and somebody types a question, I read it. It's completely unfiltered. And so this guy comes into the chat room. This was a week ago. He had this condition. I forget what the diagnostic term was. I don't even care. But his eyes were growing massive amounts of blood vessels.
That's right. Yeah, you told me about that.
And he couldn't see. And he was having to get injections in his eye of some drug once a month. He'd been doing it for 3 years, and they told him he had to do it for the rest.
Oh, God. Could you believe that? Could you imagine that? Getting injections into your eyeballs? This is the best that doctors can do?
Rest of his life. And I don't know if the disease was progressing, but it wasn't getting any better. So he did my generic eye health stuff on the website.
It didn't require injecting anything into his eyeball, right?
In 4 weeks, the blood vessels were gone, and he can see again. It was a cure in 4 weeks.
Wow.
It was remarkable.
Yeah.
And, that's why I get up in the morning, is because, honest to God, after 37 years of doing this, my position, which is grounded in clinical experience, is that most people who are suffering with a medical condition are suffering needlessly. They simply don't know what to do to fix it. And most things are fixable. Some things aren't, right? I don't know anything that's going to grow back a finger if you cut it off in a buzzsaw. Maybe Dr. Monzo does. But, most of the time you can fix it. And really fix it, not just medicate it. You can't drug or burn or cart your way into health. So that's really, in spite of all of the political opposition and all of the, social media censorship, all of this nonsense, right? You really have to be dedicated to continue with these endeavors. And it's this type of feedback that we get from our patients that keeps me going, because that's remarkable shit, man.
Okay.
I mean, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So my question for people out there who are listening, if they have access to your website and they have questions like this, and they have thought about it sincerely about their symptoms, obviously there's a private appointment option, and there's also the Q&A thing if it's something simple that doesn't require the private appointment. But even something as I think the word gets stuck in people's heads, and then they think there's nothing for them to do. But if they just gave you the symptoms of the child, let's say in this particular instance, rather than the diagnosis, I think that besides the 90 essentials, which are essential, you'd probably be able to find a homeopathic on that list that would have, or a couple of them that would have done something that would have prevented them from having to poison their child for the next 2.5 years. I mean, that's how long they made my aunt go through it, and they murdered her with it. They killed her. They fried her. They completely poisoned her, and the toxicity level is what killed her.
Well, so the homeopathic stuff, and the principles of healing that naturopathic medicine is based upon, and the principles that Dr. Monzo pulled from the ether about hands-on healing, are natural laws. They exist whether you believe in them or not. And so what then becomes itinerant upon the practitioner is to become versed in the natural law and understand how to manipulate it to provoke a cure. So that's why one of my books was called Attempt to Cure, because you're an idiot if you don't at least attempt to cure the condition. This is what everybody needs to do, but that's what nobody does in conventional medicine. And this is why we have a gigantic freaking problem. And this is the only reason that Dr. Monzo and I get the results that we do. And, I mean, last year I had a couple of 2-3 patients die because those people needed naturopathic hospitals that didn't exist.
Yeah.
So it's not like this is a slam dunk every time, ladies and gentlemen. It's not. But it is very sophisticated. It's based on natural law. And that's why when we get successes, often which are remarkable, it's not because we're geniuses. It's because we know how to apply natural law.
Right. And that's what is amazing about it. Because this woman said something about, well, we did all the organic food. I had her own garden. I'm like, yeah, but there could have been something missing in the nutrients. There could have been something so simple that would have flipped this around.
It's not that there could have, there was. It's impossible to get all the nutrients you need just from eating food. You can't do it. Supplementation is mandatory. You have to do it. It's not an option.
And the mother basically still, after all that thought, still decided that it must be something that she was missing. And she submitted to the medical procedure that's going to poison her son now. Well,
that's because she doesn't know any better. And she doesn't have the support. She doesn't have the knowledge base. And all the medical doctors are telling her, so that's why I generated, 10 questions to ask your MD for anything and 13 if you have a cancer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. That's here. Let me show you that. It's like,
but, you have to be halfway popped out of the matrix to even consider that possibility.
Right. So you click, if you guys click just right onto my site or the one that has a link in it in the description, you can click Dr. Glidden's picture right here, and you can highlight, copy, and paste that if you want. So right click it, copy it. So when you get here, you can get your 25% off. And he already reduced it 25% from the last 18 months or so. So it's 25% off standard, and another 25% off when you guys remember this is like 2025 that this came out. So what you're looking at right now is the FitWit or the Ballbusters code will give you 25% off the price that you see. And yes, it was a little bit higher previously. So it's actually, that still does apply in a sense, but it's just to make it more clarified in your mind to keep on. And Medical Insight is right here. And there's a plethora of videos, but the two main ones here, actually the first three,
or what he was just describing. The 12 bad foods, the 10 questions to ask your MD, and 13 questions to ask your oncologist before starting treatment. And the 90 essentials, perfectly positioned right there too.
Yeah. So here's what I want to know, Dr. Monzo. Of all of the tools that you have available on your website, what do you think like everybody should have?
Oh yeah, let's go to that one.
Everybody have the laser? Should everybody have the what? What do you think? What do you think? Well, the book, of course, right?
Book. Second after that,
all right, guys, follow me here. I'm going to go back
probably,
to my website.
maybe the HomeKit laser is a great resource.
And this is the one that we're referring to.
We have the Restore, which usually is for practitioners because it takes a little knowledge to do it in time. And I find most average people probably can't do a Restore to themselves. It's not impossible. You're probably going to need to know some type of muscle testing or something to figure out what's going on with the weaponized pathogen nanotech. But the Restore, besides the hands-on, the Restore is probably one of the best things I ever created. Some of the revelations I got on putting that thing together, the testimonies we get now, and the coherent Restore, for those who don't know, is designed to eliminate weaponized pathogens nanotechnology from the body.
This is the one I'm on right now, right?
From the jab. Yep.
Okay.
And it's a whole process of using light, sound, laying on hands, magnetic devices.
Oh, cool. They have the magnet rod.
The one we can't sell, that's called the Shift. We can only give people a link to go get it. So for practitioners, this is probably one of the best things. I'm actually in the process of re-recording all the video training for it because we just did a huge update again. And I want better videos, higher quality videos for the practitioners to really learn this. But the number of testimonies we've gotten from people who've had a Restore done, and it's just phenomenal. So
you can't argue.
Usually for difficult situations where, I've been everywhere, I've tried everything, nothing has taken away the problem. Well, it's probably some weaponized nonsense they made in a lab.
All right. Now, what about the
for the average person, I would say there's another kit here that's just called a home kit. I think it's maybe the home kit. And you can add on to that. I think it has a drop down where you can add on the 7 cycle vials.
Yep.
So those 7 cycle vials work with the 7 cycles of energy in the Aleph body book, because everything in the body is divided into 7 cycles. And so those vials are very powerful, and each one covers everything in that cycle. So that's a great way of speeding up the energy flow in the body and the hands-on, because the hands-on applications can take time. So you add in the laser and you can speed things up greatly.
Right. And that's the principle of the light energy that you're shining through is picking up the energetic data and transmitting it to the body as it's passing through, which again makes us wonder what the heck they're spraying in the sky, and if they're doing that with the sunlight itself to change its information before it reaches us.
Yeah, we're screwed. Go.
Daniel, more and more information coming out now that people are finally realizing the body is really electromagnetic, and it has more to do with cell communication wirelessly than it does chemical.
Right, 100%.
What do you say, Dr. Glade?
I said, mouse over the shop button.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Come down to store. And tell me about the CVA imprint dropper.
Yeah, so the CVA, that was where there was 2 principles behind that. One, it was originally designed during COVID, and then it kept getting upgraded. So technically this is CVA 3 now, but we got tired of putting numbers after it, so it's just the most updated one.
Is this similar to the thing that you kind of customized for me and for Rebecca that was in the Faraday wrapping?
It's similar.
Okay.
But this one's not custom. So this one works with what was going on during COVID. It works on what people call shedding, which is actually probably more transmitting.
Right.
and resonating. And then it also works with what they put in the injections.
Yeah. Okay.
So I slowly added more to it as we got samples of things and more information started coming out, and I knew exactly what we needed to target.
So for general all-around purposes, is it 1 bottle per person?
Yeah. And unless you're a type of person who is exposed to a lot of people who are spreading and transmitting, and the shedding really affects you. You know, we've had a number of nurses. I think I had one nurse once. She was having like 8 seizures a day in the hospital after they started the COVID jabs.
Wow.
And she didn't want to get it. So she was just around people and she started that. She started the drops. They all went away.
All right. So I want to show.
But she has to stay on the drops because she's always around these people now transmitting.
That's crazy.
So
What is it? 8 drops twice a day?
yeah, I think it's it might be 8 drops twice a day, or is it
4?
Oh, I can't see what it says. I'm thinking it's
It says 6 drops
it's
here
6
under the
drops. Okay,
tongue,
6
6
drops.
under the tongue once a day away from food. So is that one of those things where you hold it for like 1 minute or try to hold it before you swallow?
Very similar to a homeopathic,
Yeah. Okay.
but it's not technically a homeopathic.
Got it. And I actually personally like this here. I've had it before, the energy iodine. And by the way, everybody, if you I want to show you how to navigate to it. If you're on either of the Dr. Glidden on Rumble shows that we're transmitting right now, you might have to press a button in order to have this drop down all the way to show you all the details. But directly to Dr. Glidden's site is this one right on top, and there's a call-in number to call into the show. Scroll down to the very bottom, and you'll see semperfryllc.com, SEMPERFRYLLC.com.
Oh, cool. Daisy was in this chat. Nice.
I'm pointing this out because when you click it, it brings you here to my website. You can get right to Dr. Glidden's right there. The link's already embedded. You can go to Dr. Monzo's right here. And this code, everything that we've been talking about, it should apply to. If it doesn't in the checkout, you know it's right here to right-click, copy, and paste. So you can apply it if it doesn't, because I know there's like Wix and there's Shopify working on the same site. So one of them might carry it and transfer it over, and one might not. So just be aware of that when you do it. And then the BB5, we'll get into that in a little bit here. But that's how you get to here. And this is the energy iodine, which I actually have had and I like a lot. Good stuff. All right. Sorry. Back to you guys.
We're still working on the new form, which is going to be completely water-based. I'm really excited about it.
For what?
Don't have any alcohol, and it works phenomenal.
Oh, for the energy iodine?
Yeah, pure mineral iodine.
Come on, Monzo, put bourbon in it. Let's get real.
If you're gonna have some fun, might as well have some real fun, right? Oh yeah, no, it's all for my health.
That's right.
Yeah, this is a good spot, and yes, they still haven't come up with any more Alaskan cod liver oil, huh? I saw that they're both out of.
I don't know what's going on with that. I know they've had one person who's been out for a little while.
I noticed you had to change your picture too because you probably had pocket rate. The other told me to stop any copy.
I also know that our cod liver oil is not the easiest to make because it's not junk. You just don't throw some cod liver oil in a bottle.
Daisy, the blanket lady's making her own colloidal copper. Well, I don't know if I would do that, but
oh yeah, I see she had a question.
Go for it.
There was something before that.
I've
Okay.
had 2 blood tests read by 2 naturopaths. They reported to me that my copper was way too high. One told me to give blood to lower it. The other told me to stop any copper supplement I'm taking.
Oh, I have a lot of ideas on that one, but
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, not all naturopaths are the same.
Yeah.
So let's just start with the first thing. There's no blood test you can do that actually tell what your mineral levels are in the tissues. So what they're doing is they're looking at what the copper is in the blood. That could be an issue because
This is a really important distinction, people. Please pay attention to this. And that's the first time I've ever called you people. I just think, I don't know how that flew out of my head. Am I a teacher now? I call them people. But yeah, especially if they tell you that you are iron deficient. Remember the analogy or that we talk about with the Amazon drivers and the packages? So what's being circulated throughout your blood would be like the Amazon drivers with the packages. Now, for someone to just make the assumption that just based on the stuff that's circulating through the blood, or that Amazon only has inventory in those vehicles that are being delivered. Well, what about the warehouse? They don't count the warehouse? They don't even look at the warehouse? They don't have a test to see what's in the warehouse? So how do they know what the inventory really is? How do you know how much does Amazon really have if you don't look at the warehouses? Same with the tissues. You could have a shit ton of ferritin or iron in your tissues, causing a ton of oxidative stress, which is inflammation, which is oxidation, which is free radicals. This is what iron will do to you. Iron rusts, right? And it will also give you joint pain, all kinds of chronic fatigue. And if there's too much of it, it's going to screw up your copper to iron ratios, which is going to make the mitochondrial ATP energy that you're producing for your systemic energy all screwed up. So if they're telling her, because based on the copper is in the blood, what about the tissues? What about the mitochondria? What about the copper that's in there? Or same deal with the iron. Oh yeah, this person's anemic. Give him more ferritin. Give him more copper. When they're already overloaded, because the ratios of these other minerals in your body help regulate and kind of direct where everything is supposed to be. And sometimes things aren't in the places they belong. Like if you don't have enough magnesium or calcium, gets screwed up. So you got to have all 90 and the minerals all 60. Otherwise, things can get all out of whack. So if you were not on the 90 and someone's telling you, oh, you have this, that, and the other thing, if you've been on it for 90 days, chances are you got everything you need. And if you have extra, that's fine, because that's not going to bother. Your body's going to know what to do with it. It's when it doesn't have enough of something, like one of the elements, that things can get out of whack. It's like, do you really have too much of one thing, or do you just not have enough of something else?
Technically, your blood, copper is not supposed to be in the blood. 95% of the copper that's in the blood supply is supposed to be in the ceruloplasmin, which is the transporter for copper and binds the iron. So that could be a thing, but that doesn't actually tell you how much copper is actually in your cells or tissues. Now, if you're making your own colloidal copper, that could be a problem, because that is most likely not bioavailable copper, which might be why it's building up in the blood. So it actually it most likely, see, this is
so the second part of that he said is, it might not be, but if it actually was, and not in her case where they said she had too much, right? That she has too much. So if it's in the blood and not where it belongs, that copper isn't mineral copper. Mineral copper is blue. Metallic copper is not good for your body. Mineral copper has to be in the right form, has to be mineralized, has to be made bioavailable by a process of it going through a plant. Copper isn't like a penny. Copper is mineral copper, a completely different thing. Well, different enough for the distinction to be made. You're not going to just swallow a penny or lick one to get your copper.
Problem, and I don't know why naturopaths can't be like Dr. Glidden and me, but most likely this is a metabolic problem, which means you're probably copper deficient in your cells and tissues because there's too much copper in your blood. It's not in the right place because it's in the wrong place. But right. I can't understand why people can't understand this. That you can have something in the wrong place, which means it's not in the right place.
Just like with the iron. And that's why it's interesting, because iron and copper have that relationship. So one basically directs the other. So if you have off balance, then it's going to be doing exactly what
you need to get the copper back into the right place, which means you're going to need healthy animal fats, the cod liver oils,
beef liver,
retinol, beef liver, things like that is what really helps. Magnesium, all those type of things help get the copper back into the ceruloplasmin. Whole food B, not that ascorbic acid stuff.
And remember, copper is one of the 90 essential nutrients.
Yep, you need all of them for it to work.
Right.
Yeah. In order for it to work, you need all of them. And this is where or why we have the results that we do, because we practice holistic medical nutrition, not fractionated nutrition. Most naturopathic doctors practice fractionated nutrition because they came up inside of the Jeffrey Bland PhD integrative functional medicine model, which is a total bullshit model. So you need to give your body everything that it needs in formulas that it can absorb. And if you're doing that, you shouldn't have any mineral discrepancies whatsoever, because the body will handle it.
Right.
Because this is our whole foundation, and this is not rocket science. The body knows how to fix itself. The body wants to fix itself. The body's trying to fix itself. The body knows what to do. But the body needs raw materials.
Mm-hmm.
So we give the body the raw materials that it needs, and the body does its stuff and fixes it. You don't need to micromanage the metabolism of the body. That's because your ferritin is low. It's because it's a that could be a liver issue, but the first thing that I would do to address that for 90 days is eliminate the 12 bad foods, take the 90 essential nutrients.
Wait. So why is it saying my iron is good, but my ferritin is low? Isn't that the same thing? Okay. Whatever.
For 90 days in a row. Look to see how you feel subjectively in that time frame, your mood, your energy, your appetite, your sleep, the whole enchilada, and then have the blood values measured again. And I bet you they're all going to be normal.
And Dr. Monzo, if the test for the iron too, there could be a ton of it in the tissue and not enough in the right. So
yeah. Right. Again, ferritin is like a transporter.
IP6.
Or
so,
you could.
Like I asked I asked Daniel the one day, just a simple analogy. He runs a business.
Mm-hmm.
You have to ship things. When you're running a business and you do inventory, do you only check how much is on the truck?
Right.
Or do you check your warehouse? Well, a lot of the stuff in the blood are transporters. So it's like you're checking what's in transport, but you're not checking what's in the warehouse.
Exactly. And that makes so much sense too, right? It's like
okay, so there's the answer. So ferritin and iron are not the same thing. Iron is a vital mineral in your body, no shit. But it's really easy to get too much of it. You need it to make red blood cells, but it's not the only thing. And carry oxygen. Okay, so ferritin is a protein that stores that iron inside your cells. So wait a minute. The ferritin is low where? In the blood. Because they're doing a blood sample, not a tissue sample. So where is it low? Or is all that ferritin in the tissues with all her excess iron screwing up her copper? You see how they're not getting the full picture here? I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but it's a storage protein that holds onto extra iron safely, quote unquote. So if she says she has plenty of iron, does that mean she has too much? Because doesn't that explain the whole thing with the copper? Like I have enough iron, so the doctors aren't really measuring to see people having too much iron, because too much iron means you're definitely totally non-anemic, right? You're extra non-anemic. That's so stupid, because they just explained the problem. And they're like, oh, there's not enough ferritin. Well, is it because it's all in your tissues holding your... And is she maybe not getting enough cholesterol in her diet so that she has the ability to make these lipoproteins or whatever the heck this is actually, and doing its job, right?
Well, it's not the only place that it's at.
Just take the 90. You don't have to figure out all this stuff. I mean, it's interesting to go through the pathology of it, or the the investigative work to see what's happening, so you can explain what the doctors aren't explaining, so you don't get alarmed by what they're saying, because they're saying a bunch of dumb stuff, and then have you going off on the wrong trail where you're not going to go in. You're not going to get any answers the way they've sent you. You know what I mean? Like, they sent you the complete opposite way of where the pot of gold is. You're not going to find the pot of gold because they sent you the wrong direction. And they're not smart enough to know that they did that either. But if you just have the 90 essential nutrients, the rest of your body will figure everything else out.
Yeah, and all of that was set up on purpose, right? And the medical doctors don't think this through because they weren't trained to think it through. They were only trained to believe what they were taught, not to question it and not to modify it. And
You could understand why I would have thought, right, that ferritin and iron are the same thing, because ferritin literally carries the iron, like that's its job. So when you would find ferritin, you would find iron. So it kind of makes sense. And the whole name, like a ferromagnet, you get it.
not to try to go one better. They're just taught to get in line, boy, and do what you're told.
Yeah.
And then it becomes reality by consensus, because now they're in big multi-million-dollar high-tech hospitals surrounded by all of their colleagues who all have the same cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias. And so they all say the same thing, so it must be true.
And your copper iron needs fats. That's why part of the 90 essential
You
are
need fats.
3 essential fatty acids.
Yeah.
So if you're not getting those fatty acids, you're going to have problems with copper iron.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you want to be a vegetarian or a vegan, yeah, good luck. Good luck in the long term. Just saying. You think you're going to be, I'm super vitamin rich? Yeah, maybe. Are you nutrified with your minerals just because you're eating that crap? Do you have enough cholesterol for your hormones and your brain? Are you irritable? Are you kind of sporadic and erratic? I think veganism is a cult, and I think it was imparted upon us by people like the Rockefeller Foundation and Kellogg. And that sounds crazy until you realize the history and the Seventh-day Adventists that actually excommunicated or denounced Kellogg and all his wacky asylum experiments that he was doing. And, of course, pushing the vegetarian/vegan stuff.
Yeah,
Need them all.
Which is totally not good for you, right? That means you're going to basically only be eating the 12 bad foods.
Guys, if you're working out, take your 90 essentials, please. And if you're not working out, take your 90 essentials, please.
But I would definitely stay away from the colloidal silver, because colloidal silver is not going to be a bioavailable form of copper. I mean, colloidal copper.
Colloidal copper, right?
Yeah.
You have the you have the beef liver also in addition to that in your copper supplement, which I think is great. The copper, core copper is a very good supplement. And
There's one type of copper. I think Thorne used to make it, but they don't make it anymore. I haven't been able to find it for 5 years. It was called copper sebacate. And copper sebacate was the only copper that I'm aware of that they did studies on where it actually increased the copper in the ceruloplasm. Copper sebacate. I haven't been able to find anybody to make it or even know what it is. So what are you going to do?
That it's really complicated stuff.
you said you took how much for about a year and a half, Dr. Manzo, before your levels were about where they should have been?
I was doing like 3 capsules a day, which is almost 9 milligrams.
Right. And that was for about a year, right? You said?
Yeah.
Did you
imagine all the other stuff that's in there?
Blue blood?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, if it's as essential as it probably is for your ATP energy and all that, I mean, I'm sure there's a definite. So let me address this, and I have a question for you guys. Should we still mention your show when we order the? Of course. If the link wasn't on there, it's because I'm copying and pasting sometimes for brevity from a show that I already put up here, and sometimes the description doesn't get carried over, or if I miss something. But no, eiffelhealth.com should be in the description. But the reason why it kind of is okay if it's not is that if you're signing up for the membership and you go to where it says store, and I'll walk you through this real quick just to show you what I'm talking about. Let me get this off the screen for a second. So if you're on my website by clicking where it says Semper Fry, SEMPERFRY LLC.com, and it brings you here. When you click on here and you go become a member, you scroll all the way down, become a member, use the code. Once you're in here and you go to store, And you see the picture of it, so it makes it easy if you understand where this is taking you, right? You go to the store, you're going to pass by Dr. Glidden's book, which I highly recommend everybody read because it'll help you understand why all this works. And it gives you some real life scenarios to where you can apply it. But scroll down to where it says Eiffel Health, and then you just click it. All right. And then the number is right here, and an extension 011 is what you want to call, but you can, before that, take a look.
It's actually 101, like Dalmatians. But when I first said it a while back, Dr. Glidden was like, no, it's 011. I'm like, all right, but I've used it before, and I got Brenda, so I used 101. But I didn't want to argue with him, so every time he's on the show, I go, it's 011. Then one day he's like, no, actually, I had that wrong. It's actually 101. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
And you'll see all the stuff here. This is it, and then this is it broken up into its many pieces here. But you got to scroll all the way down to find where you see the EFA plus. That's one on the bottom here. And then there's other stuff here that they also have that Longevity provides, and that's.
And apparently, if any of this is still available or out there, there's a ton that Dr. Glidden and all these. I've watched so many videos. You have no idea in the last couple of weeks. Like sometimes 2 a day, sometimes more, depending on what I'm doing. If I'm working and then doing the elliptical for over an hour, then yeah, I've watched a few. And he brings up a lot of things for specific problems in the body, of things that are definitely not on here, but I'm pretty sure as long as Longevity still has it, it's accessible through Brenda. But there's just so much stuff. And there's one called, let me see, what's it called? Something like Immortalium. Yeah, that one sounds like a cool name. Immortalium.
Another reason why I'd want to call, because not everything is on
Immortalium.
this page. So if there's something else that Dr. Glidden recommends you take, either on his Q&A or on ours, and you don't see it on here, but it's a Longevity or Good Herbs product, chances are they have it. That's why you would just call. All right. That's another reason why you'd want to call. All right.
Chip it away at the rock of human suffering, one person at a time.
Right.
Because there's nothing else to do.
And then Daisy asks, what test will be true for copper, not blood test?
Oh, you have to go see a quack for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to get a test for educational purposes.
I'm not aware. There used to be some intracellular testing that can be done. I'm not aware, Daisy, of what you can really do to nail that.
What I do with the frequencies. That's
yeah. So you can't really figure that out with blood work. And you know what the problem here is? That, I mean, honest to God, we can't even tell somebody with 100% accuracy how much water they should drink every day. Because, that research should have been done. There should have been $20 million poured into that, pun intended, but there wasn't. So we don't know about a lot of these things. We should be able to tell you, oh yeah, we can measure your copper. Here's how we do it. Yeah, we can, right? But none of that has been done because of the medical monopoly that's been in place for over 100 years. There's all kinds of research that should have been done. And we would be light years ahead of where we are now with people's health. Light years. I mean, I don't think anybody would be sick, honestly.
Right.
No, I know. According to Morley Robbins, there's a really simple blood test that can be done to actually show you how ceruloplasmin is functioning and copper and everything. But guess what? They only do it with animals because the FDA doesn't allow it on humans.
So there you go.
That's where you get all the truth of how things work and what they do in your body, is when you go to like the Tractor Supply store and you see what they tell you these things do for animals. That's the only time they give you.
I'm referring to the minerals that they put into the feed.
Any type of real life explanation as to how minerals and nutrients.
Oh, and some of the homeopathic, or what you would consider natural medicines, that they won't let you say is a cure. It was like, liver support or bone and joint support, like the way they word it. But when it comes to animals, all of a sudden it's okay. So you get the answer. Same stuff, right? Same substance, same chemical or same component or a compound. But when it's at the animal feed store. They're more honest about what it actually does.
Support the body and what they actually do what they prevent.
And remember, in the United States of America, the corporate United States of America, the only thing that can legally treat a disease is a drug.
Right.
Yeah.
We gotta get the hell out of there, Doctor.
isn't
We
that
need to
how,
learn how to do what you did. I'm gonna have to figure it out for myself.
I'll tell you how. Give me
Dr. Wallach started. Wasn't he a vet?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a number of good naturopaths and others who actually started out working with animals.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward. Wallach did thousands of autopsies, blood chemistries, and histopathologies. Here's one interesting thing I learned from Wallach about the pathogenesis of atherosclerotic plaque. 100% of the time when he would autopsy either an animal or a human, and there was plaque in the cardiac vessels, the plaque always began in a curve of the blood vessel, and it spread out from there. It always started there. It never started on the straight run of the blood vessel. It always started where the blood vessel curved. And that's because of hydrodynamics. Right? And if next time you go camping, if you're by a river or a stream, you'll see that where the stream bends, there's a little beach. Mm-hmm. The hydrodynamics deposits the particles in the water where the water bends. And then that makes the water bend more and bend more and bend more because more stuff gets deposited there. But nonetheless, so there are inflammatory chemicals, or there are inflammatory substances in the blood called free radicals. And they stick to the walls of the blood vessels where the blood vessel takes a turn because of hydrodynamics. So now you have a buildup of inflammatory particles there on the wall of the artery, and the body in its wisdom knows that you're going to bleed to death if that shit continues to happen, because you're going to the inflammatory free radicals are going to burn right through the wall of the artery. So what does the body do? It puts down a cholesterol bandage.
Yeah.
What does the cholesterol bandage do? It creates a bigger curve, so more free radicals build up there, and then the whole thing spreads out. So it's fascinating. And all of this is really very simple and straightforward, and, is consistent with other natural laws like hydrodynamics. But all of this is not looked at by conventional medicine. It's not looked at. And it's not looked at on purpose, because if they looked at it, then we would all get healthier, or there wouldn't be any heart disease in the first freaking place. So here we are. Remember, ladies and gentlemen,
only you can prevent allopathic reductionism.
I have to go, gentlemen. I have someone waiting in the wings. It's always a pleasure.
All right.
Appreciate you guys. I'll see you in the future. All right. Thanks.
Excellent.
Good.
Thank you.
See you later.
Okay. Dr. Bowser, you got a little bit of time?
I have a little bit more time here.
Okay. I meant to ask about what people talk about when I've heard this being thrown around a lot, and it sounds terrifying when you hear about this being in your food and other things. Hormone disruptors. What are they referring to? Are they talking about just like soy lectin? Are they talking about something else?
No, well, they're talking about different types of chemicals,
like actual chemicals
that are added to the food that usually mimic or look like hormones to the human body.
Phytoestrogen would be one of those, like that big ass. Oh, and by the way, the phytoestrogen is one category. Ferula hormonis, that's in Ferula Max by Greg Doucette and HTLT supplements. It goes way beyond that. Ferula hormonis is not the Silphium plant at all. That is Ferula drudiana. It sounds like Rudy Giuliani. Ferula drudiana is the plant that's in Anatolia and Turkey. I did a whole thing on this, guys. Check it out on the FitWit channel. Ferula hormonis is in the Golan Heights. Weird how that works. Something that can potentially chemically castrate you, make you dependent on TRT, and you'll never, ever, ever be able to have kids. What do they want to do with the population? Weird. Anyway, Yeah, so that's a potential in a very short term because this stuff was not meant to be used on a daily basis. So if you're using it for 2 days in a row, it's kind of not good. If you're using it for 3 days in a row, it's really not good. If you're doing it for 30 days in a row, you could screw yourself up for life. And that's the recommended thing that they're saying. It's a SERM. What it does is it's not just a regular phytonutrient. It's a super aggressive, highly saturating, like boa constrictor aggressive, I guess you could still call it a phytonutrient, but I mean, I'm sorry, not a phytonutrient, a phytoestrogen that rapidly saturates your estrogen and it scares the panic attack out of your body with a panic response of dumping the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland, and your testes, all being triggered by the brain to say, dump as much testosterone as you possibly can because we are we are way out of balance and we're being feminized. So we got to counter that. Even though it's a mimic, that's why you get the huge testosterone boost. But you can't maintain and remain in a panic mode, secretion or dumping prolonged period of time. So if you're taking one of those capsules every single day, you're going to end up burning out things. And apoptosis, necrosis, all this stuff is going to happen to your cells and your testes, and your liver gets screwed up because and they're also putting piperine in there. Piperine is going to stop two processes that help to filter out and get this crap out of your body. So it's going to build up more and more quickly into toxicity levels. And there's no test that shows these two together. There's tests that show damage on a much lower, they're also animal tests, right? But they're showing them 15 days, semi-permanent damage, sometimes permanent damage, hair loss. You from that big shock of your testosterone shooting up and then coming back down, crashing harder below baseline, causes something called telogen effluvium, which is acute hair loss. Now, not male pattern baldness, but more like a shedding of your younger, healthier hairs or whatever. What they're saying, dumping out of your head. So, like, I guess they're smaller ones. I didn't know we had different size hairs. I thought it was all the same, but I guess not. We have like little sprouting plants in there, I guess, too. So yeah, that's all things that can happen and all kinds of bad things. If you guys want the full information on that, you should check out the one. There's 3 total videos on Ferula hormonis. The one that obviously is the most, the oldest one, I think it has like 800 views on it now. That's the one that I gave the background, the history, and explained that it's not the plant that Greg either thinks it is or is telling people it is. Maybe he believes it is. It's not. Ferula druidiana is. I went through all this. I did all the research to find out because I was interested in taking it. I signed up to be one of the people notified early, and then I did some research. Like, oh no, never mind. So that's how that happens. You're not nourishing the body. You're not giving the body the cholesterol that it needs in order to produce this stuff. To produce more testosterone. You're not giving your body any nutrients that would help it be healthier, so you'd increase testosterone naturally. No, you're giving it the exact opposite, or at least a mimic, so the body thinks it's the exact opposite in a massively aggressive way, so that it triggers the what do they say? Something with the equal and opposite force pushes back type of deal. Whenever you push, you get it, like from physics in grade 8 physics. But it's like your body is going super aggressive with the testosterone dump to try to balance what it perceives as being done to it. And you, again, so if you think about it in that sense, you can't possibly live in that state of constant testosterone dump. So if it's not going to be permanent, it's not going to be long lasting, and you could crash and be feeling like shit and have literal like muscle wasting instead of building in the before the 15 days, before the 21 days, and then you most certainly probably by the 30th day of taking that pill. Why would you do it? Because what are you going to do? Lift weights for one day and get all these gains because your testosterone was boosted in the complete wrong way? You went about the complete wrong way with that Ferula Max. I think he's going to get some heat over this. Hey, I tried to tell him though.
So they're trying to make use of them in the same way. And
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So the body gets confused. It uses it almost like it's a hormone, but it's not. So then it just doesn't work.
And I can
And
imagine
that
that
can
would
really mess you
screw
up.
up some systems. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is. I mean, and some of it is just, when it comes to animals, they're pumping animals full of a lot of hormones.
Yeah.
Well, they're not normal hormones. These are all synthetic.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing that
hormones
you
they're
inject in
they're
yourself.
pumping them into the animal. This gets into the meat, and then so now you're getting synthetic animal hormones that aren't supposed to be there.
I don't think anybody understands this, but once you start injecting yourself with like steroids, HRT,
Yep.
Or test, and any of the other stuff that people inject, the injectables will destroy your natural free testosterone. And oftentimes, it doesn't even take SARMs. It just the regular steroids that people have been taking for the last 40 years or whatever.
Mhm.
They will stop you from producing indefinitely. And then you have to be on something like HRT for the rest of your life. Now,
Yeah.
why did that happen? Because you decided to step in and try to outsmart your body in the first place and try to push more output. But these aren't real. These are synthetic. They can't not be synthetic. I mean, if you're horse hormone or whatever the hell they're extracting, there's no way that this is a good idea. And people get enlarged hearts, sometimes from the HGH, but often from just the stuff that they're doing. And they played chemistry with themselves once, and now they're destined to have to do this the rest of their life, which is not the natural way to live. And that's why people drop dead.
The body's intelligent, so it knows what to do. And so,
Right, and
we hear this phrase, get in the cycle. Well, there are cycles. And in the body, especially in the endocrine system, which is the hormone system of the body, usually endocrine glands that make hormones and transport hormones throughout the body, there's a whole feedback system cycle.
Mhm.
So it's monitoring how much of each hormone your body is producing and what it needs. And if it needs more, it gets to the feedback signal of, okay, make more. If it gets a signal that says you don't have enough, make more. If it gets a signal that says, oh, you have enough, stop making it. Well, if you put something in the body that looks like it, but it's not, it triggers the feedback loop. And your body says, oh, we have enough testosterone, stop making it.
Yeah.
So the body is intelligent, but if you deceive the body by giving it fake, it's still going to work, but it's going to work against you now because now it thinks you are actually producing too much of that hormone when actually you're not producing any, you're putting in a fake amount. And so that's why one of the reasons why we don't like hormone replacement theory, because it's not holistic, it's not nature-based, that's not naturopathic
Did you hear that?
philosophy or law. And what it does is it forces your body to stop making it itself.
Right. So they take
And then you get stuck needing to take the synthetic because it's really hard to get that system booted back up.
Right. And that again, that just suppresses your natural function even more the longer you're on the HRT. So now you're dependent on something in order to operate normally. And people don't seem to have a problem with this, which blows my mind. Like they like playing chemistry with themselves.
Do you think that that's a good idea, knowing what you know now about the MDs, that you want to make yourself dependent on them? What happens in a time of crisis? Or maybe they don't have it available, or there's another lockdown. When are you going to get your HRT or your TRT? It's just the difference between hormone replacement, which is a little bit more, it could be a number of things. TRT specifically is testosterone replacement.
I mean, I don't know how much. There's no buyer's remorse. There's no regret, and I see that in a lot of these bodybuilders or fitness people. And they played a game, and there's so many side effects. There's so like the rage-based side effects, the acne, because
do you look at my face and see my eyes? I'm so much healthier looking now than I was back then. This is the testament to these minerals and actually being on them and having taken them, and my appearance, my muscle is stronger, it feels healthier, and it's growing. And I'm 46, and I'm taking no other things except for the 90 essential nutrients and working out every day.
your body's pushing out all the toxins.
And I'm working out harder than last time. HTLT. But pretty soon, Greg is going to be known as high testosterone, low testosterone.
And they don't nothing like clicks with some of these people, and they don't understand that their personality has changed, or that they have just a really thin layer of calmness before they can be triggered into violent rage, and this is all because of their intake.
Like a wild
And,
beast.
yeah, and it's like, wow, you're gonna be like that mostly the rest of your life now, and if you're off it, you're gonna feel like garbage because you're only
Oh, so check this out. I just got a message from YouTube. It said, we're changing how public views are being counted. This is right on the heels of them doubling the criteria for you to be monetized. Well, that's cute.
your things are gonna tank. You're gonna be in the toilet as far as your levels. And then you're gonna need to want to do it again. And it's just it's a bad way to go down, I think.
And there's two
People
other
drop
things
dead at
here.
48,
One is,
52.
what you were talking about earlier. Once you start down that road, you're in the system.
Mhm.
And guess what? They
Exactly.
don't ever want to take you off a drug, and that includes replacement hormones. So how do you restore it? Well, you have to get the body making its own, but also that means you need to stop taking it. You're going to feel like crap, and guess what? The doctor's not going to want to take you off. And it's very hard to just stop drugs cold
Absolutely.
turkey. Sometimes it's dangerous. So you get in a really hard position because I can't tell you to stop taking them. You have to go back to the doctor. The doctor doesn't want to stop prescribing it or tell you to stop taking it. So now you're in this catch-22 where you basically are left to, I'm going to have to take my own risk and do it myself.
And doctors are going to tell you that there's no possible way that you can restore it on your own because it's already been shut down. And there could be mechanisms that you actually did burn out, especially if you're taking ferula hormones, where there's actual damage that's permanent damage to, or the death of, or the complete lack of LH and FSH even being sent to keep your testes alive and well so that they will produce. Like the signaling just stops because it feels like your body thinks over such a period of time of taking the ferula hormones that it's lost, so it gives up basically. your hypothalamus pituitary testes, HPT, what do you call it? What do they call that? I forgot what they call that, but the little circuit there just stops doing its thing.
It's a whole other different type of body dysmorphia or dysphoria or whatever they call it. When
Dysmorphia.
especially if you're competing. But even if you're not competing and you're just trying to be that thing that you see on TV it's like those people are on these drugs. They've already made that commitment to the cult. They're going to be stuck like that the rest of their lives, or they're going to have side effects if they don't. So you've decided that you're going to try to go.
And bodybuilders out there, if you're watching, and you have been taking this stuff, or even if you're just a fitness influencer who's been taking this stuff so you can get your get your bag, as they say. You're not going to have a bag between your legs anymore if you do, but anyway, there is a very good chance you need these minerals more than anybody else. Everybody needs them, but your selenium, if your heart's starting to enlarge and thicken on the left ventricular hypertrophy, like that, having that, you should be doing your best to get as much selenium as you can into your body, because selenium has been shown to reduce the size of the heart for healthily, not in a bad way, but when it's been enlarged. So if you don't want to drop dead, maybe that would be a good idea to think about.
Above and beyond what nature is even able to do. And the only way to achieve those goals is to do those things too, because it's not natural. And the moment you stop, you lose all that extra muscle that you put on there anyway, because it wasn't meant to be. And that people try to outgrow past their genetic, whatever the hell that even means, genetic.
If you build it naturally, it stays longer. If you put the time and effort in. If you do a shortcut, a hack, a cheat code, it's fleeting. And sometimes you lose more than you started with, not just what you gained.
Limitations, and it's always the same result.
The other thing is there's the symptom suppression, right? So in a normal world, these would be symptoms to alert you and your body to the fact that you probably are missing some of the 90 essential nutrients.
Right.
But instead you mask it. So you never realize, oh, I probably don't have the nutrients.
You probably don't have enough cholesterol in your diet. You're probably maybe even on a statin for all you know.
To build the
You
hormones.
have to have healthy cholesterol to make the hormones.
Exactly. Yes, 100%. And nobody knows anything about, even these people who call themselves nutritionists have no idea about the 90 essentials. They have the allopathic idea of everything. It's all about calories intake and all that stuff. And you have vitamin C so you don't get scurvy. It's like this is not lots of protein from any garbage source like whey and casein, which are inflammatory to your organs. It's the most ridiculous. Yeah, and it's just big defeat and beating up of your body and putting it in its worst condition possible so that you look good but you're horribly unhealthy. Right? There's a difference between fitness and health. And Dr. Glidden talks about this all the time. You can be physically fit and drop dead. You know, you look great and you look great in your coffin. So Dr. Monzo, I know we had a couple questions here about different products on the site. So you got a couple minutes?
Yep.
All right. So let's share screen on that one.
Did you see any of the recent controversy with, you remember our good friend, Dr. Kaufman?
No, what's up with him now?
So see, we never trusted him, and I don't know about Colin either. So what happened?
No, I don't.
I didn't trust Andrew Kaufman for very long. I thought it was great that he was talking about the Koch's postulate and the Rivers, what do they call it? Adjustments. I forgot what it was called, the criteria, whatever. But that's nice to know during the Corona era. But he is a merchant like everyone else. And for a while there, he was selling this thing called the analemma, if you want to learn how to spell it. It's analemma. And it was a crystal stir stick that did not come in a Faraday cage, like a Faraday wrapping, a Faraday case or anything like that. So they're saying that this was called, coherent water. Now, they didn't say structured, they said coherent. And they give you this long video explanation of this stuff. And they're saying that in this encased thing, that with it's a little stir stick wand. You stir it in your water, and it makes it coherent, and then you drink it. And oh my god, you can use magnets and make structured water and get some of the trauma. Ken Wheeler shows you how to do this with stuff you can buy at like Home Depot. This thing was $189 or $200, and if you wanted a walnut case to go with it, then it was like $250 for a stir stick for water. Let me repeat that: $200 for a stir stick for water, and you have to just assume that it did it. You can't. What are you gonna do? Argue? You don't have the faculties or the means to test whether or not it even does anything. So the water inside is allegedly coherent because it goes through this machine process, because that sounds natural. And then you stir it, and through influence, it changes your water. But they don't tell you that you should start with, I don't know, distilled or clean water. They're like showing people with the tap water. So what happened to all the other contaminants? If you're just making it quote unquote coherent, where did all the other stuff go? Where did all the chlorine? Where did all the, the fluoride? Is that still in there? Are you just trying to make people feel better about drinking their tap water? Are you trying to get people back on drinking the crap that potentially is why a lot of people get sick in the first place, because all that stuff that's in it? I don't know anybody who drinks tap water. Or maybe I do, because I see a lot of dopes. But maybe there is something there you should probably avoid. We don't drink our tap water. I haven't done that since I was a child. We always had bottled water, 5-gallon jugs throughout my entire life. We lived in an area near the Hudson where they dumped PCBs. Like, we don't trust the groundwater there. Sometimes the water coming out of the pipes would like stain the clothes in the wash. It would be like hard. They called it hard water, and it would be like colored, like almost like a brown nicotine color sometimes when it came out. Like, no thanks. we're good. We're just gonna buy our water, and I get stuff here that's reverse osmosis and like quadruple filtered or whatever, and I don't even know if that's perfect, but it's better than drinking tap water. So this thirst stick had what I thought was somewhat of a nefarious agenda to it to make people feel relaxed and better about drinking the shit that's in their tap water because they have a magic stir stick. They have a magic wand, basically. If that doesn't spell sorcery a little bit, I don't know what does.
So, just Dr. Cowan, I think his book.
Kaufman now has shown that he is a change agent, a plant.
Yeah, I knew that ahead of time. Yeah, we both talked about that.
Because they started off with, okay, viruses don't exist. Yeah, I agree. Viruses don't exist as pathogens. I do believe they exist as software, which now I have more evidence of.
Right, but
contagion is
they weren't
nonsense.
talking about that, right? They were just talking
train theory. Yep, you're right.
So wait, now, if they don't exist, then why would anybody let their child get injected with poison to stop them or to inoculate themselves for it? Huh? 79, you say? Autism, you say? SIDS? Sudden infant death syndrome? All the other problems? Cognitive issues? Lazy eye? The crooked smile? Yeah? You want to do that to your child? You want to mess up its personality? You want to give your child brain damage or some other problem? Soul and spirit damage by taking that sorcerer's concoction? Probably not a good idea, you know? Especially if you're just chasing unicorns and you're just believing the causation, because doctors don't know how you get anything else except that one thing, right? That one thing, they're so sure about it, even though they can never isolate one to prove it. They never can go through the Koch's postulates to prove it. The Rivers, it was like addendum. I don't forget. River something or other. And even that's more relaxed than the Koch's postulate. They haven't been able to satisfy either. They title papers that they say they did, but then when you read what they actually did, they didn't. They mix things together and say, "Oh, look, see, it made the other thing sick, so therefore that's the thing." It's like you mixed a bunch of stuff together. How can you identify what did what?
Strain theory. Well, now guess what he's coming out and doing? He just took a bunch of flack for it. He put this whole conference or like press conference like thing together with 2 or 3 other guys to tell everyone that there's no such thing as nanotechnology.
Oh my god!
And no one's ever seen it. So it's this Newtonian reductionism nonsense.
No one's ever seen it because it's nano.
Where if you haven't seen it, it doesn't exist. And it's like, all right, you can't play that same tune for everything. It's like, we've seen nanotechnology. We've seen it form circuits. We have pictures of that stuff. But yeah, they're trying to say that's a whole psyop just to scare people. I'm like,
so what is their solution then? What are they saying is the actual?
We don't have a solution. It's all in your head. Remember?
So there's no energetic principles of anything. There's.
Oh right, it's all in your head because he's a psychiatrist, and psychiatrists totally are not like some sort of Soviet plot just so they could get rid of dissidents and make political prisoners. That's not why psychiatry grew up in the time and era that it did. No, had nothing to do with that at all.
No, okay,
Right.
that makes sure. So there's no transmitters and receivers.
Remember, Kaufman was the guy who used to test new drugs for the psychiatric community. Psychiatric drugs are some of the worst ones out there. But I digress because he wanted to play good guy during the era because he was playing his role. And yep, Monzo had it right. It's change agent.
Receivers being injected into you, that can't be true. There can't be any MAC addresses and from Bluetooth MAC addresses inside of people's bodies. That's all a lie. Yeah, what happens with it sounds like that means that if they're going forward with that means the next phase of the rollout, that's going to make people start getting ill again because of what's already been injected in them, and what remotely they're going to be accessed by is about to happen. We have our Black Awakening coming up soon.
Yeah, ridiculous.
That was a Rust Isdar
it's all
reference.
That's what he said. Although I recall when he was on the show with us, he basically admitted that he worked with pharmaceutical companies and he was using this stuff in the drugs. Didn't he? Didn't he say he worked with some pharmaceutical companies making some drugs?
Yep.
Yeah. He's a psychiatrist who's making psychiatric drugs, which is the worst type of doctor or MD there is.
And that's what drives me crazy about these guys. I give a little bit more slack to Colin, I think, but how many years were these guys killing people with their pharmaceutical drugs and being an absolute idiot? And now all of a sudden he's all about nature and health and bad big pharma. It's like,
but they never repent and never say that I was.
you
I
spent
was
years promoting
betrayed.
this, and now you act like you're the expert on natural health.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's kinda like the Nazis. If the Nazis
But see, there you go again, though, because that's the public perception, right? That's what they're going for. They're not going for the people who can see through their BS. They're going for numbers. They're appealing to the numbers game. If you present yourself as being the authority on something, then you can outshine people who actually are authorities or knowledgeable about that topic because you presented yourself as one, and then you can misdirect them and steer them wrong and awry all you want, because look, all the cameras are on you. You must be the important one in the room, and that's all it takes for some people. Like, just act as if you're the expert or that you're the face of something, and then they'll ignore the people who truly do have the know-how to do stuff and to help you or happen to know a topic that you're claiming to be an expert in. It's a game that's played on the internet an awful lot too.
actually really did what they did, it's
Because I'm the expert and I'll be your coach. Check it out.
kind of like the Nazis coming back and saying, "Oh, we were actually just helping people, and I'm actually a naturopath." You sure?
Well, we'll talk about that a different time because there's an awful lot of BS going on in that whole history that was, written by the victor, if you will.
You weren't putting people in the gas chamber?
I would go with the Czech police on that one more than the. Okay, yeah, like what they did to the Russians with the Bolshevik Cheka, to then turn around and remember the Soviet experiments, the dog experiments, all that. Yeah, they were doing some horrific things. Let me get what Daisy says here, and then I'm gonna jump over to. Says, I take agricultural products now. Are there any of these to get the same results of the 90 essential minerals? Perfect question.
Perfect question. We'll show you right now.
Let's do it. All right. Do you want to do it on your side? I'll do it. I'll do it. All right. You help me now. Get big 8. All right. So if you're on, hold on. If you're on this right here, right? You guys this is the video that you're watching right now. Scroll down.
And if you're watching this one,
to hit the button that says show more, then do that. And then you get to Semper Fi. I don't know why it's at the bottom. Everything's screwed up right now. But here, hit semperfrillc.com. The most important thing shouldn't be at the bottom. I gotta change that in editing. And when you get here, you see Dr. Glidden's, Dr. Monzo's, the left side, and make sure you understand that that's the code. This left side is for his book, the other things that we were talking about, the courses, the CVA, all that stuff. Okay, over here you get all the Azure Well, and that's why it says Azure Well. BB5 is the code you want to use. Bravo 5. You can copy that and then click into here. Dr. Monzo, take it away.
And there's another way too.
See, they used to be really smart, right? They used to have the fulvic humic next to. They should couple the 4 that you need for the 90 essentials. But I think maybe it's spread out simply because then you look at more of what they've got. That would make sense, I guess. So I might just step over here to, there we go. Let's get the full thing here.
That's in here, and it's all,
but it's all food based.
Right. This is great. This whole food multivitamin is amazing. Now let me go and do the thing that's going to help people understand why this is what it is. Okay, so the whole food multivitamin would be like the Tangy Tangerine. Both are good. It's your preference, right? IP6 would be like the Beyond Osteo effects in what it has in it, the magnesium and the calcium. But this also has an inositol in it. And, excuse me. And personally, I don't like not having the Beyond Osteo effects in my house. That's just one of the things I like to have.
I like both, and I take both when I can. I use the Beyond Osteo effects a lot, but when it runs out, it's a bit of a kick in the junk for the re-upping. So I get the IP6 Supreme more often, that it's more on a consistent basis. And then the fulvicemic blend that you see on top, the Alaskan cod liver oil looks different. This was a replacement because they were out of it for a while, and then the quarter copper. Now, yeah, you can get the bundle on here, and I think you can use the Ballbusters on his site, but use the code BB5 on the Azure, so that way you can earn Azure money back too. Or use his, I don't care, whatever you want to do. Don't use mine.
In addition to everything else, the fulvicemic would be like the plant-derived minerals. Again, I don't like to not have the plant-derived minerals in the house either, and I use them daily. But the fulvicemic blend here, it's same principle, and it's the trace minerals from the plant, basically, right? It's from the shale of in the Canadian source, right?
Some of this is going to be outdated, so I might just move ahead
And
here.
then Alaskan cod
Oh,
liver
yeah.
oil would be like the EFA plus.
It's out of the one of the Alaskan seas. What's that called?
Up the Jesus, where is it?
So the answer was
There
yes.
it is.
It
IP6
has fish
Supreme.
oil,
It does.
anchovy, sardines, and mackerel. Then it has the organic flaxseed,
Ooh, flaxseed. I've told it
organ
has a
seed, which
ton
is
of
really good. Sunflower seed. Now that's not, so people don't get confused. That's not the same thing as the rancid seed oils. There's a proper way to get sunflower oil out of a plant. In fact, you don't even need to use a chemical process to get an oil out of a sunflower seed.
That's
But
interesting.
most companies use the chemical process, which then makes it bad. So that's
Gotcha.
why, Longevity knows what they're doing on how to make the oils correctly without having to use nasty chemicals that basically turns it into the nasty seed oil. So this is not the same thing as a nasty seed oil. So you probably are getting retinol in there, just very little amounts. But if you're taking it all the time,
Which means you should get the Alaskan cod liver oil from Azure instead, possibly. But you do your own thing. It's also half the price at Azure.
it builds up.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So the thing I had when you said the flaxseed, like I used to take it, and now I found out there's a bunch of like estrogen boosting hormone. Speaking of hormone disruption, stuff going on with flax seeds for your
I think
male.
it's more how it's processed
Is it? Okay.
than the actual flaxseed.
All
Yeah.
right.
Everyone has to do everything the cheap way now.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I
Well-
wouldn't. I still wouldn't eat soybeans if you're a male. I wouldn't eat
No.
soybeans if you're a female because that could cause other issues with the other progesterone and stuff like that.
Now I don't even remember what the name is anymore, but I think we might have covered this on your show once. That I was looking up. It was one of the
Let's just jump over this for now.
venoms that
Oh, that's awesome.
So that's gonna be cool. That's gonna be a good class.
Oh, she said, "Oh no, I sold Tri Blue." Oh, you did.
Oh, really?
So that doesn't help you anymore.
So
Well,
someone
like,
else is making it.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Let's see. There's some questions here that I'm taking these now. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. He says, "Yippee! I'm taking these now." Awesome. Okay, I think she was talking about the Azure Well products, and just need the core copper. Thanks a bunch. Hypothetical question: does the IP6 help with any form of the so-called C word?
Yes. In fact, that's where the original research came from. Dr. Sam Sudin, who's been studying the IP6 since 1982, and he's been taking it. He was actually, he's a medical doctor, and he was actually in cancer research. And information came across this was back in the 80s, that cancer could be related to fiber in the diet or the lack of fiber in the diet. So they started looking into this, and then they found out that, well, no, some cultures have very high fiber diets and still get cancer, and some cultures don't. So then they looked deeper into why, and they found out that it wasn't just because of a high fiber diet, but it was a type of fiber they were eating. And the cultures that don't get cancer and other diseases have diets that are very high in IP6. So that started him down that pathway. And he has a phenomenal book on inositol that you can get. Maybe I'll go grab it real quick so everyone can see it. And the Cancer Institute and all the big medical people basically blackballed him for years. And they did the same studies he did, and his study showed
It's not about the truth.
shrinking.
It's about protecting the cult.
Yep.
It's not about the truth at all.
And their conclusion was, even though it did get rid of cancer, that it was not an anti-cancer because it did not kill cancer cells. It actually turns the cancer cells back into normal cells.
Because they're still talking about the oppositional model, the war model, right? So the war model wasn't suffice, but if it makes your body healthy and strong enough, so that the stuff, it literally fixed the cells instead of destroying them, and that means it's not an anti-cancer. Okay, sounds wonderful. Thanks everybody. Thank you, doctors. Doesn't appear anymore. It doesn't grow because it's not being. There's no toxin there for it to try to. Not even that. It transformed it back. For fuck's sake.
That was really good. But yeah, even in this book, there are some pictures in here or maybe it's the other one. Maybe it's the bigger book with all the different testing he did with cancer tumors and showing how big they were on the scan and then how small they got at just months and weeks.
So if someone has been told they have the C, should they take more than 2 scoops of the IP6 a day?
Yes. You probably want to do 4 to 6.
Okay.
You want to really hit it.
Yep. That would make sense.
And it works.
Yeah, and boy, does it ever work without your with all of your 90 essentials, right? Because your body is going to need everything all the time to be at its maximum, optimal. The thing that you probably haven't been in, and I wasn't for a long time either. And I can see the difference. That's why I'm such a proponent for it, because holy crap, I feel great energy and just everything overall is just amazing. Like I have more energy for the lifting, and I have lately been understanding that holy crap, I can do a whole lot more. Don't stop yet. Don't pretend that you're done because of X amount of reps. Just do it until your arms fall off, and then do it some more. And I have this little trick that I do where if I'm doing like hanging curls or, forearms, doing the, the hands, palms down curls. Imagine somebody that is one of your loved ones and you're pulling them out of a pit, like you're saving them. Are you going to stop? Are you going to quit? Are you going to keep doing it because you're not going to let them fall? Right? You just keep doing that to your brain and actually live in that pain and just pull it, like the pain of like your muscles wanting to stop, not the pain of like emotional, but just keep going. It works. My forearms are bigger too.
That's one of the reasons why no one knows about IP6.
So let me ask you a question.
So as soon as they found out that IP6 could help with cancer, they started out a campaign scaring people about phatic acid. Phatic acid is the synthetic form of phatate. And they started telling everyone that foods that have phatic acid are anti-nutrient foods. Well, there is no food that has phatic acid. Phatic acid is made in a laboratory. So that was a whole smear campaign for years to get people to stay away from IP6.
Wow. Okay, so a couple things here. There's the potential that you're putting something in your body if you're a female that's already loaded with glyphosate and some other pesticides, and if it's not organic, and you're holding that inside your body for a long period of time. How often is that irritation alone with all those chemicals potential for having polyps and other things growing in there? It's huge. Right. I would imagine it was huge because that's like an open wound that you're putting poison in and letting it absorb for hours upon hours. So
when you think about it, polyps, cysts, tumors, these are all basically like little garbage cans in the body.
Right. They're trying to hold
your body making something to stick toxins in.
Yes.
Because it's trying to get the toxins out of circulation, but it can't get them out. So it's like, well, let's go stick them here.
Yeah. And then somebody wants to cut open your garbage cans and spray all the toxins into your body so that they circulate through. And then they want to beat you up for putting the garbage cans out to the side of the road in the first place by poisoning you to death. That's not the best option.
That part was the chemo and radiation that go along with it. I don't know if my analogy was all that great.
I'm just saying, it's not the best option. And what is Bill mean? Is that like a brother-in-law? What is that? My Bill is awaiting a liver donation, and he gets nosebleeds often. Anything you can suggest?
Well, normally nosebleeds would be the kidney energy pathway in the body, but
and apparently you need calcium as well. That could be a high potential, or you don't have enough magnesium. Your calcium's getting whacked out. So, yeah, calcium and magnesium go hand in hand.
I think it also says nosebleeds on blood, which I'm going to go look that up right now because the blood messenger pathway is the pathway that makes the liver.
Everybody get this book. Use the code. You'll get the discount. Get the book. Get
Blood
the practitioner's
disorder.
course book. Because if you're ever going to take the course, because when you find out this stuff actually works, you're going to wish that you had this and not the digital copy. You already have one thing down. And then all you do is you do 20 hours of course, and then you go take the one with Dr. Glidden or Dr. Monzo. Anyway, that's what you guys should do, though. We should have a conference that's Dr. Monzo, Dr. Glidden, and a couple of the people that you know from your research on things.
Dr. John Bergman, DC. I would like to add that person to our friend list.
Things like maybe the IP6 guy, or I don't know. Morley Robinson kind of went off the track a little bit, didn't he? Or no?
Yeah, he's still really stuck on his protocol.
Yeah,
which is really, really limited. So he does not understand whole food nutrition. I mean, he does.
Huge. That's a huge
He
thing.
does, but he doesn't.
It's everything.
I think he doesn't think that you can actually get whole food supplements. So he just tells you stay away from everything and just take copper and just take magnesium and a few things.
He's a fraction.
Oh, so fractionated nutrition.
A nutrition guy is going to end up having.
He's fractionated nutrition still.
That's not good.
And I think that he tells you of a lot of things to stay away from, which I think is because most people are taking the synthetic form, and it's the synthetic form that's causing the problem. But if you look at the medical literature, you can't tell, because everything in the medical literature is basically synthetic anyway. So it's like,
they're not.
If they are using whole food, they don't tell you. So it's like, how you can't really go by the medical literature. It's just like, okay, some study says this. Okay,
and who's paying for the studies too? Medical establishment that doesn't want you to think that anything else is good.
So he has figured out a lot of the missing links, but at the same time, I don't think he gets the whole picture.
Yeah. So I mean, I'd like to see Dr. John Bergman on the show one day.
There we go.
And then have him introduce the other two you guys, not Dr. Eric Berg, Dr. John Bergman. Eric Berg is now on the freaking Maha thing. It looks like.
Yeah. Did you see that, the Maha thing?
What
Him and what's that other ridiculous guy that he's so fake?
There's lots of them. You'd have to narrow it down.
Lots of fake
Just
people.
about everybody on the internet that's a health fitness coach and nutritionist doesn't know what the hell they're talking about, and you're gonna get people hurt.
Oh yeah. So for the nosebleeds and the liver donation thing, it was a blood messenger pathway and kidney messenger pathway.
And there's
what would be awesome is if we could get his body to rebuild the liver, and then he wouldn't need a donation.
Right.
But that's a lot of work. Not that it can't be done. I've seen it done a lot, but someone really has to believe in that to actually put the work in to do it.
And Karen said the pain in my right side went away from using Dr. Monzo's.
Oh, we didn't ask Daisy's question about the cataracts. Oops. All right, I'm gonna pop out of this one. I think it's kind of winding down. What we got for time? Oh my God, 6 hours I've been here. What the fuck? All right, let's see. Let's talk to the chats. The chat's chat in the hat here. Let me find myself. Where am I? Why am I here? There we go. All right, let's do it. So, did I do that other thing earlier? I think I did. Polio shot marker did that. Cat. Let's see. Are you part of SHIELD? The fuck is wrong with people over on... Shut up, Twitch. What the hell does that even mean? Not to mention intravenous drug use. No. and listening to Alex Linder, and he had mentioned it. Okay, you guys talking, and then Karen did the thing. People are conditioned to get phone calls, emails, or a My Chart notification before they remember to schedule a follow-up appointment, etc. They need their handheld, in my opinion. Not to mention, most aren't getting the cheerleader, go for it encouragement to ignore the MDs. They're getting, well, they would if they were on Dr. Glidden's membership site, and they would if they hired me as a coach. So they should do both. They should do both. Let's see. They're getting berated for questioning the white coats like my family did to me last year. Yes, I remember that, Karen. They haven't stopped being belligerent to you, I don't think. Trying to educate people on you're not iron deficient is extremely difficult. Yeah, I know. I got someone in the house that was saying that too. Like, you're not iron deficient. If anything, there's another issue. Oh, no, blah, blah, blah. I'm anemic, loss of blood, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, you didn't lose blood because you're anemic. You lose blood because you're pouring it out during your period because there's something else wrong with you. And you were low. It wasn't because your iron wasn't producing enough. It's because you're it out. Come on. You knew that. There's another problem. Take the fucking 90, but buy it yourself. Stop using mine. I don't like it that much. That's what I was saying to her. Not you, Karen, the other. You know what I'm talking about. Let's see. They're trying to educate people you're not an iron deficient. It's extremely difficult. They kind of understand, but don't comprehend it at all. Yeah, so they kind of don't understand it. Edward Snowman, what's up, buddy? He says Kaufman equals merchant, like direct 1-to-1 ratio. That's awesome. What do you know? And I even said he's a merchant. That's funny. And then Edward Snowman says Kaufman looks like a circus sideshow. He does. He looks like a goof who's really, he's very, very out of touch with reality. Because I've seen him in pictures on his let's just do it. I just click A because there's not a lot of A's out there that I see. There he is. There he is. Oh, fuck off with your bullshit. Oh, you're gonna give us a protocol? You're a freaking psychiatrist, dude, and you're a pasty one too. Download the protocol now. Get my free pine-powered ultimate detox protocol, where you have to buy a bunch of my shit in order to make it happen. Yay! No. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this hairy ass yuppie. Look at. He doesn't realize how ridiculous he looks. It's hilarious. Like he's so. It's the confidence of the Oive. Look at this. What is this? You take yourself way too seriously. You are. You're right. That's a clown. That is a clown. Send it in. Oh boy. Oh, there's that detox protocol again. Oh, from Greg. Well, Greg, I mean, if Greg said so, then everything's community member. Well, that guy didn't even want to be named. He's like, yeah, things and good. Bye. Don't show my face or name. Let's see what the shop. I want to look at the shop real quick. Yeah, see the Shilajit. Okay, so look, since I have this in my hand right now, I may as well just do this, right? Ah! What are you doing? Stop it. You're killing me. No more. Go away. All right. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Okay, let's go to 2. There you go. All right. So now I'm not going to waste my time doing it. Yes, I am. There you go. This wasn't quite right. Anyway. So Shilajit, right? Shilajit. Medicamentum authentica. Oh well, there you go. He's doing the thing. Make it sound more freaking important than it is with the whole, language barrier thing bullshit. So look, you get your own cocaine spoon and some Shilajit. Not sure how they both, at least you get a spoon. At least you get a spoon with that one, Azure. But I wouldn't pay $150 for a spoon for an lecture. This is 1/3 the price. And you're using my discount, of course. This is the fulvic humic energy blend. Fulvic humic acid, which means shit tons of antioxidants that you should be nodding your head like, that's a good thing. And then all of your minerals in a highly absorbable form. It's a plant-derived minerals. Okay? I'll show you this in a second, but Shilajit, $150. Let's go take a little field trip. For tar syrup. Yeah, $150 for tar syrup, he says. Now, let's go to my website. Oh, no, the Azure link's right there. Let's do that one. Code BB5. Bam! All right. Whole food, multivitamin, we know that. Alaskan cod liver oil. I'm just showing you with the 90R. Where is it? One more. Full vacuumic, and then down here you'll see the IP6 Supreme and inositol, and that is in the powder form, which I prefer. Okay, click that. How much does that say? Oh, does that say 1/3 the price? And then you're still using my code, and you're going to acquire Azure Money credit towards your next purchase when you place orders here. When you use code BB5, you'll get all that. Okay. So you can you can get, so look at this. You can get 3 of them for cheaper than you can get one of those. We're not done yet though. Because how much is in here? 32 grams. 1.1 out. 32 grams. Remember that part. 32 grams. Let's go back over to this guy. I guess I have to click it. How much? I have to move my head again. I don't like that. Oh, look, there's your little... Oh, but it comes in a box with some cardboard and a spoon. Well, I mean, that's worth $100, right? That's worth an extra $100. Most other sellers on Amazon. Oh, wow. Ethically sourced or ethnically sourced, as in they use the labor of the poor people in the Himalayas. Tested and analyzed for heavy, yes, sometimes. Heavy metals, fillers, impurities. Okay, but how do we know that? Because there's a lot of sourcing from... The Himalayas is a very big place. And some of that shit, like unfortunately, the pink Himalayan salt, covered sometimes. Like too many bad elements. I love pink Himalayan salt. When I found out that there could be a high lead quantity or some other contaminants in it, I was like, oh man, really? And then I forgot about it and kept eating it because I like pink Himalayan salt. But that's a thing. The Himalayas isn't some magical place. There's toxins there. There's industry there. Industry taking freaking salt for one, and then shilajit, shilajit essentially is like the runoff, if you will. Let's just read it to ourselves so we can find out the difference. So you're not just hearing it from me. I don't want you to think that I'm lying to you. Oh, is it Shilla? Yeah, it's a shill for sure. They got the shill part right. More like a grift. It's griftegit. Can you... Oh, you're going to do that? You're not going to give me the eye thing? Okay, there it is. It's a sticky tar. See that? Like that he said, sticky tar-like resin found primarily in high-altitude rocks of the Himalayas and other mountain ranges. Formed over centuries of compressed plant matter, is rich in fulvic acid and trace minerals. Okay, it's rich in that, but it's not all of it. I want you to remember that. It's not all of it. It's not the whole thing. It contains it. Like, do you know what borax is? Borax has boron in it. It's not boron. It's not all boron. It's like 12% boron in borax. So if you were going to, I don't know, get the biggest bang for your buck, would you get borax or would you buy boron? Well, if you were trying to get 5 milligrams or whatever of boron, you wouldn't take 5 milligrams of borax because only 12% of that's boron, right? Does it make sense? So this shilajit that they're talking about isn't all fulvic, and it's not all fulvic acid. But the thing that makes it worth the purchase and the selling point here is the fulvic acid. Well, gee, what do you know? This whole thing is fulvic acid. Fulvic blend. Isn't that something? And this one's just fulvic, it says. It doesn't say anything about the humic. And then they go through all the stuff, testosterone levels. No, all this has to do with full minerals and cholesterol. Testosterone levels, energy, stamina. Yes, you need them all to work together. So those are not even really good things. You have to have the full picture, not part of the picture. Okay, so it's not all fulvic humic acid. It's not even humic. It's just fulvic. We said that this is 32 grams. Let's go back over to shitbox over here. Oops. 15 grams. Okay, so you're getting half the amount for three times the price. It also says there's 100 servings in there. So what they're telling you is they're under nutrifying you, right? Because think about it. If this is 100% fulvic humic blend, fulvic humic acid, meaning it's all the minerals and the antioxidants, plant derived, obviously. So this is all the whole thing is just that. This is not just a few, and it's not doesn't have anything humic. It's just fulvic, and it's not the whole thing. It's contained within it, and you're going to take less of it, because if this has 100 from the sample size from the size that I'll be taking, it's going to have 90 servings, because I'm taking the 1/8 of a teaspoon. Okay. So 15 grams is supposed to be 100 servings here. So they're giving you a lower dose of it, and of that lower dose, it's not even all fulvic. And you're paying 3 times as much for it. But you get a spoon. So he went from one bullshit to another. Let me look up the anal lemma for you. Yeah, just like it sounds. Oh, there it is. Not that one. Oh, they're going to do the coherent water devices now. Debunk this analytic water wand. Okay. There's the stick I was telling about. I think I was lying. That's what you get for $200. So you can restore your water. And they keep showing people pouring it from the top. Oh, you can get 10% off the $200 freaking stupid shit. Oh, it improves your sleep, gut health, and immunity simply by waving your magic wand in your water that you just got from the tap, or wherever else you got it from. It's still your magic wand, is it not? Oh, and that's the luxury one that I told you was $250. Oh, look at, they've branched out. Now they can put a $1,000 piece of bullshit inside your house, or for large pictures, you can get one for $250 too. And then just hope for the best, because why not? There's no Faraday thing around it, so that, energy frequencies, your phone can't denature whatever they programmed the water to be coherent as, so that it become incoherent water, right? Sounds great. $199. And this is something that he was selling for a while. Let me see if I can do Anna Lemma and Andrew Kaufman, because I bet you there's still something floating around the internet about it. And so is Tom Cowan. Is it 2 Fs? I forgot. Oh, it's 1. Dr. Andrew Kaufman is a prominent alternative health... Shut the fuck up. Prominent alternative health figure. Fuck off. Dr. Monzo, Dr. Peter Glidden actually know what the hell they're talking about, and they don't need a bunch of titles and highfalutin bullshit to bolster them up. He frequently discusses and endorses anal Emma. You got to get that stick right up in there, that crystal wand, unless you don't want a coherent rectum. A quartz crystal wand marketed to transform regular tap water into coherent or structured liquid crystalline water. Is that how that works? Through what do you call it? Influence? It's influencing the other water to become structured. Is that how that works? You wouldn't just put it through the magnetic process that, you get the tube, you put the ring magnets around it, you cycle it through, and you show you do what Ken Wheeler did for very little money, $20 maybe, and you can use it forever to make structured water. Yeah, why would you do that when you can have a magic wand? I mean, you can't put. I mean, you could put that tube. It's a little wide, but it's a lot easier to stick that wand right up in there for your coherent rectum. Yeah, Dr. Kaufman includes the NLN water wand as holistic with lifestyle and wellness protocols, suggesting it is a tool to purify and structure drinking water for cellular health. Blah blah blah. Okay. So he's into a bunch of bullshit, and he's the merchant man. He's the jester jumping around. Hey, look at me. You guys already trust me because I said all the things that I was supposed to say during COVID. Now buy my shit. I mean, Shilajit. I don't know. You make your decision. You want to spend it 3 times as much because of a guy whose name people know. Everybody knows who Dr. Glidden is. And everybody knows who Dr. Monzo is. Everybody knows Asher Wells been around for freaking ever. And Dr. Monzo developed this stuff. This used to be something that was on Dr. Monzo's website before he got contacted by Asher Well, and they asked him to help them develop some really good whole food multivitamins and whole food supplements. So he did. And now we're going to do this thing. We're going to do the demo. Ready? I'll put my big screen on here. I'm going to be a big boy today. All right. So since I don't have an actual, because who the hell has a 16th of a teaspoon? I'm going to go for an 1/8. This is a 4th quarter, so I'm going to try to eyeball half. It's probably a little bit more than that. I mean, I don't need that much, but it's okay. So, see, it's like coffee grounds almost, but it's not. All right, now I take 4 ounces of water with it. I'm going to stir with another one so I can use a stick without it being wet. Oh, you see, you can already feel it. Just kidding. Now watch it. Look at that. Ah, it's a background. Son of a bitch. Here, where am I going to put it? There you go. Kind of see it like that. It looks like tea, like really dark tea. And then it turns black and you start mixing it. That's how rich and delicious it is. It doesn't really have much of a flavor. I'm excited. It's been a long time since I had this stuff. I usually I have the plant derived minerals. This was on sale for 30% off for a very brief period of time, and I made sure I got it, so it's cool. Oh. I'm gonna clean it out. Still got a little bit of coloration to it. Spoon on there in case I still have some on that spoon. I don't want to waste it. It's nearly flavorless. I mean, if you dip your finger in it like that, you can taste it. But with the 4 ounces of water, you can barely taste anything. And now I'm fully mineralized because I took probably about an 1/8, maybe a little bit more. My daughter's going to take a 16th. I'm going to just make a really small amount for her tomorrow. And good. So there you go. I can't ever tell which way I'm supposed to turn these things on this goddamn reverse mirror shit. And I also have over here my essential fatty acids. I threw this is just from a separate thing. I took a glutathione. I got my core copper today. So I got 2. No, Dr. Mullins said he was taking 4 at one time. Did you say 4 or 3? I don't remember. I'm taking 2. It says take 1. I'm taking 3. I'm 2. I mean, taking 2. That reminded me of chicken bouillon. That doesn't taste the same way as it used to. It's good though. And then, what is this? What is this? Why can't I remember from one place to the other? These are off the other thing, so I don't know what that is. This is glutathione, cysteine, and C. And this is the fuck is? I don't remember. It might be yohimbine. Trying to think about. I'm just trying to picture the cabinet and see what I grabbed. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sure it's perfectly good though. So yeah, there you go. I'm very happy to have the FitWit cap. I was really excited about that when I saw it was on sale for a little bit, and I still use my own code. Isn't that cool? There you go. A little bit of water went up my nose because I drank it so fast. There you go. So I mean, you can do whatever you like, but you should probably just save yourself $100 and get twice the amount of stuff. That's actually more of the thing that you're actually taking it for in the first place. But I think logically, and not everybody does, and I have to learn to accept that. Now let me read a little something to you. It says, ready? It's very little. It's not as big as it looks. Shut up. A realization came to me. There's a tier system of society that is selective by intelligence level and then financial status when we're dealing with medical care. The MDs and their science may actually be made intentionally bad and worse, most dangerously inept methods, and the worst, most dangerously inept methods championed so that the vast majority are subjected to its rotten fruits. So think about that. The people who fund things would fund and promote and support and champion and, you know, polish the brass of their fellow travelers, sure, their fraternal brothers, sure, but also just idiots out there who think that they're brilliant when they have child minds and empower them to make giant influential changes in how the world perceives things so that people remain sick and enslaved. It's up to you whether you decide to remain with the healthcare intended for the hylics. Does anybody not know what a hylic is at this point? It's like human wood. It's like saying NPC, but it's the way the Greek would refer to them. And people who are not smarter than a fifth grader, I used that line because of what Dr. Glidden had said in a video I was watching earlier, but share a similar, they're not smarter than a fifth grader. They're not smarter than a fifth grader, but share a similar mental maturity level and emotional maturity level. The MDs were meant to keep their numbers down. That's what I'm saying. Like, this whole system is meant for the dumb to be managed. And when I say managed, I mean restricted in number. It's up to you to wake up and recognize you don't belong down there with the rest of the mob. You're not the full person, and also, you're not the full person you were meant to be. You may be suffering from mental and emotional upheavals that have less to do with you being broken and more to do with you being nutrient deprived. Think about how that might actually affect having really bad periods or having a tough time with stress or snapping at people and, you know, all these things, or emotional in different ways, or the lack of emotion where you're a bit of a sociopath. Maybe there's a lot of nutrient related things that could be benefited or improved simply by getting what your body needs. So much can change in a person just like you when they get everything they need. This is the solid reality message. And there's more. Some people's mental, along with their physical health, can be compromised by habitual intake of all the wrong foods and allergies that they're not aware of. If you poison your body and it has to deal with it every day, it can make you fatigued, inflamed, and even irrational or impulsive. Perfect for gambling sites. Get on RainBet when you feel like that. Just kidding. Dr. G, Marathon of the Minds, day 3. He wants students, not patients. What's that mean? He wants to teach you enough to be independent and wise enough to spot harmful recommendations when you do face your MD, rather than waste time, energy, and money on prescriptions, insurance, and copays, only to get sicker get on board with us, right? You're not meant to be down there with the rest of the people getting that subpar treatment. You're not. You've been here this long. You're not meant for that. You're better than that. Snap out of it. It's okay to leave the people who will never know better and only drag you into hell with them. You leave them be. You can disconnect from that. You don't need to carry the burden. Hit your health and fitness goals and outperform your old self. Right here. Boom. And there you go. Members, click it, and then you're crazy as us, as all of us, right? For wanting to do rational, normal things for our bodies and make sure that we're healthy. But that's a crazy thought. Why would we want to do that? Okay. And then the Azure standard things right here. The link, code BB5. We've already gone through it, so I don't need to do it again. But if you forget what those are, it's this right here. Whole food essential nutrients, it's all right there. It tells you, and then I'm highlighting it so you can see. And I guess the N on again? Really? It says a guy? That code is BB5. Click apply code in the small blue lettering at checkout and type BB5. Like you actually have to click. Is when you're like, oh wait, it's totaling it. Why is it already totaling it? No, you wait. There's a little box on the right side, and then it'll teeny tiny type. It says apply code. So you click that, and then a little text box opens. What do they call those things? A field, like a bar, text bar opens up, and then you can type in BB5, and then it'll apply it. And then if you look at the very bottom of your total, it should in blue tell you that you're getting X amount of dollars credit for your next purchase. And then that very next purchase, you can use it. Where I get my whole food supplements, not whole food supplements, my bulk supplements for like my amino acids and stuff like that, and my creatine, I have to earn points. So it's like, oh, you get 5,000 points, you get $1 off or some. It's like, I got to do all this to get this much. No, with Azure, it's so much better because you're just getting dollar for dollar. And it's not dollar for dollar, but you understand what I mean. You're not using points. You're using an actual dollar amount, and you're getting additional discounts every single time you place an order. Okay, use code BB5 and all that bullshit. If you want to read all this, you can also do that. That's on you. Stop wasting gym days. If you're one of those people who's into the whole point of the FitWit thing, you should be watching. You should be reading this part, and you should be contacting me through my website, through the contacts page, and we'll discuss how I could help you, guide you. Especially, and if you get the Dr. Gooden membership site, I can really help you guide you through that. I probably know that thing. I'm not going to say better than other people, but I'm going to say pretty damn fucking good. So I've been through a lot of it, and I'm going to watch more of it tonight. Okay, SemperFryLLC.com, Paratus, 15% off. And that's my website. Remember, you can always get to all those other things right from here too. And then let's see how the pictures are nice and more updated now. And then the FitWit's there. You should be subscribed over there, by the way. And then his Dr. Gooden's book. That's the link for just the Rumble channel for Dr. All the Dr. Mounds and Dr. Gooden talks. Code BB5 right here in the nice gold. Click it, make it happen, get your 90 essential nutrients, the 4 main things. And I would add the copper personally. And then you can just click this and use code FitWit or Ballbusters for 25% off the membership. Bam. Done. Anyone have any things to say? Let's see. Clowns scare me. Always well. We gotta get up. Monzo looks very dynamic. Flaxseed oil extracted using petroleum can't be that great, right? Time flies when you're having fun, says Irvat. Lyrical dancer. That's a word. I don't know. About the brain inflammation thing, I've noticed that when I get very sad or angry without a good reason, it usually means I'm about to get sick physically. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. That's that. The fact that you actually recognize that is already putting you in a higher level of existence. And most people don't catch that. Like some people will drink milk and fart like a monster all day long, smelling up their whole house, and be like, not cognizant of, hey, maybe it's the milk, you know, or they ate ice cream and they're stinking up their house. Like, maybe some milk. Maybe you can't handle it. I don't know why I used that. Any example is good, right? Thank you very much, Kaufman. Right, exactly. A little Tengu, and he's thirsty apparently. Just kidding. Karen Peterson says, "Clowns scare me. Now I need a happy bedtime story." And then Irva says, $150 for tar syrup. Exactly. Yes, anal Emma. Yeah, no, anal enema. Exactly. Well, anal Emma. She was very popular in our town. Just kidding. Irva says, Shilajit is all the rage. Like hydroxy was in the 2000s. Hydroxy, like as in the derivative of kratom? Or like, yeah, that's probably right. Except Shilajit has potential minerals like lead, lithium, mercury, uranium, arsenic, and more. And more, yes. Oh, but they test it, so it's totally worth the triple price for 1/2 of the amount that you get from here, right? I had I had Kaufman and Cowan on with Dr. Glidden. I'm sorry, with Dr. Mahanzo and Dr. Artis one time. Cowan was a dick to me. I don't like him. He's like, well, I told you this. Like, I'm not your fucking secretary, dude. You be a big boy. Anyway, Edward Snowman says, water likes to boil or freeze off of some kind of solid object. And if you microwave pure water in a clean glass to above boiling, even a tea bag touching the water can blow it out of the cup. Let me read that again. Water likes to boil or freeze off of some kind of solid object. And if you microwave pure water in a clean glass to above boiling, even a tea bag touching the water can blow it out of the cup. That's okay. I guess I can appreciate having a buffer of hylics between schizos and spargs. Otherwise, we would just annoy each other forever. Hydroxycut was good. I like that before they took away the Huang extract that made it any good. Right? And before, so it was Rip Fuel. And then, hydroxycut, it's like Rip Fuel with other stuff in it. Let's get that. And then Xenadrine. Yeah. And then they went to Xenadrine XFA, which might as well have said Xenadrine without the thing that makes it any good. Still want to buy it? Like, that was my, I was in 16. I was taking freaking Rip Fuel. I wasn't taking steroids, but I was taking the energy stuff. The great Cornholio. Oh, man. It kind of makes you feel good when you're driving, though. You'd be like, remember that Tarantino Pulp Fiction where you have Travolta? He's just cruising. He's all like, he took heroin. Hydroxycut's the complete opposite thing. It's not even close. But you feel pretty good when you do it. Sometimes. All right. I think we're good. Oh, did I just X out of you guys? Oops. Sorry. Hold on. That's not it either. Hold on. What am I doing to myself? There we go. I think we talked about a bunch of bullshit tonight, haven't we? I think so. So subscribe to FitWit over on YouTube. Do that. Okay, it's the link's in the description. And if you're on YouTube, then yeah. Again, contact me through my website if you guys want any of the other things. I am able to go through demonstrations for workout routines, and I can make videos tailored specifically for you. It would be like an actual coaching thing, and we can discuss how that works later on. And then, in addition to that, food that you can make, because I'm kind of a chef, I can give you pointers and recipes on that, or at least guidance. I don't do like measures. I go by this because I was trained by Jedi Italian family who knows how to just sense it in the force and make this stuff happen. All right, so I do that. And then what else? Oh yeah, then the nutrient thing and how to take them and all that stuff. I can do all that and help you out through navigating the website. So you have a companion to help guide you through it, so you're not just on your own, right? We can help you get the most out of that website when you're on the Dr. Good membership site. I can provide all of that, and I might even pop out like a little structured thing that people can jump onto. Otherwise, by the way, peoples, you know what you can do to help out the show because I need it? Not going to say I don't. If you're not going to do the, usually the membership anyway, but here, I'm just going to remind people that that's there too. And I'm going to go to bed. I mean, I'm going to go analytical. Shit. I'm going to be up till 2. All right. Good night.